should have to work for healthcare because there's already 50,000 people that die every year because of the lack of access to preventative healthcare.
Well, people should just be entitled to millions of dollars worth of health care and not have to contribute to society by any means.
Okay, would you apply this to um any taxpayer funded item or thing or
I would be
source?
so down for that. Yeah.
Okay, so police forces, right? A single mom of like four children that's getting robbed, that she isn't working, she shouldn't be able to call 911, correct?
Okay, I don't know about 911 services,
It's
but
funded by taxpayer dollars, though, like me and you. They should.
true.
She shouldn't be lazy, right? She shouldn't be lazy. She shouldn't be leeching off of the government using 911 resources that's paid by me and you, right?
True. But how much money do we spend in 911 resources?
True? Are you fucking stupid? Did you just say true to that? You're trolling.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't mean to say it true there. I was already on a thought process in my head. But I mean, the difference is, so for example, I mean, if it got to a point where we were spending, $2 trillion a year on emergency services, shit might get like that crazy to where we have to start being selective. But it's relatively expensive. It's handled by local governments. The
It's still
difference
funded
between
by
that
me and you.
Hold on. The difference between that and Medicaid is single-handedly costing us $2 trillion a year. It's the biggest line item in our entire budget, and
Hey, the military budget
we're
costs us
seeing
1.5.
definitely not 1 point. Where did you get 1.5 from?
That's the proposed budget that Donald Trump has for
Proposed, but
healthcare.
as of right now, it's 1 trillion. So it's
Okay,
already
okay, one
double.
trillion. Let's say. Well, I'll grant you 1 trillion, right? Let's say his 1.5 doesn't even get past a trillion for military budget for killing children. By the way, $1 trillion to kill children versus what you said, 2 trillion. I haven't even looked at the number. Let's say I granted you versus 2 trillion to save lives, right?
Yeah, but you didn't let me finish. The problem with it is we're seeing people every day, someone gets sentenced to another 20, 30 years in prison for defrauding Medicaid of billions of dollars. But to go back to that,
Can I address that real
another
quick?
problem is people are getting too comfortable sitting on this government safety hammock where
Hold on. Can I address something real
do you
quick? You
know,
said
well,
prison.
first let me ask you,
Hold on. You
um,
said prison. Before we like move on, it's just like a real quick point. People shouldn't go to prison unless they have like a job, right? Since it's funded by taxpayers.
right, yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Continue.
If you don't have a job, you don't have to go to prison. You got it. Um,
Even if they commit like a violent crime.
right. Yeah. Yeah. Because that's only for taxpayers.
Continue.
uh, that's funny. Uh, basically, but on a serious note on that prison thing, prison's not a commodity for the person going there. It's actually a service for the taxpayers around them that to keep them out of society. So it doesn't really apply. But going back to what you were saying before, damn it. That's why I hate interjecting questions because now I lost my train of thought on that.
We can go. I can
Um,
replay it back. See if you remember.
no. What was it? Oh yeah. Do you? I guess let me just ask you a question.
Sure.
Um, do you know who the work requirements were applied towards?
Who they were applying towards?
Yeah, like who has to submit work requirements?
I mean, pretty much anyone that like is able to work.
Yeah, able-bodied adults without dependents.
Sure. Yeah. What's
Well,
your point?
if
They
these
still they still should not have work requirements. Healthcare shouldn't have work requirements because it saves lives, right? The Constitution
It
says life,
also
liberty,
costs
and pursuit of
money.
happiness.
It
Okay,
costs
everything costs money.
a lot of money. It's the biggest line item in our budget for the second time.
Okay, everything costs money. What's your point?
The point being is implementing policies like these, it actually lifts people up out of poverty by forcing them to go and get a job or contribute in some way. It gives back to the society because they're taking away from society through benefits. So therefore, they should contribute.
It also increases the death rates among this specific group, right? Already 50,000 people
Work
die every year
requirements
because of lack of
do.
access to yes, right? 50,000 people
All
die
they have
every year
to
because
do
of lack of
is
access to healthcare, preventative healthcare, right? And you're saying that like these people should work. Yeah, I agree. People should work, but it shouldn't be like work or you die. It shouldn't be that. Do you think we should tell people you go to work or you die? Should it be that? Yes or no?
No, you still get emergency care no matter what. No
Right,
one's
but
dying.
preventative healthcare. I'm saying 50,000 people die every year because of preventative healthcare, something that could have been prevented if they had access to healthcare. So in this instance, it literally is you go to work or you die. Right? I agree. People should work. People should be productive members of society.
I think that's a pretty extreme version. Look, it's pretty simple. No one's saying anyone wants anyone to die. We're just saying that if you're going to apply for health benefits that can amount to being millions of dollars, you should contribute to society in the
And
form
I
of it could be
agree.
anything. It could be volunteering. They don't
I agree,
necessarily
but
have to
that's
get a
not how we
job.
do it.
They could volunteer, go to school, do anything but sit on the couch for 20 hours a week. That's not much to
Sure, I
ask for from
agree,
your
but that's not
citizen.
how we do it. We don't do it by putting work requirements,
That is
by
how we do it.
increasing
We
the
just
people that
passed into
die.
law.
One
That's
more time?
exactly how we do it.
No,
I'm saying
so you by increasing the death rate?
it's not increasing the death rate. Nobody would even get kicked off if they just contribute to society in some
That's my
form
point. If
of
they don't
20
contribute
hours
to
a week.
society, they'll die.
Okay, they'll also die if they decide not to get up and go to the grocery store and go get food. I
Right.
think people should get up and go to the grocery store and go get food so that they don't die. The same way I think that people should
The same
contribute to
way, if someone
society.
doesn't get up and go to the grocery store to get food, I don't think they should die. I think that food is a human right.
They will die. If you don't feed yourself, if you don't get up off the couch and feed yourself, you will die.
Sure, but like there's also
If
like
you if you want if you
like there's food stamps, food
If you
benefits.
want
There's a bunch of
access to
different
the
programs
best
to help these
healthcare
people.
system in the world for no cost to you, other than a cost to the people around you in your community, fellow taxpayers, if you want access to the absolute best healthcare in the world, then you should contribute to your
Who says
society
it's the
that's
best
giving you that.
healthcare in the world?
That's undisputed.
Who?
It's
Give me
quality
one
wise. It's
expert that agrees
quality
with you.
wise. It's undisputed. We fund half the world's research and development. We come out with like 70% of leading technology in the medical field. We came out with, when there was a pandemic, we had 4 companies come out with vaccinations before any other country in the world. There's no dispute that we have the best medical care in the entire world.
Okay, then why are they
We don't have
why
the
are there
best
still
medical
50,000
outcomes.
people that die every year?
We don't have the best medical outcomes because our population is very sick. I mean, we're super unhealthy. We love smoking cigarettes, drinking, all this other stuff. Some people like doing smugs, but
Okay, what's your point?
why? Okay, you're attacking my point. Let me attack yours a little bit. If someone wants access to the best healthcare in the world, why should they not have to give anything in exchange for that? Why are they just entitled to other people's money?
Because it's a human right. If they don't get preventative health care, they could die.
Healthcare is not a human right, and that's just your opinion. It's not
Okay, why do you
recognized.
disagree with me?
The problem with making something a human right is when someone else has to pay for it or give you that service. The problem is by you saying it's a human right. Say I owned a concrete business and you labeled it as a human right for people to have concrete driveways. The problem is you're saying that I must give my service to someone free of charge or
No,
whatever,
no, not free of charge.
or someone else has to pay for it. That's the big
Yeah,
problem.
someone else pays
It's
for it. The
easy.
society pays for it.
It's
Yeah.
easy for liberals to
We're
say
a
like,
democratic
oh,
society.
hold on. It's easy for liberals to say like, oh, it should be a human right. That's the nice thing to do. It's awesome because you guys vote based on your emotions. But when I bring up the logistics of, well, it's kind of hard to make it a human right because someone else has to pay for it. Why? What's your response to that? How do you make something a human right that someone else has to do? Do you force them?
It's not hard to make it a human right. All you gotta do is increase taxes, and then
Which,
you
by the
cut
way,
the
we're
military
pretty much
budget.
already there. We're
One
pretty
more
much
time.
already there. We got EMTALA. Like, no one's getting denied emergency health care. You're just saying,
We're talking about preventative health care.
yeah,
Holy
and
shit.
that's not a
Preventative
human
health
right.
care.
You can't show me anywhere in our government that they declare that to be a human right. That's just
Yeah,
your
life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness, right? If you die
life,
because of
liberty, and
the, if you hold
life,
on,
liberty,
hold
the
on, hold on,
pursuit of
hold on, hold
happiness,
on,
and
hold on,
healthcare.
hold on, hold on, hold on. If you die because of the lack of access to preventative health care, you don't have life, you don't have liberty or pursuit of happiness because you're dead. It's the government's jobs to prevent death.
I think you're stretching. I think you're stretching the life,
Okay, what
liberty, and
does life,
pursuit of
liberty, and
happiness.
pursuit of happiness mean then? Go ahead.
My general understanding of it off the head is I'd say it's a lack of government tyranny of our freedoms, things like the Bill of Rights. So your right to
right to free speech, right to bear arms.
True for liberty,
Uh,
sure.
yeah, like the government's stopping the government from coming after you for anything that's not like say crime related or
Sure.
breaking
What
a
does life
law.
mean? What does it mean when they say life?
Life.
Yeah, it says life, liberty, and pursuit of happiness. What does it mean when they say life? It's the
Uh,
government's jobs to keep their citizens alive, right?
yeah, I'd say that's fundamentally more like security. Like the government has a responsibility to ensure, we don't get invaded or a nuclear weapon
And
dropped on
prevent
us.
death within their own society. It's the
Yeah,
government's job. Okay.
yeah.
So then, yes, what I said isn't a stretch, right? If people die because of lack of access to preventative healthcare, they're dead. They're not alive. So the government did a bad job in preventing that.
Yeah, I mean, you've said that 3 times, but you're still.
You're not addressing my point. That's why I'm
I
repeating
am
it.
addressing your point. I'm saying, I get it. That's a cool sound bite. Like it sounds awesome. But the problem is that you refuse to acknowledge is that someone else has to pay for that shit.
You acknowledged that, and I said, yes, taxpayers are gonna pay for it. When did I fail to acknowledge that? I think that's a failure of you listening. But I hope like
For
there's no like
example, if
barrier.
hey, let's say that we actually went with your ideology and the government, Congress just stamped it as a human right. We don't even have the capability to pay for that.
Yes, we do.
Okay,
Cut the military
absolutely
budget in
not.
half. Raise taxes on billionaires, millionaires. Raise taxes on
Okay,
the
we
average American.
hold
Hell,
on.
raise
We
taxes on the average American. $50. Increase
at that
taxes for
point,
every
at that
single
point, what's
American
the
that pays tax.
difference? At that point, what's the difference from somebody just going out and getting a healthcare plan? If
Because I would
you're
argue that
pretty
like
much
fifty
forcing
dollars.
them.
I would argue that like $50 is way less than thousands of dollars. Would you agree?
50. No, it's actually for what you're proposing. Like, for example, if you look at a Nordic country, their effective tax rate for you probably make like what, 70K a year?
What's your point?
Is that what you make? 70, 60K a
I'm
year?
gonna share my income with you.
Okay, well, then well, let's assume you make 75K a year. In a Nordic country, your effective tax rate is going to be almost double. So you're going to say, oh, great, I have free healthcare.
Okay, that's
But
fine. Nordic countries have
far,
like one of they have the best
but you're
healthcare.
actually paying more for that healthcare than living in America. The problem with America is a lot of people
They
don't want
also
to
have
get
better
healthcare.
they have better economic mobility, right? It's not just healthcare.
Whoa,
They
what?
also
What?
fund they
Hold
also
on.
fund they
Where?
also
Where?
fund they also fund more
What?
programs, right? It's not like saying these hundreds of
What
dollars
Nordic
that you
country
pay.
has better economic mobility?
All of the Nordic countries have better economic mobility than the
Okay,
United States of America.
can you give me a source on that?
Yes, the index. I
What
don't
do
I'm
you
not
define
one
as economic mobility? Like being able to go from poverty to say like rich or upper class?
pretty much like being able to like use being able to like go from like
Yeah,
poverty line to like past the poverty line.
definitely not.
The
That's the whole reason why immigrants want to come to America so bad is because
the
we have the
world
best
population
environment for economic mobility.
the world
I mean,
population
you
review.
probably everyone here watching this probably knows someone that went from poor to working their ass off and moving up the social ladder.
I'm not denying that. This doesn't happen in America. I'm saying it is better in these Nordic countries, right? It's gonna be Denmark, Norway, Finland, Sweden, Iceland, Netherlands, Switzerland, Belgium, Austria, and Luxembourg, according to World Population Review. As well as pretty much any source that you look at, Economic Mobility Stanford Center, um, pretty much any source that you look at would at least name a couple Nordic countries. The
Yeah.
World Economic Forum, they name it as Denmark to be the first, so it varies like which Nordic country is the first. But like typically, what we see is like yes, the a Nordic country or Nordic countries would be like top five with economic mobility. Same with like healthcare, right? Nordic countries have are like top five in healthcare. Same with press. Nordic countries, a press were like 63 in press. America is not the greatest country in the world. That's a misconception that the far right has.
What country do you think is the greatest in the world?
I can't point to a single country that is the greatest in the world. Well, all I know, America isn't the greatest country in the world.
Where do you live?
I live in America,
What country or what state?
Arizona.
Oh, well, that's probably your problem.
No, I'm looking at statistics
You gotta move to a
based on
place
world
like Florida.
statistics. Based on world statistics, we rank 63rd on free press. We ranked, I think it was 21
Free press. What do you mean by
on
free
economic
press?
mobility.
Like journalism?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
Yes, press, journalism, whatever you want to call it. Yes, Nordic countries are the highest on the list, right? Seems like these
Who's
socialist
ranking us?
countries,
Who's ranking us on
these communist countries are doing pretty good. They have good press, good healthcare, good economic mobility.
I mean, how do
Also,
you
Arizona's like a red state.
how do you
Like
even
Arizona,
say
like it's local like politics are red, right? They're a swing state. I can grant you that for like the 2020 like the election, they're a swing state. Like they're red. Like my representative is like a Representative Abraham Hamadeh. He's a Republican, like pro Trump, pro MAGA. Everyone's like MAGA and Charlie Kirk here. Like, what are you
okay,
talking
you're
about?
I'm looking this up. World Press Freedom Index
Yeah,
by
it's Nordic countries are
reporters.
gonna be like top five, and then we're what 63rd or I'm somewhere in the 60s, I believe, right?
Yeah, why is this? Well, I mean, what do they rank us off of? I'm not even trying to dispute it. I'm just like, where are they getting this number from?
Let's see. Accept everything. I don't know what I accepted to. Sorry, hold on. Yeah, we're 64th. Yeah, we're 60. I said 63rd. We're 64th. In Nordic countries are up there. Denmark, Sweden. Denmark is 4. Netherlands is second. They have the second. Finland, Sweden.
Yeah,
Norway is
I
first. Yeah.
see the ranking, but how do they get this magical number? I mean, how do
Not
I know this?
magical numbers, just like who has like free press within their country, or like whether it's not it's being dismantled. Right, journalism as well. Like it counts in mergers that happen. Like here in the United States, mergers are happening. Right, that gets counted into play. Right, whenever you have a president threatening free speech, that also gets counted into play. Right, whenever like all of these different things like free.
Okay, so they're
Excuse me.
ranking this based on
A bunch of different factors, a bunch of them.
medical owner or media ownership,
Yeah, media
concentration,
ownership, yeah, mergers, yes.
censorship,
Yeah.
violence threats, independence from political power laws, judicial independence, defamation laws.
Yeah. Pretty much what I like mergers, whether or not like they're attacking the free speech, et cetera, et cetera. So yeah. Or free press, sorry. Make sure you guys are double tapping that phone screen if you haven't
Yeah,
already.
okay.
Repost the
I'm
live,
fine.
share the live, do all the wonderful things. If you're over on YouTube, hit that thumbs up, hit the subscribe as always. If you guys want to support, check out the link tree in my bio. It's the grifter bio. So yeah, take it away. What were you saying?
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine with this. Independence from political power, like, there's no doubt our media is highly influenced by politics. Media ownership concentration, yeah,
My
100%.
point is like a couple
A
years
handful of
ago.
people own all of our media outlets. Mainstream media is like
Right.
closed off from the typical journalist. Censorship is really bad.
But my point is like a couple years ago we were higher on the list. Like we
I
were
agree with
40s.
I agree with all this.
You agree it's bad, right?
I agree that, yeah, our media apparatus is. I was so when you first said it, I thought that this was going to be ranking of assuming that people were being like put in jail for journalism in America or something along that. But now that I'm reading the study, it makes sense the way they're ranking it, because there's huge problems with our mainstream media.
Right. Like mergers, like it was talking about, yeah. So my point here would just be like these socialist communist countries are doing like pretty good if you look at it. These communist countries. Matter of fact, Donald Trump just posted a True Social about communism.
Yeah, I mean, it's not hard to beat us in media. We're completely split down the middle. Um, you'll hear insanely different stories based on what media you decide to consume.
Right. So, is there any other points that you wanted to bring up, or is there anything else that you wanted to talk about?
I mean, I like talking about all topics. We got some very important pieces of legislation that's part of the reason why I support Trump, that we're trying to push through. Stuff like the SAVE Act, immigration still very important.
Oh, what immigration policy?
What immigration policy?
Yeah.
Like for example, I'm supportive of Trump's outcomes on the southern border. He was able to
Policy,
hit
silly
like
goose.
what?
That's not a policy, you silly fucking goose.
Executive orders is a form of government policy.
Oh, what executive order did he sign in 2025 that led to a decrease in the documented entry?
Yeah. So, um, for example, his executive order that reinstated the construction of the southern border wall. His executive order
When was
that
that? Hold on, when was that?
that was, I believe, that was within his first week. Within his first week, he also transferred like 110,000 acres from a federal land to the army, which vastly increased the number of resources that they have to defend that
Is the border wall
territory.
being built right now or no?
Are they building it?
Yeah, I'm asking. Yeah,
Has it not resumed yet?
I'm asking you because you said this executive order was signed. So I'm asking you: is the border wall being built right now?
Yeah.
And if you want to talk about the
Yeah.
border wall,
Yeah, it is.
according to who?
I mean, you made me second guess, so I Googled it, and yeah, it is reported by U.S. Customs Border Protection. The border wall construction is actively underway.
Sure. The quote unquote smart wall. This would be a smart. Okay. Okay. Let's say yeah, what you said is true. Whatever. Okay. So the border wall. So then, why did Donald Trump undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have built the border wall to a greater extent that Donald Trump did in his first term under the Biden-Harris administration? Biden and Harris didn't want this to be built. Right. But they would have conceded. And
Yeah, so too easy. Did you watch the State of the Union last year? Trump talked about this.
Sure, I did. And also, one more point here. What Donald Trump did in his first term in terms of the border wall would be a violation of the Constitution, the appropriations clause. So I don't support that.
It doesn't surprise me at all. You guys hate the southern border, so you
I
asked
support
why
violating the law.
you asked
So I brought up 2 points. Why did Donald Trump undermine a bipartisan border bill that would have built the wall and stop undocumented entry to a greater extent in the long term? And then my second point was that in his first term, he violated the appropriations clause in an attempt to build 50 miles of the Mexican-American wall.
Yeah,
which
so
is a
for
violation of the
one,
Constitution.
it would have codified bad immigration policy and made it impossible. Well, hold on. Let me give you a list of reasons. It also was chock full of pork. Even after they removed it from the bill, which it should have never been in there, wild that it was in there to begin with. It had a bunch of Ukraine funding attached, which why do we have to fund Ukraine to secure?
That got passed though, so that got separated, and it also got passed.
And also third, like you guys always say, like, why did he kill the bill? It would have never passed anyways. 9 Democrats voted against it.
No, it literally would have passed. It was bipartisan. Republicans were on board. In fact, what you brought up was Ukraine funding. Yes, Democrats at first thought it wasn't going to pass because of the Ukraine funding. That's why they took it out, put it in a separate bill, and it got passed. But the bipartisan border bill did not get passed. Okay, first off. Second off, it still would have built the wall. Democrats conceded to Republicans on that. It would have built it to a greater extent. Donald Trump undermined this. You're not telling me why he did this. If his goal is to build the wall and stop undocumented entry to a greater extent, this bill would have done that. And then I want you to the second point that what he did in his first term of the border wall funding was a violation of the Constitution.
Yeah, so part of codifying, for one, and the reason why I asked you if you listen to the State of the Union is because it was a complete fallacy that we ever needed anything passed through legislation to solve the issue at the southern border. It's also that's an outdated talking point. You know, you guys could have that talking point in 2024 when the border was still shit and people were coming over and you were like, oh, we need the border bill. But you can't say the same thing now after we watched Trump completely solve the issue through executive order only. The same thing that Biden could have done, and Biden actually did do once it became problematic for his re-election campaign. He actually started
once the bipartisan border bill failed
in July of 2024.
Hold on, you're misrepresenting. Once the border bill failed is when he started doing the executive order because he knew
he should have done that before.
Republicans didn't want to work. No, because they wanted to do long-term solutions.
What happens after Donald Trump?
Hold on. What happens after Donald Trump is in office, right? And the Democrat goes into office and they repeal all of their executive orders. What happens then?
Exactly. If a Democrat comes into office and starts repealing all this good border policy, we're going to have a problem at the southern border. So we
You
should
haven't given me any border
avoid a
policy.
Democrat ever getting elected again into the executive
given me
office
any
because
border
they're going to
policy.
repeal all this good border policy.
What? Name me one good border policy.
I just started listing them off to you earlier.
You gave me one, and that was the border
Trump
wall.
No.
You gave me one.
Okay,
that was
then
the border wall, and
dude,
Democrats were willing to do that.
right now. I'll list you off 10 right
Let's
now.
start 10. Go ahead.
So, started reinstated border wall construction, transferred all that federal land, like 110,000 acres from to the Army. He also started he gave ICE the largest budget in U.S. history. He passed the Lake and Riley Act. He also
that's not in the second term. Try again.
The Lake and Riley Act wasn't in
policies in the second term.
Yeah, the Lake and Riley Act was in the second term. Are you serious?
Was it not? I swear to God, it was in his first term.
Nope, second term, March of 2025.
You could be right. I could be wrong.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So
the Lake and Riley Act. Sure, let's talk about that. So why do you like the Lake and Riley?
Hold on, I got 5 more for you. You said he had no policy.
You got 6 more. So far we had border wall, federal land, ICE, and Lake.
Border law, federal land, ICE budget, Lake and Riley Act. Sure. Okay, that's 4. So he also threatened tariffs on Mexico, forced him to send 10 to 15,000 troops to the southern border.
Sure.
He canceled the CBP-1 app.
Started. How so? In the executive order?
He stopped. Yeah, he stopped the CBP-1 app from being an avenue for people to apply for asylum. This greatly decreased the amount of people at the southern border. He increased the number of border patrol officers. He also started going after mass deportations. We got 700,000 forced deportations in 2025 alone. If you count self-deportations, well, I'll just make that my 9th
3 more. Yeah, you got 3 more.
I'll make that my 9th point. I'm on 9 right now.
You're on 3. You have.
I've been raising my fingers up every time.
Border wall, federal land, ICE, the Lake and Riley Act, tariff, CBP-1 app, border patrol officers, and mass deportation. You're on 8. 2, 4, 6, 8.
Mass deportations?
That's your 8th. So give me 2 more.
Okay, yeah, I'm on 9. Yeah, that's what I said. I'm on 9. 9th one was he enacted a policy for people to self-deport, which is in turn accounted for an estimated, what was it, 1.5 thousand
give me the statistics
deportations?
Tell me the name of the policy.
Crap, I lost my train of thought on the 10th one. What was the 10th one?
You tell me. Okay, let's just go through these 9.
Okay, I guess I only have 9 for now. Dude, I had a 10th one. What the hell? Okay, whatever. 9's cool.
Yeah, let's just go through these 9. Mass deportation. What do you like about mass deportation?
What do I like about mass deportation?
Yeah, name one benefit to the average American of mass deportation policy.
Illegal immigrants being in our country is very expensive, and on average, it costs us $150 billion net to the taxpayer through them, according to Center of Immigration Studies, Manhattan Institute, Federation of American Immigration Reform.
How do they count? Do they count their children?
Hold on.
Is it households?
They occur. I'm about to tell you how they incur these costs. They incur these costs through education. It's $18,000 per year per kid that goes into our education system.
Are they American citizens?
We don't discriminate based on your immigration status for going to public school.
Are the statistics counting American citizens? Yes,
I'd assume that students or children of undocumented immigrants, even if they were
if they're born here, they're American citizens, right? So those statistics would be counting for American citizens. So already those statistics are wrong. We're looking for undocumented immigrants.
Just throw them out the window, right? Yeah, just throw them out the window.
Because hold on, are we counting undocumented immigrants or citizens? Who are we counting?
It's the cost of illegal immigration in America.
Oh, perfect.
It's costs incurred through illegal immigration. For example,
undocumented immigrants.
If 2 illegal immigrants come over here and have 20 kids, that's going to be very expensive for the taxpayer, right?
And if those 20 kids grow up, they're going to be paying hundreds of thousands of dollars in taxes eventually, right? If they live like the average span.
Well, if you look at the Center of Immigration Studies, it accounts for all that.
No, it doesn't. What?
Yes, it does.
I've looked at the study. No, it does not.
No. Okay, well then I could quote you the exact study. Center of Immigration Studies.
Hold on. You're saying the Center for Immigration Studies actually cites how much these
Lifetime
kids will, like,
costs.
how much
Yes,
they
lifetime
would
costs per
contribute?
illegal immigrant. Yes, lifetime
No, the
costs per
cost, or
illegal
what they
immigrant.
could what the citizen would contribute.
Net cost. Net
No,
cost.
okay, does it account for what the child would contribute?
Yes, dude. Listen to what I'm
Okay,
telling you.
so hold on. The Center for hold on. So the Center for Immigration accounts for once the child, the American citizen of undocumented immigrants, once they grow up, it accounts for how much they pay in taxes.
Correct.
Okay, give me the source.
Center of Immigration
What's the
Studies.
title?
I'll give you the exact number too.
No,
I know
what's
this
the
off the
title?
top of my
I just need the
head.
title.
$88,000
I just
to
needed the title. I need the title. I need the
$220,000.
title. What's the title? Because that's bullshit. They don't account for
Just
that.
look this up with
I've
me.
looked at this source before. What's
This
the
is
title?
what I'm looking up, and it's going to get you right to the source. 88,000 to 240 or 220,000, if I remember right, per illegal immigrant. Lifetime costs. Center of Immigration Study. Okay, is this it?
Immigration impacts on public. Which one is it? The cost of illegal immigration to taxpayers. House Committee on the Budget.gov. Cato Institute, because I know the Cato Institute, far right organization.
we can
they
talk
don't
about
account for
the
that, so don't even
far
cite
right.
the Cato
The Cato Institute is not far right. It's a libertarian think tank that's very pro-immigration. It's not far right. Cato, you just call Cato far right?
Is it Cato? What is it?
I've never heard anyone call Cato far right before. That's crazy.
They typically lean on the right.
Oh no, okay, so now they're leaning right. No, they're a libertarian think tank. They
lean right.
Okay, anyone can Google that.
Yes, and I did Google that. And I said far right, they lean right. Yes, that was my mistake. They lean right. But if you cite the Cato Institute, I've read what the Cato Institute says, right? So that doesn't account for what the child would pay in taxes for the 80 years that they're alive, right? I've read the House Committee on the Budget. That doesn't account for either, right? So if you want to give me something I haven't read, because everything I have read doesn't account for that.
Okay, here's one. They come out with a new report every year. Here's one that they prepared for the House Judiciary Committee.
Sure, what's the title?
The cost of illegal immigration to taxpayers. Let's see what they say on this one. It's going to be somewhere around that number.
January 11, 2024.
Let me scroll back up. January 11, 2024. Yep.
Okay. The cost of illegal immigration. What does this prove? Which page do you want me to look at?
Let's scroll to where they say, okay, using the National Academy's estimate of immigrants' net fiscal impact by education level, we estimate that the lifetime fiscal drain
which page is this?
This is on page 2, key point. This is just a summary of their findings so far. But right here, the first thing that stuck out at me was using the National Academy's estimate of immigrants' net fiscal impact by education level. We estimate that the lifetime fiscal drain for each illegal immigrant is about $68,000, although this estimate comes with some caveats. Illegal immigrants,
including their citizens. That's my point.
Illegal immigrants make extensive use of welfare. Based on government data, we estimate that 59% of households headed by illegal immigrants use one or more.
Hold on, pause right there. Households. Hold on. I've looked at all this data. And I wanted you to read this for exactly this point. That 59% includes households, which includes citizens within those households. A, B, and also references as non-citizens. They're getting this from a different study that cites this 59% that says non-citizens. Green card holders, those are non-citizens. Those are counted in that 59%. So already, this isn't just about undocumented immigrants. It's about everyone.
No.
Then who are they citing? Then where do they get that 59% from?
Hold on, read that bullet point back to me. You didn't finish reading it.
Yeah, so it says illegal immigrants make an estimated welfare based on the government data. We estimate that 59%
illegal immigrants,
households,
not legal immigrants.
Households.
Green card holders would be legal.
They're saying undocumented immigrants' households that are headed by undocumented immigrants,
but
they're still citizens living within those households. And they're also citing this from a different study that says
you're trying to discredit the study.
non-citizens.
You're trying to discredit the study by saying there might be someone legal in that household.
No, that's literally what the study that they're citing says.
Dude, no,
that's what
that's taking that seriously.
That's what the study says. Have you even taken a look at the study?
Yeah, it's been a while since I read it, and I didn't read the 2024 one. I read the 2023 one. But dude, that is the most ridiculous thing I think
give
I've
you a
ever
source.
heard. The most ridiculous argument I've ever heard is there
I
might
can
be
give you a
there might
source.
be a green card holder in that household.
Okay, I can give you a source.
Therefore, the
Hold on.
All
I can give you a
you're
source.
right.
And
You're right. Let's throw this study out the window
I'll pull this up
because
for the
there might
screen for
be a
you.
green card holder in the house.
I'll put this up on the screen for you. So right here. So
That's
this
funny.
is what they're citing. Center for Immigration Studies, okay? So I searched up this welfare use by immigrants, right? And this is what they're citing. The 59%. That is what they're citing. This is what they're citing. The rate is 59% for non-citizen households. This is the exact study that they are citing. The rate is 59% for non-citizen households, e.g.
Okay, no, that's
green
not what.
card
No,
holders
no, that's
and
a
illegal
difference,
immigrants.
brother.
So
That's a difference.
hold on.
No.
This
You're not going to make that
59%,
correlation
this
just because the
59%,
number
hold on.
matches. No.
This 50, I've read both of these articles. This 59% is cited from this one that cites both green card holders and illegal immigrants. And then it talks about this one. It talks about compared both household headed by U.S.-born immigrants headed households. It's have a high use of food programs, right? In Medicaid, whatever, it gives you all
Okay, and
that.
that number's wrong from the study we're looking at too.
This is what they're citing.
Okay, but it says 39% here and 36% there. So
Yeah,
maybe they're not.
39% is right here.
That's very likely they could
This is
not
the
be
39% here. You got to keep track. 39% is here.
Yeah, but right above
Keep
that,
track.
that says
This is what
54%.
you don't even realize. This
No, dude, hold on. You're trying to
this
confuse the
article,
audience right
this is
now
citing
because
this.
no. I see right through what you're trying to do.
Okay,
They make
what
very
am I
clear
trying to do?
distinctions in the verbiage. They in the,
Buddy,
in
hold
the
on,
study
hold on.
that I just gave
There's
you.
distinction. Hold on.
The
Hold on.
verbiage was
Compared
exactly
to the 39% headed by U.S. born, compared to the 39% from U.S. born households, and then it also cites the 59%
but that's saying
of
54
households
versus
headed by
59.
illegal immigrants.
Hold on, that's
right?
saying
And then
54
it also
versus
says
59.
59% of non-citizen households. Okay, this is just
Which,
misrepresenting the
by
data.
the way, the only thing that you would possibly be winning here is the fact that green card holders are also a net fiscal drain. By the way,
No,
that's
they're
what you're
not a
arguing
net fiscal
for.
drain.
But
This just
hold
accounts
on.
for non-citizens. They're non-citizens. Anyone who isn't a citizen or doesn't have citizenship
No, this study
is
used
accounted
the
in this
exact
59%.
verbiage: illegal
The same
immigrants.
with this.
Illegal
with this.
immigrants.
The
You're
same
trying to
with this.
cross-reference studies because they have similar numbers. You can't do that. Okay, well then show me in that study that it referenced the other study, the
This
previous
study
one.
is using this
It's
data.
from a whole different year. What's that year from?
Yeah.
What year is that? What year is that from? 2023. This is a 2024 study. You're trying to cross-reference to a
Can you read this
2023
for me?
just because the numbers
Can
are
you
similar.
read this for me?
You're being disingenuous.
Can you read this for me?
Oh, it's 2022 actually.
All of this.
It's even earlier.
All of this. Right?
Hold on. This study was very clear, and you can put it back on your screen. They use the verbiage illegal
So this also cites,
immigrants.
by the way, this also cites 2022
illegal
right there.
immigrants.
It cites 2022 and then 2021. It also cites 2023, right? So if you want to say that, like, this report was published on 2024, but if you even read through this report, right? You haven't read through either of these reports. Okay, you haven't read through this. You haven't read this. You haven't read this. You haven't read this. You haven't read any of these.
Now
actual
you're trying to
articles.
spiral into. I haven't read every aspect of it. I told you I read the
Because
2023
I
report,
have read
and
these,
we can
and
look
I
at the
know that they
2024.
cite these.
Bullshit! You didn't.
Okay,
you
prove
were
that
actively-
this data is 2024. Prove it. Prove that this data right here.
No, I'm
is
just saying.
2024
I'm
data.
telling you to
Oh,
go
now
through.
you can't prove
go
it.
through
All
this
of a sudden,
and
now you
argue,
can't prove it.
Go through this and argue instead of trying to obfuscate the verbiage with another
Is this
report to try
2024
to try
data?
to
Yes or no?
discredit it.
Is this right here 2024 data? Yes or no?
Is what part?
This one.
Illegal. I can't even read that. Illegal immigrants make extensive use of welfare.
Is that 2024 data?
I can Google it for you. You don't have access to Google?
You're the one who made the claim. This is 2024 and mine was 2022. Therefore, my
No, I'm trying
my
to just get you to
cross-referencing
stay
is
on
wrong.
topic. You're crashing.
We're staying on topic,
Dude, you're
you
crashing.
dumbass.
You're
The rate
crashing.
is 59% for non-citizens.
You're crashing because
You-
you don't
I'm
want to
crashing
take the
too.
source at face value because it breaks down your
because I want to
worldview.
look into what your source says. If the 59% is referencing people
Look,
other than undocumented immigrants, that source is wrong.
where are you getting at with this? Do you think net illegal immigrants are a net positive?
Can you tell me, is this 2024 data or what year data is it?
Dude, it could be 2023, 2022.
Oh, so all of a sudden now you don't know. Got it.
Dude, you're trying to pick
you were
split
critiquing
hairs.
me.
You're trying to
critiquing
split
me. Okay,
hairs
so then
when I'm
hold on.
trying
Why
to
were
get
you
you
splitting hairs? Why were you splitting hairs saying it's
I'm trying to get you to look at the big picture that illegal immigration is very expensive.
No,
and you're splitting hairs
you're
of
saying,
this has got this report has got a minor issue.
Yes, it does have issues, which make it wrong. That 59% cites non-citizens, which includes green card holders, which includes anyone that is not a citizen, is included in that. And also, I've read this study, and I told you that I read this study. This study does not account for when the child grows up and when and how much they'll pay into taxes. They don't account for that. So when you're referencing education and the citizens that are born here from undocumented immigrants, and you want to count that the education costs, I'll grant it to you only if you can find me a source that counts into the fact that these citizens will contribute and how much will they contribute. The point is there is no source that gets that into account. Right? That's why you're wrong, because this
whole study takes taxes paid minus all government services received.
Taxes paid by who? Undocumented immigrants.
Undocumented immigrants.
Taxes paid by the citizen children
throughout their lifetime.
The point of the study was to prove that the citizens and the children, let's say a 5-year-old that grows up to be 18, that goes through school, that gets paid from a citizen, a child of citizen of an undocumented immigrant, you need to prove that that is accounted for, that the future taxes that they pay are accounted for. The point is, no source that you can provide accounts for that. That's my point. So whenever you say, okay, you want to count in citizens, children's citizens, and how much they cost for education, sure, I'll grant that to you, only if you account how much they'll pay into taxes because they got a good job, because they got that education. But no source does that. That was my point with this. And then you brought up a different point of the 59%, which is also completely wrong because it accounts for non-citizens.
Brother, even if we take the citizen children out, let's just say their parents, it's a net drain as well.
According to who?
According to the same study. You knock off on average $10,000 a year of the net drain. Even in your best case scenario, you're arguing that the children are going to offset a 68,000 net fiscal loss.
Yes. Do you know
what? Okay, what evidence do you have of that?
Taxes.
What evidence do you have that they would do that?
How much does the average American pay in taxes in the span of their lifetime? Do you know?
Well, actually, if you look it up, the average American is a net fiscal drain as well.
Can you answer the question?
You're saying, what if they pay as many taxes as the average American? The average American is a net fiscal drain too.
Okay,
you can look that up.
Are you gonna answer my question?
Even if they grow up to be an average American, there's still going to be a fiscal drain that we incurred from illegal immigration. Are you tracking that?
You didn't answer the question. Roughly $500,000 in taxes.
And how much do they cost?
So let's say we.
Why won't you answer that? Why won't you answer anything? You won't answer a single thing.
I don't know that number. I don't know how much.
But do you know? But do you at least know that the average American is a net fiscal drain?
Sure. What's your source?
On that?
Yeah.
Brother, just look at how our taxes are collected.
Trust me, bro.
Okay, let me get you a source that I can't believe I have to get you a source on this. No. Pause. We're gonna pause right here. I'm gonna get you a source because you asked for it. I'm gonna get you a source that the average American a net fiscal drain. It's like something you shouldn't even have to. The bottom 50% of Americans pay less than 1% of the federal taxes. Most of our taxes is paid by the top 1%, and I have to prove to you that they're a fiscal drain? Sure, I'll do it. The fact that I have to is ridiculous.
Well,
I just Googled, is the average American a net fiscal drain? This is an AI overview, but hopefully I don't have to go deeper than that. Source. Yes, the average native born American is generally a net fiscal drain over their lifetime as the value of government services and benefits they receive exceeds the taxes that they pay.
I don't use AI overview. I need a source.
Okay.
By the way, I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just asking. You need to lend
No,
us the
you
right
are.
sources.
You literally are. You
When did I say disagree? I just
stop
said
this
prove
whole
it.
conversation to ask for a source.
I just said prove it. I'm sorry that I asked you for a source.
You're already walking it back. That's cool. It's funny.
No, hold on. I never said I disagree, right? All I'm saying is
Okay,
prove
here's
what
a
you
source
said.
for you. The
What's your
majority of
source?
them,
Title?
by the Tax Foundation, the majority
What's
of
the title?
American families,
What's
the
the title?
majority. I'm giving you the title right now, dude. Calm down. I know you're getting cooked, and you've lost all your viewers at
Buddy,
this
you
point.
gave me a wrong source that proved me
Bro,
right. By
all
the
your
way.
viewers disappeared because I'm cooking you. The
No, it's 'cause
title
you're
of
boring
this
as
the
shit.
title of this is the majority of American families receive more in federal spending than they pay in federal taxes. Unreal that I have to go through this with you. Still, cannot believe that.
How much does the average American family receive in benefits?
Okay, so the low, for example, the lowest, if we can read this together, the lowest income families receive an average of $8.13 in federal spending for every $1 that they pay, while the next lowest gets $2.96, and middle income families receive $1.57. Well, meanwhile, it's not until you get to upper income families that are net contributors to the government. Top of the middle class they're finally starting to receive 83 cents back for every dollar that they pay. Oh my God.
How does the tax
oh my
foundation
God.
get this
And now
data?
you're trying to challenge the data. There's no way you're a
Yeah.
serious debater on TikTok. There's no
Wait, hold
way.
on. Challenging the
There's
data
no
is
way.
not a serious debater.
Oh my God. This shouldn't even be something that I had to source for you.
I just want to see how they get the data. It says these findings come out on a new report, the distribution of tax and spending policies. So, I mean, obviously, like the top billionaires and millionaires pay more taxes. I'm not disagreeing with you there. But let's see what this says. Collectively, families in the bottom three income groups, those earnings under 67,000, are net beneficiaries of government spending. This means that as a group, the majority of Americans' family receive more back in government spending than they pay in the federal taxes of all kinds. Okay, they didn't cite anyone. The lowest income family, blah blah blah. You read that. Middle income families, blah 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 blah. Okay, they didn't. Okay, they cited their own source. Interesting.
Can we agree that the average American is a net fiscal drain?
Let's say I granted to you for the sake of the argument. Sure.
You're embarrassing yourself.
Let's just say I granted you for the sake of the argument, but like.
No, we're gonna grant it as a
I'll
fact
keep that.
because it's a literal fact. I don't care what you think it is. It's a
I
fact.
mean, this source that you like provided me. Have you even like?
Okay,
taken
you
a
want
look at these
another one?
graphs?
You want another source?
I mean, I'm on the taxfoundation.org. Have you?
I'll give
taken
you.
a look
I'll
at
give
any
you
of these
another
graphs?
source. Are we gonna get anywhere in this?
It also talks about medium incomes vary greatly by education. No high school diploma, 24,000. High school graduate, 38,000. Median income, 50,000. Bachelor's degree, 75,000. Professional degree, 119,000. Right. So I'm just seeing where this data is coming from. I like to question data. That's the thing about me. I don't take data on face value the same way as if I took the 59% that you gave me on face value, that would have been completely incorrect. Because it counts for non-citizens, right? That's why I take a look at, I do a deep dive in the data. So I'm looking at this. But let's say I granted you, right? Let's say it is a fact, whatever. What's your point?
My
Does
point
it prove
is,
me wrong?
my point, it does. Dude, are you
Does that prove me
tracking
wrong
with
that
me?
undocumented immigrants are going to pay like $500,000 in
Because
taxes
you're
in
saying,
the span of their lifetime?
because I'm
And
telling
the
you,
point was that your sources don't account for the $500,000 that individual would pay in their lifetime. That your source doesn't account for that.
shout out for the roses. So what I'm telling you is you're saying, oh, what if these undocumented immigrants' children grow up to be the average American? And then I tell you, well, they would still be a net freaking drain because the average American's a net drain.
Yeah, so that there's no
So that
you can't, that's
disproves your
correlation
point.
causation.
That disproves
you're
your
saying,
rebuttal.
You're saying
Your-
because
your
the average
rebuttal.
American are a net fiscal drain, these immigrants are going to be a net fiscal drain also.
Yes,
That's correlation
it is.
causation.
No, what are you okay, can you define a correlation causation
You are
fallacy?
saying that you were literally saying
No, define that
because
fallacy. 'Cause
you are
just
literally
misused
saying
that fallacy
you are literally
too.
saying
This can't
you
be
are
real. Define a causation correlation fallacy. Define that.
you didn't even say it right.
Causation correlation fallacy. Define what that means because you just
You didn't
misused
say
it.
it right either. Correlation causation.
Okay, define it.
You're saying because these people, these American citizens, on average, are a quote unquote net fiscal drain. That means that these U.S. citizens from undocumented immigrants are also going to be a net fiscal drain because they are. Right. It's in the name.
No. What I'm saying is, you're saying that these kids can grow up to be the average American and be a net positive to the economy and to the taxpayer, right?
No, that's not the claim that I made. Right
Yeah, it was. It was
the claim that I made, the claim that
But
I've
now
been
you're
making,
gonna walk it back.
the
Yeah.
claim. Can you play it back? Go ahead. But the claim that I've been making is your source doesn't account for that. I never made.
I'm
Whether or
saying
not there. Hold on.
we can
Can
use
you agree?
deductive reasoning
Can
and
you agree?
say that
Hold on. Can you agree that I never made a positive or a negative claim on whether or not they're a benefit or like a net drain? I've never said that. I've never said if they are or aren't. You can agree to that. I've never said that.
I'm
I've
pretty sure
tested
that's
your
what we've
logic.
been arguing this
I've
entire time is that they're a net
I'm
fiscal
arguing with
drain.
your logic, but I've never made a affirmative claim. What I'm saying is your sources don't account for that. Your sources don't account for the
But even if I
$500,000
grant you
they
that,
pay
which
in
is what I'm
taxes.
doing right now, look, dude.
So then
even if
your sources are wrong.
even if
And
I
that was the whole
grant,
point. You
look,
wanted to bring up a source that would have proved me wrong about
what's your
education.
name, Jeremiah?
And you said that those sources,
Jeremiah,
those sources would have included the $500,000 that they spend. You were wrong.
Jeremiah. Even what I'm trying to get across to you is, even if I grant you that these people
you're wrong,
grow up
and you
to
can
be
see.
the average American, even if I grant
No, that's not what you're granting me. You're granting me that your
they're going
source
to
is
be a
wrong
net fiscal
because
drain as
but
a
you made the
result of
claim.
illegal immigration.
You made the claim that your source that accounts for education of citizens also account for the $500,000 that they pay in taxes.
No, I
throughout the
didn't.
span of
That's the
their
whole reason
lifetime.
why we're arguing this right now. Why would we be arguing this if I said you could just read that in that report? Now you're just lying. Why that? What are you talking about? Why would we be arguing this if I said that the report accounted for that?
Because I asked you.
I would just tell you to look in the report.
Hold on. I asked you, does the source that you are citing, does that account for what they'll pay in their lifetime? Right?
I said no. That's why we got on this topic. That's why we're talking.
You're gaslighting me.
No, you're either being super disingenuous or having an insane brain fart right now. The whole reason we're debating if an American is a net negative on the American taxpayer is because the report didn't account for it. That's the whole reason why we're talking about this right now. Or else I would have just said, go look in the report where it says it counts for this.
Okay, so then
brother, you're so cooked that your brain is actually fried.
Okay, so then you answered.
You're not even remembering why we're debating.
So then you misunderstood the question I asked you and what I asked you to provide a source.
No, I think you're misunderstanding everything that's happening.
Let's just clarify. I asked you to provide a source that accounts for what these citizen children cost in terms of education.
And what did I say back to you?
Is that yes? Is that what I asked you?
And what did I say back to you?
And then I asked you, does your source also include what they'll be paying into cost in terms of education? And what did your source also include? Yes. Then you gave me the source, and the source had nothing to do with it.
No. Okay, when you asked me that, I said no. Are you assuming that would make a difference? And that's how we got into that line of reasoning.
That's not what you said.
I said, would that make a difference if it did account for that? And because you're trying to discredit that. I said that it at most, if you're going to argue that they would be a net positive, what would it be, a $10,000 deviation from what the report came to of a net fiscal drain? And you're like, oh, it'd probably be a lot more. I was like, where do you get that from? Because even if they grow up to be the average American, they're going to cost more money to the American taxpayer. No, bro,
There's no way you're a real debater. There's no way you're a real. You know this is on YouTube. I can play it back.
Oh, perfect, dude. Clip it up and send it to me because
I'll just post it on YouTube, right? I'll post it on YouTube. Where you said
I don't think you're gonna post this at all. Okay. What's your 100%. YouTube channel? Because I actually want to show people I know this debate.
Link tree in the bio.
And you're gonna post this?
Yeah, the entire debate where I cooked you. Yes.
Dude, you cooked me, brother. Your whole audience left.
Because you're boring.
Oh, holy crap. And I'm getting more coins than you. I mean, if that's a something to tell you, look at this, dude.
He's in the chat for Izzy. You know I get like 60% of that.
Hey, coins.
How's it going, man?
Let's have our immigration debate, bro. You've been running.
I've been running. No, I haven't been running. Are you a patriot, Creed? Are you a patriot?
I am a fucking patriot.
You are a fucking patriot. You agree that the Constitution is a core American value, right?
I agree with that shit right there, yes, sir.
Fuck the Constitution. You're a fucking patriot, Creed, right?
I'm a fucking patriot. Yeah,
Would you ever
yeah.
support Trump if he violated clauses and amendments of the Constitution?
He didn't actually. So
If he did, hypothetically, if he did.
hypothetically, if Trump violated the Constitution, would I still support him? Yes.
You're not a patriot, then.
You're
You
not
don't
a patriot.
uphold the laws.
I'm a fucking
Hold on.
patriot.
Hold on. You said you're a
What's
patriot.
up?
You said, hold on. You said you're a patriot. You like the Constitution. If you do not uphold the Constitution, which are the laws and the things that keep us together as a country, then you are not a patriot, sir. You are a traitor.
Do you agree that some parts of the Constitution should and have been altered?
Oh, sure. But
Yeah,
they
laws
only
change all
get
the time.
altered.
However-
Hold on. It should be followed until they are amended. You would agree with that, right? Otherwise, it's a violation of the Constitution. Well, let's say I grant it to you. I want to go through all the things he's violated, and I want to see the justification for it. Yes, and if there's a justification, I'll scrap it. Yes.
All right, man. Let's hear it.
So, were you here
heard all
to
of these,
listen?
by the way.
Have you heard to the first two clauses that I mentioned? Or were you not here for those?
Listen, I was.
Oh, it's okay. I don't mind restating this. For the people who have been here for a while, like 10 minutes, you guys are going to hear this again, but it's going to be quicker. Do you know what the appropriations clause is?
Yes.
Cool. What is it?
I'm not your Google, bro.
Okay.
I know what it is. So how did he violate it?
Gavin, hold on. Give me. If you don't know what it is,
No,
that's
I know
fine.
what it is. How did he violate? No, how did he violate
No,
it though?
but I want to do it for the chat because the chat might not know what it is. So I'm just asking you if you know. If you don't know it, that's fine. Completely fine. I didn't know this. Right. Previously, I didn't know this. The appropriations clause.
You didn't know a lot of things, bro.
I didn't.
You
Right.
know,
But I educated myself. Yes.
I
want to talk
have a
about something
question.
else with you too, but I'm not going to be able to. So
Hold on. Can I ask something?
Go ahead.
So, have you educated yourself on your abortion debates?
I don't really debate abortion anymore.
Oh, you don't? So what if somebody comes up here and says that they're only a Trump fan because of abortion? You just be like, oh, cool, and then move on?
Yeah, I move on, yeah. Or I talk about the financial reasons. If you want to decrease abortions, you want progressive
Bro,
policies.
you told me that you would educate yourself on abortion, bro. I'm disappointed.
I did educate myself, right? But I don't debate abortion typically anymore. But can I go back? So the appropriations clause, for chat who doesn't know, basically Congress has control of the purse. That is what it is. That is what the Constitution says. How did Trump violate this, you might be asking? Donald Trump, in his first term, moved money from the military budget to fund the Mexican-American border wall. When Congress had denied this, Congress, who has the power of the purse, denied this money going to the Mexican-American wall. That is a clear violation of the appropriations clause. That's according to the Brennan Center for Justice as well.
Everyone's saying this is Phil, by the way.
Hey, can we
Gavin,
refrain from saying the P word, please, bro?
Gavin,
Can we
don't-
refrain?
I genuinely want to have a
Oh my
debate.
God.
Gavin, I genuinely want to have a debate.
Can we refrain
yeah,
from saying
hold on.
the P word, bro?
Creed. No, I genuinely want to have this debate with you. Gavin?
Yes, and I'm here, bro.
Chat, please chill on the Phil, because I genuinely want to have a debate with Creed.
Can we refrain, bro? Can we please refrain? Can we
Yeah,
refrain? Can we
Creed.
say the P word, bro?
So you can chat refrain from the chat. You guys can spam Creed. You guys can hit that follow button, repost the live, share the live, do all the wonderful things. If you're underneath, hit that thumbs up, hit that subscribe. You guys can gift Gavin and give me, but refrain from using the P word.
Bro. Can we
Okay, I'll stop grifting. I'll stop Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, link to the bio, Facebook as well.
All right, you're such a grifter.
Anyways, Gavin.
Do you know what
Gavin,
grifting is? You know
Gavin.
grifting should be.
I'm a grifter.
Hey, grifting should be illegal, by the way.
Sure. So can you agree he violated the appropriations clause?
I cannot agree with that. No.
I presented you with the evidence and the source.
You
Why
did
do
not.
disagree?
You did not present me with any evidence. Because Trump, absolutely did not do that.
The Brennan Center for Justice. The Brennan Center for Justice.
Do you have any
says-
other sources than that? Because I don't trust that source.
Why don't you trust that source?
Because I, do my, news and sources on better trusted, sources. Give
What's wrong
me
with this source.
that source. I just don't trust. I don't see
Why?
it being a credible source because
Why is it not
they're probably
credible?
because they're probably against Trump and they just want to see
Probably
his downfall.
against Trump. No, this is bipartisan, independent.
Would you say Fox is on
nonpartisan,
Trump?
sorry.
Would you say that Fox is on Trump's side? And it's
Fox
not a
is
credible
entertainment.
source.
Fox Entertainment. They're entertainment.
Okay, yeah. See, exactly. No, it's actually not called Fox.
Fox is Fox is classified as entertainment, but that's a pivot away from
Fox
the
News,
actual
bro.
point. I presented you with the evidence. Why do you disagree with the evidence?
Well, I don't think that happened. Plus, what, Kevin?
No, go ahead. Sorry,
Oh,
was muted.
Oh, I thought I heard somebody say something.
yeah, that was my video. Go ahead, play. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just don't think that happened, and I mean, if it did, all well. I mean, the border needs to be built.
That's okay. You said there was some justification for these things. Good. Let's say he did do this, which he did. There's facts and evidence.
If he did,
Now you're saying it's justified. If he did do this, it's justified because the wall had to be built.
Hypothetically, yeah. If hypothetically, if he did
That's
do
where
this,
that's
then
where
it's
this comes in.
All
Donald Trump only built 50 miles of the wall. That did absolutely nothing, meaning that is not a good justification. Meaning, hypothetically, if he did do this, you saying that we needed to build the wall, that's not a good enough reason because he didn't build it.
I think 50 miles is a lot of miles. You know how many, like, bro, I think
across the whole American-Mexican border, that's nothing.
I think it's a pretty good decent.
It did nothing.
Okay, wait, is it better than nothing? Is 50 miles better than nothing?
If you're gonna argue it's 50 more than 0, yes, but that's still not a justification.
Exactly,
that's like saying,
bro.
would it have been justified if he built 1 mile or half a mile for him to violate
how much money exactly did he get from this?
Billions.
How many billions does it cost to build 50 miles of a wall?
Yeah, I can provide you the exact. Hold on, give me a second.
Okay. Yeah, let's pull up the exact amount. And pull up
6.5 billion.
Okay, so that's actually great progress. If he built 50 miles with you said a couple billion?
Yeah, 6.5 billion. That's according to Brennan.
Wait, did you say million or billion?
Billion. 6.5 billion.
All right, and how much would it cost? To build 50 miles?
No idea.
Probably around billions, bro. So like,
cool.
He spent all the money.
I never disagreed with him.
He spent all of the money on the wall. It's not like he like put the money in his pocket, bro. He's not.
I never claimed that. But the point is here, you agree we have checks and balances, right? For a reason, right?
Yeah, bro.
The appropriations clause is there for a specific reason. Checks and balances. Okay, if Donald Trump does not get approval of Congress, or if Joe Biden did this, if Joe Biden
did this, I would be in support of it, honestly, of him going against that.
But the point is, you shouldn't be in support if Joe Biden did this because they're degrading checks and balances. They're violating checks and balances.
I don't even care, honestly. That's why I like Trump.
Sure. Listen, how about do you know what the election clause is?
Yes.
Gives the states the power for chat, not for you, because I know you know what it is. It gives the states the power
I actually know this point because Dean ran this point against me, bro. And actually,
I've never heard Dean run this point. What?
Dean, or maybe not Dean, Erica. Somebody. I went on somebody's live and they ran something about Trump's something. His like
fake electoral plot.
No, I don't remember his name, but somebody came out and said
Mike
something.
Pence.
What?
Mike Pence.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. And said something about
How about I just play you the clip?
Yeah, play me the clip. I don't remember all of it.
Of the indictment, I want.
Oh shit, you got that on standby.
I had no right to overturn the election.
Oh, and Trump wanted it. Yeah.
But on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution.
Yes, bro. Yes. And
VP, hold on. Former Vice President Mike Pence said, and I quote, "On that day, January 6th, Donald Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution." That is a violation of the elections clause.
Nope. You said Trump wanted me to.
No, that's what he said. Hold on.
Let's hear it again.
The election. And then on that day, President Trump asked me to put him over the Constitution.
President Trump asked him to put him over the Constitution.
Okay, and he didn't do it, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah,
bro.
Mike Pence didn't do this. But hold on. But the point is, it's still a violation of the elections clause because the governors did not consent to the electoral slates.
Trump wasn't the president January 6th, bro.
2020? 2020, hold on. 2021? Trump?
Yeah, bro. Trump wasn't the president whenever that happened.
In 2021, January 6th?
Was he? I don't remember anymore.
Joe Biden was inaugurated mid-January, January 21, 21, one of those. Chat, holy fumble. January 20, right? That's inauguration day, right, chat? I think it's 20, 21, 20?
Trump was in office when, I can't remember. Yes. Was he in office when January 6th?
No, I can assure you, Joe Biden got inaugurated. Got inaugurated in January 20.
I think you're right. But this happened, I don't remember anymore, honestly. It's been a long time.
Yeah, January 20. I was right. Yeah, January 20. Joe Biden was president January 20, 2021, right? This was January 6. Mike Pence said Donald Trump asked him to put him over the Constitution because Donald Trump violated the elections clause by sending fake electoral slates to 7 key swing states. You said you were a patriot, Creed. You said you support the Constitution.
I'm a fucking
You're a patriot, but you support Donald Trump violating the appropriations clause. You support Donald Trump violating the elections clause.
I
the
do support
declare
it.
war clause, the
You're a
care clause, the
patriot.
taxation clause, the First Amendment, Second
This
Amendment,
is a whole
Fourth
bunch of
Amendment.
nonsense.
I just proved two. I proved two how. Hold on, Mike Pence isn't even a liberal. He's not a leftist.
Bro.
Mike Pence isn't a leftist. Mike Pence is a Republican. He's a conservative.
Okay, and like, dude,
And
Trump
a
wanted-
Republican said that Donald Trump told him to put him over the Constitution. That is a
good.
violation.
That's a good thing, bro. I don't care about violations. Everyone violates stuff. I don't care.
Then why would you say if Donald Trump doesn't if Donald Trump violated the Constitution, you would no longer support him?
Well, I never even said that. Actually, you can
You did.
replay the clip. I never said if Trump.
hypothetically.
No. Yeah, and he hasn't. And even if honestly,
I
I
just
might.
showed you.
I'm gonna step back on that statement because if Trump violated the Constitution, to be fair, I don't really care.
So then you're not a patriot. You retract your statement of saying you're a patriot.
Actually, no, I'm a fucking patriot, bro.
If you were a fucking patriot, quote unquote, you would support the
wait.
Constitution. You would defend the Constitution.
People
People die for that document. Hold on, Creed. You realize people die for that document.
Okay, bro. Like,
and you don't care about it. You don't
I do
care
care,
if
bro.
the document that people die for.
the same
You don't care if the
document that should
document
be
that people died for gets violated by one single man.
Do you think that the Constitution is aged?
What do you mean by aged?
I think honestly the Constitution should be like
Amended?
I think that I don't know, man. I think
I
there's
can
a
agree
lot
with you.
of
I think the
stuff that-
Constitution needs to be amended in some aspects. Absolutely.
I think.
But how do we do that?
a lot more.
2/3 by Congress. 2/3 of Congress. That's how we do it.
Hey, bro, I came up
Not
here for-
one single man violating
bro.
checks and balances.
My Lakers game is about to come on in 7 minutes, so we kind of got to hurry this up, right? But I came up here for a what's it called? Oh yeah, immigration debate. Because I know you can't do nothing against my immigration debate, bro, and that's why you wanted to run to this, bro.
Yeah, go ahead, take it away. What do you support on immigration, man?
Because it's great for our national security, bro.
How?
Because we'll know who's in this country. Wait, and I don't really want to I don't want to pivot off of that point because I was owning you in that debate there, and this kind of feels like a pivot. I was owning you, dude. I had you on a leash, bro.
You asked me to talk about immigration.
Fuck, I don't
You
know.
have
I don't
7
wanna
minutes.
pivot. No, I don't want to.
You have 7 minutes, right?
Yeah, bro.
We talked a little bit about the appropriations clause and the elections clause. You agreed that he's violating it, but you don't care, right? Now you asked me.
care.
You asked me to debate about immigration because I'm terrified. You have 7 minutes, probably 6 now, 6 or 7 minutes. So let's debate on immigration. You said you support.
No, because I was owning you in that debate, bro. You were getting dog walked.
Name one point you dog walked me on.
Everything, every word that came
Name
out
one.
of my mouth, bro.
You agreed that he violated the appropriations clause.
I
and
never
their
agreed
war-
to that.
and the
Bro,
elections
you're putting
clause.
words in my mouth. I never agreed to that. I never agreed to that. I said
Mike
hypothetically
Pence-
if that was true.
Mike Pence his own words.
Mike Pence is paid by Israel and Netanyahu, bro. I don't care.
Trump is paid by Israel and
No,
Netanyahu.
he's not.
You
No,
moron.
bro. Mike Pence is paid by Netanyahu, bro. I don't
Donald
care.
Trump is paid by Netanyahu. Donald Trump started a war that killed 164 children, 13 U.S. service members. Donald Trump started the
Mike
war
Pence
that
is
rose
paid by
gas prices,
Netanyahu,
rose inflation, decreased the worth of the dollar. Donald Trump started the war on behalf of who? Benjamin Netanyahu on February 27th went to Donald Trump and said,
All right, bro.
start this war for me, do regime change. Donald Trump said, yes, sir, yes, king, and did it on February 28th, launching strikes on Iran. It's bullshit. Don't come over here and say Mike Pence was paid by
Mike Pence was
Israel.
paid by Israel,
Donald
bro.
Trump is paid by Israel. Donald Trump is owned by Israel, not Mike Pence. Mike Pence did the right thing on January 6th. That's why people like you threatened to hang him.
Hey, I never threatened to hang anybody, actually.
People
Anyway, and
like you.
Like this guy in your chat just said, you know nothing, bro. Like Loki, Jeremiah, you need to do some research before
Sure,
you come
debate me on
these live
immigration.
streams.
Stop running.
You need to come on. I have 4 minutes, bro.
Yeah, I can cook you in 4 minutes.
All right, bro. Okay.
Well, you said you supported him. You said you support his
my.
mass deportation. You support his mass deportation policy because of national security.
Yes.
Because we know who's in here. You can know who's in here by mass amnesty. Mass amnesty. People come forward. The ones who don't, you deport them. Bam. My policy is better because mass amnesty doesn't harm the economy. Mass deportation does. In both scenarios, you get to know who's in here, and in both scenarios, people get deported. Therefore, mine is better. You're cooked.
So let me respond to this absolutely repulsive point that you took from Dean Withers, and I own Dean Withers on this point also. Right. So, mass amnesty. Why should we be privileging people who broke the law coming into the country? Oh, well, Trump's a 34 count felon, bro. I don't care. I don't care. That's irrelevant to the conversation.
No, that's fine. That's fine. No, I wasn't gonna bring up Trump, but go ahead. Is that your rebuttal? What's your rebuttal?
My rebuttal is why should we privilege people who came into the country committing a crime? It's a what's it called?
Not at all. I think we should punish them.
Oh shit! Oh no! You know what? This is the point I ran on, Dean. I just remembered this shit. You know what? I will agree with you, bro. Let's run mass amnesty. I agree. Let's run it, bro. But then after we run mass amnesty, bro, everyone who gets mass amnestied gets thrown in prison.
No,
how do you like
I
the
don't
sound of
agree.
that?
So the reason why I disagree is I don't think they should be thrown in prison. I think what they should
then we
do.
disagree.
Hold on. I think you're gonna like this even better because you agree we have to pay. You agree we have to pay with prisons, right? You agree.
Oh
Our taxation funds it, right? Right. And you don't want people who broke the law you don't want money to be given to them. How about they give money to us? How about the people?
Oh hell yeah, bro! This sounds great, bro.
Right.
Where's this going?
Creed, give me a second. How about the people who got mass amnesty and are citizens and have jobs? They pay 7%, a 7% taxation that goes into the federal government, and then for 7 years, right? 7% taxation increase for 7 years.
Make it 99% tax.
That would give us billions of dollars into our economy.
Again, they're not serving a punishment. I don't agree. Throw
The punishment is them paying an increase in taxation.
What? What? That's not a punishment, bro. They need jail
They're
time.
losing money. Hold on, they're losing money because they're paying more taxes. They're losing money. We pay for those jails.
Okay, why
don't you agree with mine? It would revenue billions of dollars. We wouldn't have to pay for them. They would be paying.
Only way that I would agree with that is if they pay that same exact tax. But you know what we should do? Oh my gosh, no, I'm running for president, bro. You know what we should do? Is something funny?
No, go ahead. What should we do, Creed?
What we should fucking do, bro, is we should put everyone on a reservation. Everyone who's a legal immigrant, put them on a reservation. And then don't give them anything. And then they just live on the reservation, bro. And then actually, I don't agree with that. Honestly, I don't agree with that because then they're taking up land that other U.S. citizens could have. So never mind. I don't agree with that. Or, bro, we could just send them to if the moon is inhabitable, send them to the moon. And I'm not even trolling. It'll sound like it, but I'm not.
Creed, enough of the troll. You can agree that my perspective on taxation would revenue billions of dollars, right? It would benefit
I
our
agree
economy.
that it probably could, yeah.
It's better than any other perspective that you've heard, I'm sure.
Honestly, I'm not gonna lie, bro. That is actually a good perspective. Honestly, I can, if you made that up yourself, dude, that's actually pretty good. But
we deport the people who don't come forward because they're most likely going to be violent criminals. We deport them. Bam. The people who don't come forward, the people who aren't paying that taxation for those 7 years.
But I'm still not agreeing with you, bro, because they again committed a crime and they didn't have to pay for it. So
do you know that crossing the border illegally, you can just be fined. You don't have to be deported. It could be a $50 to $500 fine maximum, the $50 minimum, right? That's a thing. That's according to U.S. immigration law. You can just be fined. How about we just say these people who got mass amnesty, but according to law, you can get fined. So how about the fine is them just being taxed more for 7 years?
No, because then they still get to live their lives, leeching off of things, bro. No,
they would be paying into the taxation system, buddy. I just told you.
No, bro, because okay, then why don't we do that with all violent criminals then? Maybe not that. That's the wrong wording. Every criminal who's in jail right now for a non-violent crime, why don't we let them free and then give them that same exact tax, 7%, whatever you're saying, bro? Why don't we just do that with every non-violent criminal that's in prison? Oh, why don't we do that? It's because they broke the law. No, because they broke the law and they're in prison.
Hold on. If they violated a law and a punishment is either jail time or a fine, right? Like if it's jail time or a fine, sure. Let's do that.
No, bro. Okay, wait, you agree? So all criminals that are in prison right now for a non-violent
or non-bad crimes such as fraud or theft, those are not, like theft doesn't have to be violent, fraud doesn't have to be violent, but if they committed any bad or violent crimes, no, this wouldn't apply to them. I'm talking about someone who's in prison for a non-violent or a non-bad crime. I think sure, why not? That would revenue billions of dollars.
No,
sure, absolutely.
No, bro.
It would.
Because everybody has.
I think we need to reform prison. Absolutely, we need to reform the prison system. 100%. You absolutely. There is no contradiction within my own argument. So now you agree, right? And I cooked you in absolutely 4 minutes. I cooked you on the
Actually, you never
immigration.
even cooked me because once again, I never even agreed that we should do that. And it's honestly,
You say that my position is the best position you've heard.
it is, but it's still debunkable. Honestly, and where
How is
did
it
you get that?
debunkable? Debunk it. You said it's
Okay,
debunkable.
let
Debunk
me
it.
debunk it. So, like I said, okay, so you think that we should only deport the ones who don't come forward with mass amnesty?
Because they're most likely going to be violent criminals, yeah.
But why exactly are we benefiting? Like, why are we giving them stuff for? Like, why are we letting them be in the country and giving them amnesty whenever they committed a crime to come into the country?
Yeah, because I think that mass deportation overall harms the average American,
No, it
while
don't.
mass amnesty, without the taxation system that I provided, typically benefits the average American. But with the taxation system that I provided, 100%, 1,000% benefits the average American. So mass deportation is harmful. Mass amnesty is positive with the taxation system that I provided.
It's really not.
According to American Immigration Council, for every 500,000 immigrants removed, 44,000 U.S. born workers.
You know,
would lose
mass
their
amnesty
job.
would never work.
Why?
Why do you think it's never happened in how many ever years?
Because both Democrats and Republicans ping-pong this issue, saying we're going to solve the immigration issue, right? Donald Trump ran on it. He's doing nothing on it. Biden ran on it. They tried to do something on it, but they couldn't. Obama did something for it, right? But it's still an issue. I think it's
Because it just doesn't work.
because the people we vote in don't actually try. That's why.
Oh, so you think the people that we vote in just don't actually try?
Yeah, they're moderate. Yes, they're moderate. Republicans are
That just sounds like you're coping, bro.
Hold on. You can agree that Democrats who run for the 2028 are going to campaign on immigration, right?
Well, Trump will have them all deported by then. So.
But they're going to campaign on immigration. Say hypothetically he doesn't have them all deported. If a moderate Democrat wins, nothing will get done. Absolutely nothing for immigration will get done. If we don't have majority, nothing will get done. Right? It's the truth. Right? People have been Republicans and Democrats have been ping-ponging the issue of immigration and healthcare. Nothing has been done. The ACA was a good start.
Who do you want to run in 2028 then?
It's too far. I'd prefer someone like Ro Khanna as president, or AOC as president, and then the other one as VP.
Wait, AOC.
Yeah.
AOC.
AOC does support defensive aid to Israel, though. So I don't know if I like that, but she is a democratic socialist, and Ro Khanna is a progressive. So Ro Khanna, and AOC. Or
No,
like James
bro.
Tallarico. I'm sure you know who James Tallarico is.
I know who everybody is, bro. Do you think like I just am not aware of these people, bro?
Who's Representative Abraham?
Representative Abraham? I'm not your Google, so I don't answer your questions just because you don't know him. I'm not going to answer them for you.
He's my representative, buddy. Of course I know who he is.
Yeah, I'm not your
who's-
Google, bro.
Who's Katie Hobbs?
To be honest, I've never even heard of that person in my life.
So you don't know who elected officials are, at least not everyone. Katie Hobbs is my governor. Thank you. Anyways, Creed, I appreciate you for coming up here. Absolutely cooked
Got
you on
owned,
the.
bro. It's fine, bro. It's fine. I owned you.
I thought you had to go, Creed.
Well, I do, but I just got the Lakers game on in the background.
You want to debate on you support abortions, or you don't support abortions, right?
Yeah, I don't support them actually.
I said typically I don't debate abortions. So let's take it a different perspective. This last one thing. How about you support progressive?
So,
You can agree.
hold on, wait,
hold
one second,
on.
one second. Wait, so I'm 2-0 right now. I beat you in the first debate. Dog,
Chat,
what?
type of one in the chat if Creed won.
The
Type of
second
two in
one,
the chat if I
and
won.
then the
Hold on,
second
Creed,
one,
hold on, hold on, hold on.
No,
Chat.
your fans
Chat.
are biased.
Chat,
bro.
type of what? Hold on, I don't know the chat. I see they're Looks Max. I mean, I know Looks Max. He's a Republican. He's gonna spam one. Looks Max is a chud. Looks Max is an absolute chud. Okay, but see, my chat is not biased. I don't know any of these people or the Republicans. Creed, you
Sure.
can't claim that they're biased. Anyways,
They're all biased,
that backfired on me. Anyways, let me ask you a question. You can agree that the majority of the reasons for abortions is going to be financial reasons, right?
Wait, repeat that.
The majority of reasons for abortions is going to be financial reasons, right?
The majority of the reason. What are you talking about?
Most abortions are because of financial insecurities, right?
Oh, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, that's what's typically accepted, right? So let's say financial insecurities are the main reasons for abortions, and you want to decrease abortions. Let's say even so do I. Let's implement progressive policy, social safety nets to help these new moms so that they're able to go through with the pregnancy and survive and not just be the bare minimum. Therefore, you'll see a reduction in abortions. Why do you disagree with that, Phil?
No,
I saw the chat. I saw the chat. My brain saw the chat.
No.
I'm sorry. Respond though, Creed. Respond. I'm so sorry.
All right, bro. You said why? Okay, well, the reason is because, well, honestly, I don't know the statistics on that being the reasoning in the first place, but even if that was, I don't think that we should do that just for the fact either way it's wrong no matter what. Obviously, I have exceptions, but either way it's wrong.
No, but you would see a decrease.
Hold on. The stat where majority are for that reason.
Give me one
I mean,
second,
and even if it
I'm
is
not
like
your Google. I'm not your Google, Creed. I'm not your Google. Quite frankly.
It's fine, bro. You don't gotta be, bro.
I got you, bro. Anything else you want to talk about while I search this up real quick? Any other points?
Winning in 7, so.
Do you support Mason Hollow?
Mason Hollow.
Good. I just want to see if you're a bad person.
Google, bro. Not your Google, bro.
I want to see if you're a bad. Let's see. Gut Matcher Institute. It's my source.
Not a creditable source, bro.
Why?
Okay, and on that source, what is the number?
What is the number? Yeah, I got you.
A percentage, yeah.
Give me a second. I got you. So I'm looking for the number in specific. Roe v. Wade. Accept.
All right, bro.
41%.
If that's 41% of the reason for abortions, buddy, there would not be that much of a major decrease. If that
41% decrease.
It would not be it would be like half of that. So it would be a 21% decrease. Because because of that one thing, it would not be a complete and utter overhaul of not every single person.
And you also have different percentages. You also have different percentages of like Medicaid coverage and then private insurance. They give a lot of different. I'd suggest you look into that. They do go to that. But Creed, listen, man, we debated. I cooked you. I'm gonna move on to the next.
I've fried you. By the way.
You. How's it going, man?
What's up?
Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
26.
Why do you support Trump?
He aligns with my values and a lot of people that I look up to, like Charlie Kirk and Andrew Tate. Like they align with his views.
Charlie Kirk and Andrew Tate.
Yeah. I mean, they're
Sure,
like
name me one good take that Charlie Kirk said. I mean, I can name you some like a couple bad ones, saying that he would want his 9-year-old daughter to go through like child torture, saying that like black people can't be pilots, even though the pilot of the Artemis 2 mission went to the moon, the farthest any human has, right? So then obviously he was wrong there, right? So name me one good take Charlie Kirk has ever had in his entire life.
Well, let's talk about what you mentioned, the DEI. I mean, I feel like you should be qualified based on your degree, your resume, whatever you bring. But like, you got these airlines out here just hiring people based on their color of their skin. Like,
which airline?
You got United, Delta. I mean, just to name a few.
United, Delta. Okay, sure. What is DEIA? Do you know what it stands for?
Diversity, equity, inclusion.
Who does DEIA mainly benefit?
Black people.
White women
Asians.
and veterans. That's false. This does not greatly benefit black people.
What's your source?
Yeah, that's literally common knowledge, but I got you. Let's see. My source is going to be, you can take a look at League of Women Voters, but you can also look at I mean, you can take a look at sorry, not CNN. I mean, CNN does have it, but that's like left leaning. Um, Philadelphia Women's Network Connection, also Forbes. Forbes. They all say the same thing. White women and veterans. These sources say the same thing, ranging from far left sources to far right sources. I can also even give you.
And that's the other thing, like women. You brought up women, like they'll hire a woman over a man just to
But the
like
comment
make
was on
it
a black pilot, right? So when I asked you the
black
question, who
pilot.
does it mainly benefit? It's white women and veterans, right? And then you said Delta. Okay, what's your source that like Delta hires based on DEI? Because clearly you don't understand anything about DEI. DEI isn't saying hire people just based on their skin color. They're saying hire people, right?
I
If
mean,
they
you got.
have make sure that there's equal opportunity for everyone. If they have the same qualifications for the job, right?
I'll give
So
you.
if
I'll
a
give.
white man and a black man have the same qualifications, they should be equally as able to get a job being a pilot, right? And it doesn't matter if
That's
you're
not
white
what.
or black. It just doesn't matter if you're white or black. You're still gonna go through intensive training for being a pilot. You're gonna go to school, right? So give me a source that Delta hired just based on skin color.
You can go. I'm not. I don't know the specific sources. I don't have my computer on me, but
You can swipe out on TikTok and find a source.
well. Since you said women, like there was a crash last year that involved two female pilots on board an Endeavour flight in snowy conditions, and they didn't even they didn't even know how to like come in on a soft landing on the runway, and they just I don't know if you saw it, but it flipped the plane, and there were two female pilots on board. Like that's kind of one of the biggest examples I could think of.
Okay, has there been a crash where there were male pilots, white
Yeah,
male
because
pilots?
a lot of them, because I mean that's the majority of the airline
Then
pilot
perfect. What the
industry.
fuck does that prove?
I mean that proves that they're just hiring people based off if they're women or white
No,
or
that just proves people sometimes make mistakes during their job, whether it be and I agree that these are like horrible mistakes that they should be held accountable for, which fired or whatever doesn't mean it doesn't matter if you're like a woman, a man, a black man, a white man, doesn't matter who you are. If you crash a plane, be fired or get held accountable for that. The point is here, it's gonna happen in any work field, any field that you go into. That doesn't prove that they're hiring based off of gender or based off of race.
and there was
Right.
there
So
was
obviously
also
this is a racist comment that Charlie Kirk made.
not entirely is this kind of true. I mean,
Well, no, he said black people won't be as qualified for to be the pilot of a plane. That's false. Both a black man and a white man would go through intensive training, intensive school, to become a pilot. Both of them earn their degree, etc., and they get hired, and they have relative same qualifications. And you can't point me to any single study that shows otherwise.
I mean, it's not directly correlated to the airlines, but I mean, people getting accepted into certain colleges based off their race. Like a lot of Asians, they want all their Asians coming in. They want the black people to come in and spread their population in. Like,
No, it's just equal opportunity.
I know, but they're same GPA or same high school GPA, same SAT score, if not higher, but they'll choose the Asian that has a lower ACT score just
Sure.
to
What
equal it
institution?
out. I mean, you got Harvard, all the
Sure. What's your
left
source that
wing.
Harvard hires based on race?
I mean, there's just an article
Not
about it.
hires. But what's your source that they get students in their school based on race? What's your source for that?
There's literally a guy that testified or posted something about him like not getting
Did he
accepted.
testify or post about it? Because testifying under oath is different from going on X and posting about it, right? I can go on X right now and say that McDonald's didn't hire me because I'm like what, like I was wearing a black shirt, right? I can go on X and say I didn't get into Harvard because I have black hair. Does that make it true? No, it doesn't. So there's a difference between posting and testifying under oath, right? And if so, if they did testify under oath, what's his name? What did he testify? Which institution did he testify against or for?
I'm not sure. This was a couple years ago, but I know the guy. I mean, he didn't get accepted because he was white, a white male, and the other guy was Asian. that had
Right. I
a worse.
guarantee you, if you look into this case, right, I'm probably sure you saw this on Twitter. He didn't not get accepted because he's white. He didn't get accepted because he was probably stupid in comparison to the other individual. Right, so how about let's not believe everything we see on the internet and have critical thought and do our own research.
So if you believe everything you see on the internet, why did you vote for Kamala Harris? Since you say, why do you support Trump on
Because
your
Harris was
page?
obviously the better option.
She almost lost her race in California. Like, what would you think? Why would you think she would win the presidential race?
What the point is, she was a preferable candidate. Doesn't matter if she won the race or not. I'm confused.
Like, she didn't have any support after Trump beat Biden in the debate, and then
Tens of millions of people voted for her. That's just like a lie.
for who?
For Harris?
But she still lost all 7 swing states and the popular vote.
Yeah, how much did she lose? By how much in the swing states?
I mean,
A couple
it wasn't
thousand
even really.
votes. It was a pretty close
Uh,
race if you take a look at it.
no, multiple reports say it was a wipeout. It was a landslide victory.
In the electoral college, sure, I'll grant you that.
Yeah,
But
that's what
when
I'm
you
talking
take a look
about.
at these swing states and individual swing states, it was by a couple thousand votes.
Yeah, I'm just talking about
People who
the
voted third party or
electoral.
didn't vote. The point is here, even if she won or lost, that doesn't count in for the fact that she is a good candidate, right? She could have won, she still would have been a good candidate. She could have lost, she still would have been a good candidate,
I
right?
mean, I respectfully don't think that she would like be able to stand up to Putin or Xi or any of those top
Okay, and you think
leaders.
Trump putting the red carpet is standing up to Putin? He was kissing the floor he walked on. Putin has him like a lapdog. There's a
I
chain
mean, you
around
got.
his neck and walks him
I
around
mean,
for fun.
Putin was basically doing whatever he wanted when Obama and Biden were in there.
You think
Why do you
he's not
think
doing whatever he? They just launched an IRBM into Ukraine, right?
but
Like a week ago.
it's not as intense as before Trump got in, but now
It
it's
quite
kind of slowed
literally
down
is. The only difference now is after 4 years, Ukrainians are actually having an advantage because they're learning how to of the tactics that Russia uses, and because Russia has more fear within his own inner circle. That's the only difference here. Sorry, y'all. There's a issue with
and
YouTube. So
also
give me a second. But the point is here,
then
Trump is not standing up to anyone. Putin has him as his
he's standing
lapdog.
he's standing up to Iran. I mean, he's opened the Strait of Hormuz.
How did he open the Strait of Hormuz? Right.
He's currently, as we speak, making deals with Iran. Like,
Sure. What political concessions or military objectives have we met?
Iran does not have a nuclear weapon, and he killed their leader, their supreme
Okay, they
leader.
didn't have a nuclear weapon under Biden. Okay, they're us killing their leader right now. His son is in
You,
power. It wasn't a regime change, so that's not a political concession or a military objective. So try again.
I mean, they actually did have a nuclear weapon, and I'll just say that he didn't.
Okay,
Even if he didn't have they didn't have a nuclear
what's your
weapon.
evidence that Iran had it? Hold on, you made an insane claim.
China
What's your
is
evidence?
China is actively helping Iran. They're giving them nuclear weapons.
Bro, China's giving Iran nuclear weapons. What's your evidence that A, Iran had a nuclear weapon under Biden and then somehow dismantled this nuclear weapon? And B, what's your claim that now China is supplying Iran with nuclear weapons?
Because it's all about Taiwan.
What
Control
the
over
fuck
Taiwan.
does Taiwan have to do with Iran? How does that prove your claim?
That's what they're battling over.
Iran is battling. What the fuck does Taiwan have? Why does Iran want to battle China over Taiwan? That makes no sense.
I mean, China's trying to get over to our Taiwan, but like under the table, they're actively helping Iran with nuclear weapons.
Okay, what's your source for that? What's your source that Iran had nuclear weapons under Biden and that China is now supplying Iran with nuclear weapons? Insane claims, by the way. But what's your source?
Just look up our China helping Iran nuclear weapons on Google.
Okay, what do you want me to look up?
China helping fund Iran with nuclear weapons.
No. China officially opposes Iran developing nuclear weapons. Actually, I'm pretty sure China was a part of the JCPOA, if I'm not mistaken. So that makes sense. So you're
But
wrong.
either way, he killed their leader. If you can you at least admit
Okay,
that?
now his son is in power and he's looking for revenge.
Can you
How is that a
killed
good
their
thing?
he still killed their leader? Can you at least admit that?
I mean, I can't deny reality. Yes, the supreme leader was killed. Now his
So
son is in power.
that would be a good thing, right?
Okay, how is it a good thing that his son is in power? Probably
Would you
someone
rather
more
have?
vicious.
I don't think he's more vicious.
We killed his father and his wife, I'm pretty sure, and everyone of his close families in that strike.
I mean, he's up next, I guess.
Okay, it's been
I mean,
months and he's still alive.
just look what Trump did with Venezuela. He just hijacked the president. I mean, why don't you think he would do that
Okay,
to
that's a
him?
pivot, but the Venezuela regime is still there, right? Maduro's
I
vice
mean,
president is still in Venezuela, but can we go back to Iran? So we haven't met any political concessions from Iran or any military objectives from Iran. So why do you support this war in Iran?
I don't support the war. I think it should have been done. Maybe could have been handled a different way, but I feel like allowing them to not have a nuclear weapon is worth the gas prices, which
Hey,
is what
would
we're
you ever
seeing right
support a
now.
candidate that greenlit Iran to build nuclear bombs?
No,
Donald Trump greenlit Iran to build nuclear bombs when he took us out of the JCPOA, meaning you no longer support Trump.
no, you didn't.
He did. In March or May of 2018, he took us out of the JCPOA. Do you know what the JCPOA is?
Yeah, I've heard of it.
Sure. Obama is the one who created the JCPOA with multiple other countries, including the United States of America. It's a joint comprehensive plan of action. It's where it limited Iran from building nuclear weapons to a 3.67 percentage enriched uranium, and it also allowed unprecedented levels of security over their nuclear facilities. And for the first time, Iran was not able to produce nuclear weapons. They're able to meet these qualifications to produce nuclear weapons.
And what about ISIS during Obama's time? That was
What about ISIS?
probably a bigger threat than Iran was at the time.
Okay,
And
sure.
Trump decimated them.
The JCPOA had nothing to do with any. It didn't have anything to do with any of the proxies they fund, right? It had to do with we're not we're talking. Well, this is the what's called a shifting the goalpost. We're talking about their nuclear weapons. You said you would not support a candidate who greenlit Iran to building nuclear weapons. Donald Trump did this by taking us out of the very deal that would have that prevented them and would have continued to prevent them from building nuclear bombs. So you should no longer support Trump since he greenlit them to building those nuclear bombs.
I mean, I support what he's doing now. I mean, I feel like.
Okay, but he greenlit Iran to build nukes. Why you said you wouldn't support that? How could you support that?
But he just said that he would take away the nukes. So why?
He would what?
He just said he would take away their nuclear weapons. I mean, that's completely
A,
different
they
from
don't
what
have
you
nuclear
said.
weapons, and B, he started a problem, and now he's solving the problem. In the process, 13 U.S. service members have been killed, and 160 hundreds of schoolgirls dead. Right? He started a problem. If he
I
didn't
mean,
start it, it could have been prevented,
I
and now
mean,
he's solving it by killing people. Great.
that's kind of what happens in a war. I mean, there's going
But
to be deaths.
who started the war? Donald Trump by greenlighting them. Who started the war? Donald Trump by launching the attack on February 28th, right? So that's like saying an example, something Donald Trump did. He threatened genocide. Very, very bad, right? But it's very good that he didn't commit
That's
genocide, and we should
that's
praise him. We should praise him for not
that's
committing
the
genocide.
that's just who he is. That's the art of the negotiations.
The art of
That's
negotiations is to take us out of a deal that prevented Iran from building nuclear bombs, complain for 4 years that they have the ability to build nuclear bombs, and not provide any actual change or not any actual change in terms of the JCPOA. He didn't introduce anything new, right? So he took us out of the deal that prevented that, and then the solution is to bomb children because they're potentially building nuclear bombs, even though Tulsi Gabbard, the head of the DNI, said no, they weren't. Is that the art of the deal? That doesn't seem like a good deal maker to me. Is that why he has 6 to 7 failed bankruptcies? Is that why he's bankrupting America?
is that why he's has $6 billion right now? I mean,
Can you
that's
name me
pretty
any
good.
other billionaire that has multiple bankruptcies?
I mean, you're gonna fail in business sometimes. How many billions have you made?
So you're not going to answer my question because you can't. He's bankrupt his business. He's bankrupting bankrupting America, right? And now you're saying it's just the art of the deal. Whenever you take us out of a good deal and then you complain about it and don't try to fix it, and then you start a war, which could have been prevented if you stayed in that deal. That's the art of the deal, y'all. Take us out of something
That's what you
good
said. Like
and then
if you
complain.
said six failed businesses. I mean, nobody's gonna be perfect. I mean, you're gonna fail in life sometimes.
Casinos, by the way.
I mean, Elon Musk has failed too. I mean, look at his
How many
business.
bankruptcies does Elon Musk have?
I don't know.
Why could you possibly support this person who killed children, which could have been prevented if he stayed in the deal?
I mean, if he didn't do this, I mean, Kamala wouldn't have done it. Nobody else would have done it.
If he
Nobody
didn't take us out of the deal to begin with, this wouldn't have needed to happen.
But at this certain time and place, it had to happen.
If he didn't take us out of the deal, no. What is the reason? Why did we need to get out of the JCPOA? Why?
I mean, we had to take care of Iran. I mean, they bombed us on 9/11, and they've been a threat ever since. They're the number one state sponsor of terror.
Iran bombed us on 9/11?
They had to do with it.
Okay.
And
do you know the group?
Al Qaeda.
Okay.
And it would kind of be smart to take out that coalition.
Al Qaeda. Okay. In which region in the world does Al Qaeda mainly have its presence in?
Afghanistan.
Okay.
Iraq.
Okay.
I mean, this is the whole group. They all work.
For
all work
one,
together.
in Iraq, in 2003, Bush already said, "Hey, Iraq has ties to Al Qaeda, has ties to Saddam Hussein, right? Whatever. Bush got us into an endless war in the Middle East in Iraq in 2003. Guess what? Iraq didn't have ties to Al Qaeda. Guess what? Iraq didn't have weapons of mass destruction, right? So we've gone through Al Qaeda, so Afghanistan.
But right now,
there's the whole
Iran
thing
does.
with Afghanistan as well. Now Iran. Okay, now you're saying Iran bombed us on 9/11. Okay. There's no evidence for that.
I'm
And
just
B,
saying.
they didn't have any capabilities to reach mainland, so they didn't bomb us.
If you say they don't have a nuclear weapon, at least it prevented them from having a nuclear weapon.
Yes, the JCPOA prevented them from having a nuclear weapon, and Donald Trump took us out of the JCPOA. Yes, very bad. He greenlit them to building nuclear bombs. The only deal that prevented Iran from building nuclear weapons was the JCPOA, and Donald Trump dismantled that by taking us out of the JCPOA. Congratulations, that's your president. Greenlighting, in your views, terrorists to building nuclear bombs.
I mean, you gotta have some risk it for the biscuit.
Okay, risk it. What was going to be the reward for taking us out of the JCPOA? What could we have possibly been rewarded with?
Peace in the Middle East, the peace president.
Okay, taking us out of a deal that prevented Iran from building nuclear weapons, which, in other words, if we got out of the deal, it would greenlight Iran to build nuclear weapons, is somehow going to make peace in the Middle East? What's your reasoning behind that?
Because what's going to end up happening is later on this year, he's going to end this war, and he's going to get all the praise. And then you're going to have to sit here and talk about how he's been just saving the Middle East. And because now
we're not talking about now. We're talking about the process of why he took us out of the JCPOA. You said to get peace in the Middle East. Okay, deal.
No new wars.
Okay. Well, that's wrong because the JCPOA and us pulling out of it started a war, aka now, years later. Right? So that's wrong. So what was the reasoning behind the JCPOA and us leaving it?
I mean, at that point in time, he felt that it was the best time to pull out.
Why?
I don't know. I mean, I'm not the president.
There's no justification for pulling out of the JCPOA. Like I've already explained to you, that's a green light for them to build nuclear bombs. And you said you wouldn't support a candidate who greenlit Iran to build nuclear bombs.
I mean,
example, if Joe Biden told Iran, hey, you can go build nuclear bombs, would you ever support him?
Depends on the situation.
So in some instances,
I,
it is okay for Joe Biden to tell Iran to build nuclear bombs.
I mean, I don't support him, but I mean, I'd rather him go in there and be dominant and then just sit in his White House not doing nothing.
No, the question was, if a candidate told Iran it's okay, you can go build nuclear bombs, is that a good thing or a bad thing?
It's a bad thing.
Okay. Would you support that candidate?
No.
Okay. Donald Trump did this by taking his side of the JCPOA. He said, it's okay, you can go build nuclear bombs. We're not going to be watching you. We're not going to have unprecedented levels of security anymore. Right? You're not going to be capped at 3.67 enriched uranium anymore. It's okay. You can go pursue what you want to do. You grew up. Go. Go. You know, we watched you long enough. Go. You grew up. That's basically what he said.
Well, I support what he's doing now. I mean,
Okay, why do you support what he's doing now, and what do you support?
I just like that he went in there because it had to be done.
Why did it have? Why did a war have to happen?
I mean, like I said, like they're the number one state sponsor of terror. They need to.
I would argue the United States and Israel are the number one state sponsor of terror, but okay.
So you live in the number one state sponsor of terror?
Do you know how many governments we've collapsed throughout the decades?
Multiple.
Hundreds. Do you know how many innocent lives have been lost because of these civil wars after the government's collapse?
But that's not a terrorist organization.
Okay, Iran. Is Iran a terrorist organization?
Absolutely.
Okay, designated by who?
I don't know.
The U.S. government. We deem what is a terrorist organization. Also, is that even true? No, it's not even true that like the country of Iran is not classified as a terrorist organization. What do you want about? But like, let's say I granted to be true under like the circumstances of this debate. Okay, who deems domestic terrorists or domestic organizations to be domestic terrorists?
I mean,
it's gonna be like the government, right? The American government, right? They deemed Antifa to be a domestic terrorist organization. It's not even an organization, right? So you're saying?
I mean, they're killing their own people. I mean, I don't support gays, but they're killing gay people over there too. I mean, that's not good.
ISIS killing people here too. What's your point?
Killing people where?
Alex Preddy, Renee Nicole Good, Keith Porter Jr.
That's not a terrorist organization. ISIS isn't a terrorist organization.
ISIS is a terrorist organization. What's a terrorist organization? What do you define that as?
I mean, look up the word terrorist. Intentful threat to harm one or others. ICE is not doing that. They're doing a job by order of the president, to keep our country safe from illegal aliens.
Terrorist organization is. Sorry, give me 1 second. Not just definition. Sorry. Give me a second. I can pull the up the actual definition.
So what's wrong with ICE?
Yeah, we'll get into that in a second because we're comparing what you said to be deemed a terrorist organization, which is going to be Iran via ICE. Terrorism is the unlawful use of violence and intimidation, especially against civilians, in the pursuit of political aims. ICE is using unlawful violence, i.e. the murder of Renee Nicole Good, Keith Porter Jr., and Alex Preddy, and intimidation, i.e. pepper spraying protesters, i.e. throwing canisters, gas grenades, etc. into protests as intimidation, as well as saying that they don't have the right to film, they don't have the right to be in a specific area, etc., saying that they don't need a warrant, which they do under the Fourth Amendment, especially against civilians, protesters, and the pursuit of political aims, which is the MAGA agenda. So under the definition of terrorism, ICE is a domestic terrorist organization.
So you mentioned throwing stuff at people, right?
Gas grenades, pepper spraying people. But the main point
why did Alex Preddy start kicking out the taillight of that ICE vehicle a week prior from his
Sure.
murder.
So what happened a week prior doesn't will get thrown out in a court of law.
That's
What matters in reference to why Alex Preddy got murdered is what happened in those very moments. What happened in those very moments? An unarmed man was shot in the back 12 times by 7 thugs. And if he kicked a tail like 7 days prior, doesn't matter. It's not a justification for his murder. If I were to kick a tail light of a car, does that justify my murder, my death? Yes or no?
I mean, you're
7
that's
days
a,
later, does that justify my death 7 days later?
I mean that's a felony. You're kicking
But
federal.
does that justify does that justify my death a week later? Yes or no?
I mean, I don't support death. I mean,
So it's a yes or no question.
I don't support death.
I'm not asking you if you do or don't support death. I'm asking you if me kicking a taillight would mean that I'm allowed to die, or if someone's allowed to kill me 7 days later.
And I'm telling you, that's a felony. Kicking a federal
I'm not
agent's
asking
vehicle.
you if it's a felony or not. I'm asking you if you can answer with a yes or no question. Does that justify my death 7 days later? It's a simple yes or no.
Nothing justifies a death.
Okay, so the answer is no. Me kicking a taillight would not justify my death 7 days later. Okay, in this instance, it didn't justify Alex Preddy's death 7 days later. He was an unarmed man on all fours, and he got shot in the back 12 times by 7 thugs because he was trying to protect
I
a
mean,
woman.
if you wanna bring up this argument where you're trying to protect, I mean, it's the same thing what those 3 quote unquote thugs were doing to Kyle Rittenhouse in Kenosha when he shot them from self-defense, and he
Kyle
was
Rittenhouse?
yeah
Was
he
he
was guilty.
brandishing? Was Kyle Rittenhouse brandishing his weapon?
No, it was actually brought forth from a family member. It was a
I'm
legal
not
weapon.
asking you where it came from. Was Kyle Rittenhouse brandishing his weapon?
No,
Pretty sure he was. I don't know anything about Kyle Rittenhouse. Give me 1 second.
he brought it over state lines legally, and as a 17-year-old in the state of Wisconsin, you're
Yes,
allowed to.
Kyle Rittenhouse had an AR-15 that he raised. Sorry, that he raised and pointed his weapon, brandishing and firing it. That's according to PBS. But whatever Kyle Rittenhouse did, whatever he was charged with, doesn't justify Alex Preddy being dead because he was unarmed, right? Kyle
He,
Rittenhouse was armed. Alex Preddy was unarmed.
I mean, he was armed, but he had a gun pointed to his head as well as a skateboard. I mean,
At the
if
moment
you,
of Alex Preddy's death, at the moment the first shot was fired, he was unarmed and on all fours, surrounded by 7 thugs.
but he originally had a gun, and I mean, why would you put
Second
yourself in
Amendment
that
exists.
situation? Why would you put yourself in a situation?
Because what, the First Amendment and the Second Amendment exist. The First Amendment gives you the right to assemble. The Second Amendment is the right to bear arms.
I mean, if that's the case, why didn't those ICE members get charged?
That's why they're a domestic terrorist organization. They're protected by the state.
By doing their job?
No. They're protected whenever they kill people. They're protected.
I mean, like the same thing with Renee Good. I mean, she was driving her vehicle straight towards an ICE agent. That's a
That's false. It
felony.
wasn't straight towards the ICE agent. The wheels were to the right. He was to the left. He did what's called officer-induced jeopardy. Under DHS rules, it says you cannot fire at a moving vehicle and you cannot move in front of a moving vehicle. Jonathan Ross did a mistake. Whenever he walked in front of Renee Nicole Good's vehicle as it was backing up, that is considered a moving vehicle, and he walked in front of a moving vehicle. Therefore, he violated that first policy, and then he violated the policy by shooting at a moving vehicle. Do you
Okay, so
think?
why?
Do you think? Hold on. Do you think that the third shot was justified? Yes or no?
Alex Pretty or Renee Good?
Renee Nicole Good, was the third shot justified?
I don't know which shot was which, but I know the first shot was because she was told to put your hands on the wheel, put it in park, keys off, and what did she
No, she was
do?
told 2 different things. She was told to leave, and she was also told to get out of the car, right? And she
And why didn't
followed
she
one
get
of
out of
the
the
ICE
car?
agent. One
Why
more
didn't she
time?
get out of the car? Why didn't she get out of the car?
Because another ICE agent told her to leave.
Leave her vehicle, like get out.
No, leave.
And then Another ICE agent told her to get out of
So
the
you
car.
want someone to do. So what did you want her to do in that situation? She had two different ICE agents telling her two different things. A, B. Okay, you're saying the first shot was justified. Let's just say I agree with you for sake of the argument. The third shot is the one that killed her. Okay, so let's say the first and even the second shot was justified. The third shot is the one that killed her. Okay, so the third shot, he was already behind the car. He was chasing the car. By the third shot, he was chasing the car. He was chasing the car by the third shot. First off. Second off, next, EMS was not allowed to go see whether or not they could help her, right? So obviously this was also murder. A, because I don't think the first shot and second shot were justified because her wheels were pointed away. He did what's called offers to induce jeopardy, and she literally explicitly said and explicitly clarified that she was leaving because the nice agent told her to. Okay. B, let's say the first and the second shot were justified. Well, the third shot is the one that killed her, and at that point he was chasing the vehicle. So it was murder. And then Keith Porter Jr., if you don't know who he is, I'm pretty sure you don't. He's a black man. He got shot by an off-duty ICE agent.
Yeah, I don't know about that case.
Probably because he's a person of color.
I mean, if it was a person of color, I mean, all the news outlets would put him on front page newspaper.
This guy doesn't know. So, again, why do you support Donald Trump even though he's, like, funding a domestic terrorist organization? Why do you support Trump even though he killed schools in Iran?
Borders.
Okay,
Protecting our borders.
how is he protecting our borders? ICE is internally, not externally.
Fentanyl is just coming in through Biden. I mean,
how many undocumented immigrants came in through Biden?
Over 10 million.
False. It's under 4 million.
And how many came under Trump?
A couple million his first term.
So it's been down drastically, right?
His first term, no, it was like relatively the same.
I mean, now it's like record low.
Okay, why? Why is it record low? What has he done?
He's putting more ICE agent or more people down at the border.
Okay, down at the border, Border Patrol. False. Biden funded Border Patrol at a greater extent than
he literally opened the
Trump
gate
did?
and he put.
How did Joe Biden open the gate?
He literally tore down a whole open area of the fence, so just letting people in.
So you're talking about what happened in Texas?
Yes.
A Supreme Court ruled that they couldn't have that wired fence there, and it had to be taken down. That was the court's decision.
So why not just put it back up?
Because the court ruled that they couldn't.
Why
also,
did
that wired fence didn't let in 4 million people. So how did Joe Biden open the border? Or how did Donald Trump close the border?
The whole ICE thing. He's just
ICE is internal. Border Patrol is border. Okay, ICE is not have anything to do with the border. So how did he close the border? A, or how did Joe Biden open the border? B.
I mean, ICE agents are still down in cities near the border. I mean, it's still part of the city.
Okay, you're not answering my question. How did Donald Trump close the border?
He funded it.
He funded the border.
The whole wall.
Okay. If someone wanted to build a wall, that would be a good thing, right?
Yeah.
Okay, Joe Biden and Harris tried to build a wall, but it got torpedoed by Donald Trump. The bipartisan border bill would have funded the wall being built by a greater extent than the 50 miles Donald Trump built. But guess what? Joe Biden told Republicans in Congress, hey, vote against this bill. Republicans in Congress said, okay, we'll vote against this bill. So clearly, Biden and Harris are preferable. A, they know how to concede. They didn't want the wall to get built, but they were able to concede that, and the wall was going to get built. And B, they tried to attack undocumented entry at its root cause. And you can't name me a single thing that Donald Trump has done to fix the border or close the border.
Because there's less people getting killed internally by illegal aliens.
Hey, that's correlation causation. Also,
I mean,
that's not even correlation causation. B, that's my blunder. You're just saying it is correlation causation. You're saying because it happened under his presidency, it is his fault, right? You're saying because there are record low numbers in terms of undocumented entry, it's his fault. Is that what you're saying?
Not entirely, but I'm saying that he's.
So then, what did he do for the record low numbers?
I mean, he closed the border. He's deporting. He's actually deporting people from the country. Like he's not just
deportations and closed borders are different things. We can talk about deportations after. How does he close the border?
He's put people down there. They're actually letting them do their job.
Border Patrol was doing their job.
No, they were back. They were held back by Biden and his administration.
Okay, how are they held back?
I mean, he's not letting them do their job. There's plenty of things that you can just.
Okay,
I could
how is
just
Biden
name.
not letting them do their job?
He's not letting. He's letting them go. He's just catch and release.
Okay,
Letting them right in. Fentanyl, drugs, everything just coming in.
can't say that on the live stream.
Hello. What was that last comment? If a celebrity's on the street, what?
You shouldn't approach them and demand things from them.
Okay,
Because
tell me.
Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina.
Reason because fans are crazy. I mean, look at what happened with John Lennon. I mean, like, hello.
That's
So
besides the point. Why do you support Trump? Take it away.
yeah,
Here's the thing. Like, I support Trump, but why do you not support Trump?
He's selfish.
He's selfish how?
He raped a woman. He's selfish in that way. He's harming the economy for his own benefit. He's selfish that way. He's protecting pedophiles for his own benefit so he doesn't go to jail. He's selfish that way.
Is
He
that the
does deals with
Israeli
foreign
flag in
countries.
your bio?
No, that's not the Israeli flag.
What flag is that? Just so I know.
El Salvador. Why does that matter?
Because it depends on who you support.
I don't support anyone right now.
Okay, you don't support anybody. You want money for this, but okay. So basically,
No, I mean,
you
I
can
support local elections. I support Kai Newark for representative of Mesa. I support Dan Topex representing my district. Right, so.
Okay, yeah, that's good. You should support more of your instead of the bigger picture. You should support locally. That's what's going to affect
You
you
shouldn't
more.
support Trump for the reasons that I gave you, but you still do. So why is that?
But in local elections, Trump's affecting me in my local elections.
yes.
You said you support Trump. Why do you still support Trump?
Why do I support Trump?
Yeah.
Because he's our president of the United States, and I
if
love
Hitler
America.
was our president, would you support Hitler?
If Kamala was my president, I'd support Kamala as my
So did you,
president.
so did you
I
support
wouldn't like
Biden?
it.
Can you answer my
Are
question?
you comparing Hitler and Donald Trump right now?
No,
Are you
I'm not
minimizing
comparing
the Jewish Holocaust?
I'm not
That's
comparing
minimizing. That's not okay, bro. You shouldn't do that. That's wrong.
I'm not
Don't
comparing
minimize
Hit-
their struggles.
I'm not comparing Hitler to Donald Trump. I'm merely saying that just because someone is our president doesn't mean we should give them our wholehearted support. It is the case that they are the most powerful person in the world, which means that we should critique them at a level never seen before. Right? So just because Donald Trump is our president doesn't mean you should support him. Same with Joe Biden. Same with Harris. If they were our president, doesn't mean that we should support him no matter what. So why do you still support him?
Okay, I get your thinking. Were you a Biden supporter?
Did I support Biden?
Yes.
Sure.
Okay.
Biden was pretty decent.
At the end of his term when he wasn't even there, bro, come on. You know that.
It's a burden shift, but I would rather prefer the corpse of Biden, put it in the Oval. Over Trump.
Okay, I get what you're saying. Donald Trump definitely has gone off the path because when he first started, he wanted no wars, and he definitely has a war path now. And I think that's one part we should get out of it, but doesn't mean that everything
Why do you
he
still
does,
support him?
because not everything he does is bad.
Name one good thing he's done in his entire life.
In his entire life, bro, are you joking right now?
Name one good thing he's done.
There's
in
really
his
not
entire
one
life.
good thing you can name.
Not
I'm asking
really.
you. What's one good thing?
Are you lying right now? Are you just doing this
There's
for money?
78 years. Name one good thing throughout those 78 years.
Are you joking right now?
Can you answer the question? You have 10 seconds or I kick you.
Okay, I just have to name one good thing.
One good thing.
Okay, he was on WWE. All right, don't kick me now. He was on WWE. Okay, can I
Why
ask
is
you?
that a good thing?
Because WWE was awesome back then.
Why was it a good thing that he was on WWE?
because he was a great person on WWE. What are you talking about?
How
But
is he a
okay,
great person?
I have a question. Do you think
Hold on. You made a claim, but how was it a good choice?
because
for
he
him
was
to be on
very
WWE?
entertaining. He was very entertaining and brought
According to
smiles to
who?
everyone around him.
Yeah, what are the statistics on the entertainment levels
Sti-
comparing WWE
There's really not no
versus people?
statistics. The
Okay, so
ratings are
you
very
don't have
high.
any evidence. You don't have
The
any
ratings are
evidence to
very
back your
high.
claim. So can you tell me one good thing that Trump has done in his entire life that benefits the average American?
That benefits he provides millions of jobs
How?
through his companies that he had before he was president.
Which companies?
Trump Towers is one. Thousands of
Tower?
jobs.
How many employees are in Trump Towers?
You want me to give you the
Because you said millions.
Also, I quickly want to point out something. Fraud. Donald Trump is like well connected with fraud. Like he's not allowed to own or operate a single charity in the state of New York.
That's true.
He's gone bankrupt. How many times? Like 7 or 8 times.
Like 6 or 7, one of
6 or
those.
7.
Yeah.
And yeah,
Most people
so-
go bankrupt when you have that much money, bro.
Can you name one other billionaire with 6 bankruptcies that's successful?
You know, it's really funny, Jeremiah. So my dad has owned and operated his own business for the last almost 40 years. Never once has he ever filed for bankruptcy.
It's just what bootlickers do, but he has to give me a source of how many employees are at Trump Tower. He made the claim millions. Provide that source.
I didn't say millions at Trump Tower.
You literally said millions.
I said he
has
gives millions of jobs
employees.
through all of his. You think Trump Tower's
You said
only
the word
millions,
millions,
bro?
You said the word millions.
Yeah, I also want to point out something. He's been sued over 4,000 times for discrimination in New York.
How many
Like,
times have we
Well, I
lost?
mean, before we like
You know,
point
you
out
guys-
the bad
you know-
things-
hold up, hold
up.
hold on. Before we point out the bad things, right? Because I gave you one task. Tell me one good thing that he does that benefits the average American.
He provides jobs for people.
How many jobs does he provide?
obviously not enough.
Dun 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 dun
Yeah.
dun dun dun. Don't talk until you have a source. Dun 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 dun. Make sure you guys join up in the guest box if you support Trump. I'd love to talk to you. Love to talk with you. Love to have a conversation with you. Check out the link tree in my bio. If you're on YouTube, hit that thumbs up. Hit that subscribe if you haven't already. Repost the live, share the live, do all the wonderful things. Again, find my thread, social media. Everything is in the bio. But frankly, thank you for the peaches.
I mean, he
For the
definitely.
oranges. Thank you so
2,300
much.
people work at Trump Tower.
23
Also not millions.
2,000 2,000
No, millions over the course of his businesses.
Sure, what's your source for that one? That he's
Dude,
employed
wait, I
millions
think
of
he
people.
He has
Hold on,
hundreds of businesses.
Hold on.
He
Don't
has.
crash.
You want me
Don't
to give you
crash.
proof
Don't
for
crash.
everything?
Don't crash. Also, he hasn't had hundreds of businesses.
That makes no sense. You're just
Also,
asking for
hold on,
proof
hold
of
on,
literally
hold on.
every little thing.
Hold on. Yeah, because when you make claims,
That's a
I'd like you
horrible way to
prove your
debate.
claim.
That's a
If you
horrible way
make-
to debate because then
it's
it gets thrown back on you.
If it's a horrible way to debate to ask sources, then you think debating is not a good thing then, because he hasn't owned these businesses. He just slaps his name on these businesses, right? I mean, the Trump water, the Trump steak, did he own those? If so, what percentage of the businesses did he own? The Trump wine, what percentage of that did he own? Right? Like his name is going to be put on an airport in Florida. Is he going to own that airport? No.
It's kind of
Right?
like
So
Elon
just
Musk.
because he put, go ahead.
I'm sorry, I was
It's
going to say, it's kind
a
of like
branding
Elon Musk. He puts his name on everything, but really he's just a stock shareholder.
No, exactly. So just because he puts his name on anything doesn't mean that he actually is the one that provides those jobs. But you made the claim that he does provide millions of jobs throughout the times that he's had his businesses, and we can agree he does have businesses. So what is your source that he's provided millions of jobs?
Okay,
throughout
this should be
decades?
simple for you. His brand, his name, okay, it gives a certain higher level to something. Okay,
And
anybody
He's
would
not the one providing the
anybody
jobs,
would
then.
understand that.
But
And
he
how
wouldn't
many
be
of
the one-
those
he wouldn't be the
higher
one providing the
businesses have
job.
been shut down and bankrupted? Oh, right. All of them.
It's
Water,
crazy.
Except for Trump
How
Towers.
are you gonna talk money in bad business when you've probably never made over
Trump Monopoly
$100,000 in your
No,
life?
before we get into
That's the
like the
craziest
ad
thing.
homs,
You
before
should
we get
never
into
do that.
before we get into like the ad homs, which is like a bad form of debate. Obviously, in some circumstances, it is justified. Like when calling someone stupid who is stupid, like you're stupid. That's a nice way to
Yeah,
use
I'm
an ad hom.
stupid. You need money
Yes,
off.
you are. So B. Can you prove the claim, please? You said he himself has employed millions of people throughout the times he's owned businesses. Prove it. Also, if you guys want to support the live stream, that's what you can do. So is follow. We have a gift goal as well. Support Bumblebee as well. Check out the link tree in the description of the TikTok bio. You can find all my social medias. I'm everywhere: Blue Sky, Twitter, Thread, Substack. YouTube, Instagram, all of the. I'm even on Facebook. You can also find my Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. We have a goal of $15 this live stream. If 15 people send $1, we reach that goal. But yeah, what's your source for that? What's your title?
Your goal's $15. I'll give you $15, bro.
Okay, good boy. Go do it.
I'll give you $15, little bro.
Same
Yeah,
here.
okay,
PayPal Cash App, please.
Can you provide the source before you pay those $15?
Also, I quickly want to point out something. He said earlier that Trump hasn't influenced other people's elections. How the hell did Ken Paxton get elected?
I was gonna go back to that one, but I don't like when
Literally, fraud likes fraud.
Yeah, Ken Paxton is a horrible person.
Oh, he's an awful. Between him and Greg Abbott, they're both horrible.
But we need to keep him on track, and we can
Yep.
not allow him to pivot. So, what is your source? Also, you guys, there's also this thing, buy me a coffee, if that's easier for you guys too.
Ooh, coffee.
I've never used it, but I don't know how it works. But
Okay.
we're waiting for this guest to provide a claim that Trump has employed millions of people throughout decades of him owning businesses that have failed, i.e., the stake, Trump University, wow,
Monopoly.
Trump Water,
His casinos.
Trump Airplanes, or whatever
His
it was
casinos
called.
have not failed.
He
His
bankrupt
have not
casinos.
failed.
Anyways, can you like?
They
focus,
don't fail.
please?
Bankruptcy does not mean failure. Do you guys know that?
Focus. Provide your source. Focus.
By the way, all of his casinos are closed. They are non-operational under his name. They don't even exist anymore. Trump Taj Mahal was torn down.
Trump is a rapist? W. He is. Not W that he is, but W for you acknowledging that. Dun 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 dun.
I mean, I know who Trump does hire at Mar-a-Lago. Underage girls, which he used to sell to Epstein. So
He needs to provide a source before we talk about anything. I hate when MAGA says something and they can't prove it. Like, just say you can't prove it. Just say it's fine if you're wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong all the time.
That's not even his main source of his main source.
Holy shit. So has he employed millions of people throughout his lifetime, yes or no? Type in one in the chat if this is just like brutal for the guys.
Yeah, it's so brutal for me. Oh, can I ask you something? Can I ask you something?
No.
Could you
No, I can't. What, pivot? Is that what you're gonna say?
Are you gay? Can I ask
gay?
that?
Yeah, nice question, but I'm not gonna answer until you provide your source or concede. It's okay to concede, man. It's okay to be wrong. I'm wrong, and I can admit that.
I can admit
thing about being that's a good thing about being human, right? Humans are always wrong. They're always wrong. They always mess up.
To quote the Dreamers
No one's
film,
perfect.
the error is to be human.
It is okay to be wrong. Just admit you're wrong and admit your flaws. You know, someone might like you for your flaws. I mean, your flaws probably gonna be lying. Maybe not. Not one more time.
Just in 20.
You need to be in the app for me to hear you. You gotta see me for me to hear you. I should really be a teacher.
No, you shouldn't, bro. You're pretty dumb. I could.
Wow.
You
How am I
definitely
dumb?
don't work with kids.
Yeah, how am I dumb?
Because you have to do this for a job, I guess.
I have to ask people for evidence. Yeah, an English teacher would ask people to provide their sources and cite them. MLA format.
English teacher would also.
So I would be a
not
really good
biased.
English teacher for
It's
basing
not
it on
100%
that.
biased.
What's not 100% biased?
An English teacher?
An English teacher? Individuals are biased. Yes.
No, they're not biased. When
Hey,
they're
do you
teaching
remember
you things, they're teaching
how-
you facts. It's not a biased teaching.
Do you
And
remember
I'm
how
teaching you
writing in
facts. I'm
paper-
not biased right now. I'm just simply teaching you facts.
What
Not
have you
only-
taught me so far?
Octavio, I also want to point something out. I've taken debate classes, and I've been doing that for the last almost 15
Where?
years.
I've taught you how to
in
not
high
get.
You've been
school.
taking classes in high school
Hold
for
on,
15
hold on.
years?
No. I started in high school taking
Okay.
debate, and now I've been doing it semi-professionally on a regular basis.
Where?
Plus-
Plus.
In college,
Plus.
because I want to be a lawyer.
My
And in
professional
order
is
to
college.
be a lawyer, you have to be able to cite your sources. You have to be able to prove evidence. You have to be able to formulate an argument without pulling up bullshit.
I've been teaching you how to not get dog walked in the future by dog walking you now, so then you can learn from your mistakes.
How are you
I mean,
dog walking me? You haven't
yeah,
said
because you've tried to
the
pivot
only
away.
thing you've
You try to
said, you
pivot
haven't
away from
proven
the
not one
question.
thing. The only thing you've
You
said is provide me facts, and
you
I've said it.
provide me facts. Yeah, me providing you facts is insane.
2015 alone, and just his hotels, it was 22,000 people.
Okay, it's
So imagine
22,000 in 1 year.
22,000 plus his hotels have grown a significant amount.
Sure. So then, what's
Oh,
your
that's
source
a-
that he's employed millions? You made the claim that he employed
22,000
millions.
22,000 since 2015. Okay, how many years has it been since 2015?
I don't know. You tell me and see if you can do simple math.
Bro, no way. You deflect the simplest questions. You can't do simple math like that.
Can you not?
Okay, 2015.
It's like 6 or 7.
Dude, that's crazy. You can't do simple math, but you want
What's
people
crazy
to
is I'm still not going to allow you to pivot. You need to concede that A, he hasn't employed millions of people throughout his lifetime, or B, prove it. Not just 1 year. Don't prove a claim you didn't make. Okay, prove a claim you did make, which is a claim that he's employed millions of people.
I'm trying to give you a claim that his hotels, okay?
Before we move on to a different claim, prove the first claim.
I'm telling you, just his hotels.
You're telling me something that you didn't tell me before, and that's
was 22,000. Okay, 22,000 jobs. Okay,
Is that the
Okay,
original
so-
claim that you made, or
And
yes
that was-
or no?
Hold on. If the average amount of people that he hires is 22,000 at a hotel, how many years would that make to get to 1 million?
Can we do 1 million divided by 22,000, please?
it takes 5 years. 5 years for 100,000. Okay,
Then that's a lot of turnover.
and it's been 11 years, so it's 200 and around 240,000 more
So
than
So
that.
then
not
why does he have
millions,
so
right?
much
24
turnover?
millions.
Well,
That's
hold on,
just
hold
from
on.
his hotels.
Hold on.
Sure,
Good
so then give me
question.
your source that it's been millions.
Also, I got a question. Why is it millions? Because if there's been millions of people coming in and out of his hotels that he's hired and fired, why does he have such a high turnover rate? That's not a sign of success in a business.
Yeah, that's a good point, Bumble, but
He does not
you need to
a high turnover rate.
You need to
Yeah.
hold on. Prove
your
what you said
source for
first.
that.
Hold on. No. Bumblebee is.
You
not
guys
gonna
can't
make up
just
a
say
source.
facts and then expect
No,
me to be the
hold
only one that says
on.
anything.
Hold on.
You guys are so dumb.
No,
Yeah,
what's
I'm
dumb
gonna
is you
state
trying
a
to
fact,
pivot.
but when you try to state something, you need
What's
to
dumb
do
is you
source.
trying to pivot and trying to burden shift. The reason why I've been unwilling to talk about anything else is because I know the moment me or Bumblebee bring anything else, it's gonna be you asking for a source in order to burden shift, which would
Okay,
be
let's
justified.
say-
It would be justified for you to ask Bumblebee for a source. That would be justified under normal circumstances. But because you're on the lens right now, you're under the scope. I'm the one asking you for a claim. You're the one who made a claim first. It is not justified for you to burden shift after not providing your claim and ask Bumblebee for a claim that they made. That is not justified for you to do. So until you provide a claim, then we will provide our claim. So prove your claim or provide evidence for your claim. Sorry.
Just told you it was okay. So
Is that the
over
claim that you made in the
hotels-
beginning? Yes or no?
just his hotels. Let's say it was over 250,000 just for his hotels. Okay, his hotels.
You have to prove that throughout the.
But you said
throughout
you
the
also
10
said
years,
when his
it's
name's
been
on
steady.
something, when his name's on something, it also counts as his business because it's his brand.
I didn't
He gets
say
a
that.
percentage of it.
But is he the one employing those people though? Is he
Yes.
the CEO?
It's his brand.
How is he employing those people?
Jeremiah, if you hire somebody and your name's on something, you're employing them, bro. You're
Because I would be
license-
hiring them, dumbass. That was implied in the if you're
So,
hiring someone.
so the
yes, I
person
would be
who
employing
has
them.
the person who owns Hooters doesn't hire anybody. It's because his managers hire people.
Well, they're the
that makes
CEO
no
of
sense.
Hooters, dumbass. They own the place.
Yeah, they.
Does Hooters
It's not
have a
just
high
one
turnover
entity
rate?
that owns anything, bro. If you think
Hold
it's
on.
one person
Octavia,
that owns
does Hooters have a
anything,
high
that's so
turnover rate?
stupid. That's so stupid.
Hold on, Bumblebee. Give me 1 second. I just need you to concede that he has or has not employed millions of individuals throughout his lifetime. Concede?
Yes, yes,
has?
he definitely has.
Okay, prove it. I'm not going to talk about anything else.
Hotels, it's
Until
250,000.
I don't care about 250,000. That's not the number you said.
Thousands and thousands of people, bro.
Are
Are you joking right now?
bro?
Okay, the government. He hires people for the government.
The government.
Yes.
It's
So he went
it's
from
the
his
government.
hotels to now his government.
It's
The
the
turnover rate
government,
for his
bro.
government's also not that great too.
True. Pam Bondi, Christine Nome. What's the other one's name?
The Bovino.
Pavino.
I don't even know what happened to his secretary of children's health or whatever it was, the one that was the PDF.
That one. Yeah. Yeah. It's a pivot though. So can you address the claim that you made? You said millions of people. have
Okay,
been
we'll
employed by
drop
him?
the millions because you want you want certain concrete proof for something that's so it's
I just want to know why he
He
has
said we'll
millions
drop
of
it.
people
We'll drop
hiring
it. So
him.
why do you support Trump then? Take it away.
Octavio, how many hotels does Donald Trump own entirely? Because I know this answer.
Okay, tell me, how many does he own?
3.
Okay,
As
and
of
now
right now, 3. If he's
now look
hiring
before he was
millions,
president.
hold on,
Now look
hold on.
before he was president.
No, this is actively. So
Yeah,
as
now
of
look
right
before he
now,
was
as of
president, dummy.
2026, Donald
You know
Trump
when you
owns
become president, you have
3.
to sign over most of your assets.
Octavio, listen, I understand
You
that
know
you
that,
haven't let
right?
one finish, but
Do you
let
know
one finish
that?
in like 2 seconds.
No,
Having
because
3
when you become
hotels
president,
right
you have
now.
to sign over most of your assets to it.
Jeremiah, you need to give me the mute button powers. But
That's so
when
crazy.
you own 3 hotels, if you are
Just
giving
finish.
people if you are hiring 1 million people at 3 hotels,
Yeah, you're
that is a
stupid
high
for
enough
saying
turnover
that, 'cause
rate
you
to
know
be a
it's not right.
non-successful business. There is
Look
something
before he was
rotten in Denmark.
president. Look before he was president.
Okay,
Why are
dude,
you looking right
already-
Yeah,
you
now?
said,
do you have
dude,
any
hold on,
failed
hold on.
businesses? But as of 2026, he has 3 hotels.
Because
Just
he's
3.
president, you moron.
Hold on,
When
hold
you're
No.
a president, most of your assets, you cannot
No.
own most of your assets.
Sir,
You know
he
that,
has
right?
almost 1,550,000 stocks. He is manipulating the stock market to no end. Yeah, you want to say that he owns nothing,
Nancy
but he
Pelosi,
does.
the biggest
Holy fucking
Nancy
shit.
Pelosi.
That's a big.
What's
That
her
is the
name?
biggest pivot.
Ocasio-Cortez.
Dude,
She only made
dude,
$30,000 as a bartender. Now she's making $30 million.
But does AOC control the stock market?
Hold on.
Yes, she does.
Hold on.
She now owns. She has $30 million, bro. She went from only earning $30,000 as a bartender to now $30 million. She's not that smart. I hate to tell you, she got into politics. She's not that smart.
Hello, Earth to you. Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, shut up.
Bro, that's all you're
Tell
gonna
me
say.
why you
Shut
support
up.
Trump.
That's all you're gonna.
Yes.
Okay.
You're talking too
You
much.
have to say facts,
and you're
but
not saying a
when
lot.
I say something, I have to say facts. But when you say something, you can say
What
nothing.
what
right?
claim have I made that's been false?
You haven't made no claim because you're a
Perfect.
weak-backed person. You can't make a claim. The
Claim
left
Donald
is
Trump is a
literally a
rapist.
stick.
Claim Donald Trump is a rapist. Prove me wrong.
No, you have to prove him right in a court of law.
Civil court determined him to rape E. Jean Carroll. Donald Trump has violated the First Amendment, Second Amendment, Fourth Amendment, Fifth Amendment, Sixth Amendment, 10th Amendment, 14th Amendment, 22nd Amendment, and possibly the 25th Amendment. Donald Trump has violated the Appropriations Clause, Elections Clause, the Take Care Clause, the Declare War Clause. Donald Trump has violated gag orders. Donald Trump tried to overthrow democracy on January 6th. Do you want me to prove all these claims? Sure, I'll prove all these claims.
Yeah, prove
the
it
First
where,
Amendment,
where a jury proved proved him guilty, and not in a civil case. Prove it in a legal case.
Well, why don't you want a civil case?
Because civil is way different than legal.
Okay, so beyond a reasonable doubt, what's the reasonable doubt that he didn't
You mean
rape her?
criminal?
What is the reasonable doubt that he didn't rape her? Right. In order for it to be a criminal court case, it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. So what is the reasonable doubt?
Yeah, what is it? You have to prove that he did. We don't have to prove that he did.
I did by a civil court and the evidence. The reason I
civil
think,
court doesn't prove anything, bro.
Sure, I'll prove it. This is the reason why I believe it to be beyond a reasonable doubt. It's because of the Hollywood Access tapes where he said he grabs women by the pussy without asking. It's because he refused to
over
give
18-year-olds. Yes, he did say that.
Can you let me talk?
Over 18-year-olds, yes. Go
That's
ahead.
still rape. Grabbing women by the pussy without asking. That's rape.
He never said without asking.
Can you let me finish? Yes or no?
In context, no, he didn't. He just said he likes to grab women by the pussy.
Can you let me finish? Yes or no? Stop.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So the first point is going to be the Hollywood Access tapes. The second point as to why I think it's beyond a reasonable doubt.
No, go back to the first point real quick. What was the full quote that he said?
Dude, you are insufferable.
No, what's the full quote? No, I want.
I got you. Hold on. I got you.
Give me the full quote. I want to hear him say that he did it to girls that didn't want it. Go ahead, tell me.
He said that they throw themselves all over them, blah blah blah. You can do whatever you want as a celebrity. That's what he said.
Okay, give me the actual quote.
Oh yeah. Give me 1 second, because there's a lot of quotes of him saying stuff really bad.
Yeah, there's also a lot of quotes of Biden.
That's cool. That's
Yeah,
Bidenism.
maybe black
Stop having Bidenism. That's called Bidenism. Shut up.
Well, that's your goal. That's your target, right? You want him to be better than Biden?
We want him to be better than Kamala.
I don't want him to be better than anyone. I need you to stop pivoting. I don't want you to do Bidenism. Right?
I'm not pivoting. You're pivoting right now. You can't give me the full quote. You're pivoting right now. I'm not.
If you were to shut up, you wouldn't be distracted.
I wasn't talking. You have to. You're looking it up.
Literally said Biden.
Go ahead.
Also, E. Jean Carroll did not say grape was sexy. She said some men think grape are sexy.
Okay, so context does matter.
Hold on.
Context matters.
Hold on. Shut up.
Go ahead.
Yeah, can you shut up for like 10 seconds?
Go ahead, prove it. Stop deflecting. Go ahead.
Are you going to talk as soon as I play the video?
Deflecting.
Yes or no?
Go ahead, go. Hurry up, little bro.
Okay. Are you ready?
Yeah, go.
Okay. This is going to be the first video.
Go ahead.
No, wrong video. Hold on. This is Trump talking about a married woman that he wants to have sex with. Sorry, it's not that one. Wrong video.
Okay, not illegal.
That's not illegal, no.
Weird, but not illegal.
Okay, this one's him sexually exploiting his daughter. What's this one? There we go. Sorry, I have an ad. Give me a second.
God, you don't pay for YouTube Premium?
I don't.
No, most lefties are poor.
Okay, can you shut up?
I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let you do it. You can do anything, whatever you want. Grab them by the do anything. You magnet, just click them.
Power of celebrity.
Okay.
Kissing them, it's like a magnet, just click them. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, they let.
He said, quote, "You're like a magnet. I just kiss. I don't even wait. And when you're a star, you can do anything."
Did you hear what he
Not
said?
waiting.
They let you go to the
no.
first
Well,
part.
well,
They
before
said
when
they
he
let
said
you.
when he said he kisses them, he says he doesn't even wait.
Because the beginning, what did he say? They let you.
Hey,
Am I
Octavio,
right?
That's like, he said that. He said that in reference. He said that in reference to something else. Let's listen to it again.
Okay, go ahead.
To women and his supposed power of celebrity.
I just start kissing them, it's like a magnet, just click them. I don't even wait. And when
I don't even wait to kiss them. It's his
And
quote,
Octavio,
not mine.
by the way, just to let you know, not waiting for somebody to give you a yes is a no.
Yeah, that's literally. I don't know if you understand what consent is. There's also like a bunch of different videos. I mean, his response and him doubling down on it. Bunch of different quotes and videos. So yeah, can we go back to what I was saying before you interrupted me?
So a contextual, not really him saying that he does it to people.
He said he doesn't wait for consent to be given in order to kiss someone.
He didn't say that. He just said
he
doesn't wait.
He said
Can't
I'm
add
kissing.
stuff to context.
He said I'm kissing. I don't wait. That's what he said.
Okay, how is that bad?
Do you know what
When you have
consent
chemistry
is?
with somebody, do you wait?
Do you know what consent is?
Is there okay, I want to ask you something. Is there ever
Do you know what consent is?
contextual
Yes or no?
consent?
Do you
Contextual
know what
consent doesn't matter. You either get a yes or you get a no.
Yeah, do you know what consent is?
So
I don't
before
think this
every
man
time
knows.
you kiss, you ask them yes or no?
Yes.
I know you're definitely. Oh, nobody probably wants to kiss you, so you're probably single.
Well,
so.
good news is I definitely don't want to
probably
kiss
a
you. That's for
rapist.
sure.
Yeah, okay, definitely. Jeremiah, I want to ask you, yes or no every time?
Every time that I've wanted to do something with someone, I ask them beforehand. Yes.
No way. No way. Okay, so even married people have to say ask yes or no every time.
Octavio, do you not know that there's such thing as
For a
marital
kiss?
rape?
Yes.
Yeah, I'm
in
not talking.
marriages
I'm
can
talking
rape
about a
other
kiss,
people.
brother. I'm talking about a kiss. Yes or no every time. It's contextual.
No.
I don't think this man understands what consent is. Do you know what consent is?
Dude,
consent?
there's contextual.
What's consent?
What do you mean? What's consent?
Yeah, what is consent?
Because let's say I gave you a scenario where like you think it's contextual consent.
Yeah, go ahead.
But then this person doesn't say no because they're in the shit of shock, right? So inevitably, did they really get raped? Right? They didn't say
What do you mean
no.
in the state of shocked?
Right?
What do you
I
mean?
Some victims of any like violent crime go into a state of shock to where they can't say no, they can't do anything. Let's create a hypothetical like scenario, which isn't hypothetical. It happens where like a man thinks that they're able to like do something, whether it be kiss them, whether it be like have sex with them, and then this individual did not consent. Obviously, the other individual thought it was contextual consent, and they got into this state of shock, where they like just cannot say no for whatever reason.
Okay.
Would that be considered rape? Yeah. So contextual consent is bullshit. And as a man, I think you should deconstruct your views and understand what consent is.
So you're saying
you
scenarios that
and
work
I'm
for
sorry
you.
if it
So
seems
if
very
my girlfriend
insane.
comes to
Hold
my
on, I'm
house,
not
sleeps
done.
over
I'm
at
not
my
done. I'm not
house,
done.
Hold
I'm
on.
not done.
dinner with me.
Hold
I'm
on.
not
If your
done. I'm
girlfriend
not
comes
done.
over to your house, that is not consent that she wants to have sex with you.
I didn't say sex, moron. I'm talking
I
about
know,
a
but I'm
kiss,
just saying
moron.
Yeah,
that
it's not consent to
contextually.
kiss her
There's
either.
obviously a difference between things.
Well, it's not consent for you to kiss her either.
Yeah.
Right. Like for example, if like my grandma came over, is that me for me? Is that consent for me to like make out with my grandma? No, it's not consent. If one of my friends came over, is that consent for me to make out with one of my friends? No, that's not consent for me to make out with one of my friends. Right? This idea that just because they're your partner, you have this you're
Oh my God,
able
bro.
to make out with them is the reason why you should deconstruct your views.
Yeah, I should.
Deconstruct your views as a man. Stop perpetrating this idea of contextual consent because that's bullshit. And as a man, you should deconstruct your views because you're actively harming
All right,
women
you
and
for sure
victims of
just
rape.
want money from all this, and it's kind of sad that in
That's
the
a pivot from the
future,
conversation.
in the
You can call me
future,
a
when you
grifter,
actually want
and I
something
can.
real, you're gonna look back on all these fake
you can call
views
me a
that you have,
grifter.
all these fake
You can
views
call
that
me a
you have.
grifter, and in fact, I can admit to being a grifter. That doesn't prove that what you're perpetrating here, contextual consent, and the chat may disagree with me because not a lot of people have deconstructed their views to actually agree with me. But you can say whatever you want to say. It doesn't actually make my point invalid. What you're doing is going to be an ad hominem.
It
An ad
does, but
hom where
if
you
you're
attack
doing,
my
if you
character,
do
where you attack
for
my
money,
character,
it's
not my
way
position.
different.
Tell me why I'm wrong.
Okay, I'll tell you why you're wrong right now. If I stand for something for 100%, okay, and it's somebody else also stands for the same thing, but they're getting paid hundreds of thousands of dollars, who are you gonna believe? The
I don't
person
get paid
saying,
hundreds of thousands of dollars. I'm
yeah,
not
you
famous.
get paid money though, bro. That's
I
the
don't get paid
point.
money.
That's the
Not
difference
enough.
between me and yes,
I
you
don't get.
do. You get
I
paid
don't get
money.
paid money.
Yes, you do. You're talking about a certain side that you're biased with, okay? You're talking about a certain side that you're biased with, and people are giving you money because
No
they
one's
agree
given
with
me
your
money.
views.
I,
Okay,
I've gotten
these
the last
gifts.
last time that I've gotten money was
So somebody gave you
a couple
money
days
at
ago.
one point.
Yeah,
Yeah.
$4. Well, that's a lot of money. I appreciate
It's
it.
money,
That was
bro.
10 days ago. It is. I'm grateful. I obviously thank them. I'm absolutely grateful. That was 10 days ago.
So you did earn money. It's not like
So were you
remember,
jealous that I made $4?
Are you
No.
jealous that I made $10?
that's not even 5 minutes of my time, bro.
Okay.
Are you
cool.
jealous that I
So
made
can we go back?
$10 in
Can
one
we go
single
back and
night?
stop pivoting? So I was able to prove the first like evidence that I
You
made.
didn't prove
to
anything.
I did. Should I recap? Let's recap. Let's go through this one more time. I made the claim that he's a rapist. You said how? I said because a civil court determined him to forcibly penetrate E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his
The
fingers.
civil
You said, well,
court.
yeah, can I finish? Yes or no?
It's civil, bro.
Can you shut up? Do you have the
You
ability
know,
to
a lot
shut
of
up?
people. You know, a lot of people go and
Do
a lot of
do
people
do
will
do
literally
do
pay
do
off the civil
do
court
do
because it's not
do
worth their time to fight it. It costs more to fight it than it does to actually do it. It literally just happened to what's his name? The one NFL player. Trying to think where it was. It's okay. Yeah, Manny, I am zesty as fuck, bro. What's wrong with that, bro?
You literally asked me if I'm gay in the beginning of a conversation, so shut up. Anyways,
Yeah, bro.
can
I'm
we go?
zesty
Can
as
I
fuck.
finish? Can I finish? Yes or no? Blah,
I
blah,
love
blah.
men.
That's great. Can I finish?
Okay, go.
Cool. Are you gonna interrupt me?
No, you can go, bro.
If you interrupt me, I'm gonna kick you. I'm getting tired of you interrupting me. You have 2 chances to interrupt me. If you do it 2 times, I will kick you, and I'll count that as a concession, meaning that you would no longer be a MAGA under my view and under the view of how many people in total?
About
Close to
12.
like 70 people. So yeah. So don't interrupt me. You have 2 chances.
Okay,
So
go.
let's recap. I said Trump's a rapist. You said prove it. I said civil court case. You said civil court case doesn't count. I said okay, a criminal court case is beyond a reasonable doubt. Prove it that there's reasonable doubt. You then decided to burden shift and said what is the reason? What proved that it's beyond a reasonable doubt? And then I decided to go point by point. I mentioned the Access Hollywood tapes. I was able to prove that. Let's go more in depth. I said
It's
that
not really proving it, bro.
okay, that's one. You have one last chance. I kick you if you interrupt me one more time.
Okay, let me say, can you stop naming 5 different things and then expecting to be right when I can't go back on the one thing that I think you're wrong on?
I've named one thing, which is the Hollywood Access tapes. We're going point by point. The second thing that I named was going to be he refused to give his DNA after the court asked him to for 3 years. This would have proved his innocence if he didn't rape her. Is him giving his DNA to the court and him being found that the DNA doesn't match would have been he would have been found not guilty. Then he wouldn't have had to pay her millions of dollars, and he wouldn't have that on his record. Would an innocent man gamble not giving his DNA and being found guilty of rape and having to pay the accuser millions of dollars when they know they didn't rape him? Right? An innocent man wouldn't do that. A reasonable innocent man wouldn't do that. I can give you an analogy. If you're drunk driving, you're a typical person who is not drunk driving is going to consent to a breathalyzer, right? And if you are drinking and driving, you are not going to consent to a breathalyzer, right? That is reasonable. Then you would, if you don't consent, you would be taken to the hospital. That's when you would consent or not consent to getting your blood drawn so that they can take a test, whatever. Right, so that's the analogy for the claim that I made that he didn't provide his DNA, which makes him look guilty among every other piece of evidence. Go ahead and respond to that before I make my other point.
Okay, so every time someone sues you, you should give DNA. You should give anything the court asks for.
I mean, it's your choice if you want to or not. That's not the claim that I made, though. Nice try.
No, but I'm asking you to get to my point.
I feel like it should be a given if like you are accused of certain crimes like rape or SA or something like along those lines. Yeah, you should be able to provide a judge a relatively decent sample. Like why is he so scared? Is he afraid that he's going to be connected to other crimes involving SA?
True. Yep. So yeah, I think someone should, like an innocent person, or really anyone should.
No, because he's the president of the United States.
He was.
He wasn't at the time.
Not president at the time. No.
Was he informed of running?
Yes.
No.
But no.
Hold on,
yes,
no,
he was.
In 2023, no, he wasn't. 2022, sorry, 2022 or 2023, no, he wasn't.
Yeah, he was.
No, he started running in like 2020. End of 2023 or 24. I don't remember.
Yeah, 23-24 during the actual presidential election.
Yes, he was going to be running. Okay.
He actually had said that he wasn't going to run until Joe Biden decided to run. Both of them are saying that it's because of each other. But that's besides the point. Why are we talking about something that doesn't matter?
Because it does matter.
Then what's your point? Get to the point. Stop dancing around the point and get to the point.
I'm trying to let you know.
What are you trying to let me know?
For someone
I don't think you're able of letting me know anything because you're dumb. But take it away.
Yes, I'm dumb. 100%. You haven't said not one right thing that's actually helpful. But okay. When you're that big, okay, he probably gets sued all the time.
He's big.
Yes, he probably gets sued all the time. People do this all the time when they have money. It's cheaper to pay people out than it is to keep dragging it on.
So then why did he lose his court case? Hold on, then why did he lose his court case? If he's so big and he's able to pay off the courts, why did he lose his court case?
And his appeals got denied too. But again, that's not reasonable doubt. Just because he's famous, just because he's famous doesn't mean that it's reasonable doubt that he didn't rape her, right? What is the reasonable doubt that he raped her? What is the reasonable doubt within that claim?
It's actually more statistically proven. Hold on, Octavio. Hold on, Octavio. If anything, the money means that he probably did do it because he has the money to be able to buy people to do things. But again, like I said, he's got enough money to pay off the court system 10 times over. How did he lose his court case?
Because it's cheaper to pay out one person than paying out the court. You should probably know that. That's probably simple logic. Why that anybody would do that?
No,
well, it's not that he said. It's hold on. You're misconstruing because it's not that he settled. Right, so a settlement wouldn't be an admission of guilt. It's the fact that the court forced him to pay these millions of dollars. Because they found him guilty of rape.
Yeah, he's
right?
not.
So it's not a settlement. It's not a settlement. It's completely different from a settlement. For example, he settled in the 1970s because he didn't rent to black people. He got sued. Guess what? He settled. Right? Does that mean he was he actually said that he was guilty? Did he put in admission of guilt for settling? No. Right? It's a settlement. That's completely different from being found guilty and the court awarding the victim millions of dollars. Completely different things. Okay, and that's not reasonable doubt. You have the burden of proof to prove that there is reasonable doubt. So what is the reasonable doubt?
I'll prove it right now.
Sure, what's the reasonable doubt? Make sure you guys are double tapping that phone
Jury
screen. Make sure to
explicitly-
support the grift, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App. Take it away, sorry. You have to be in the app.
Jury explicitly rejected that it was rape.
No, so
Yes,
yeah.
they rejected that it was rape.
For
Obviously,
the
something-
time.
Yeah.
Hold on.
So obviously, rape did not happen.
So,
Something
Rape
Octavio,
did happen.
I have
Hold
a
on, rape
question.
did happen.
What?
Can
No, it
I have a
didn't.
question,
Can I-
Octavio. What do
You
you
can't go both
colloquially
ways. You
think?
can't say, hold up, let me talk real quick.
Hold on.
You can't have it both
No,
ways.
'cause
You
made a
can't say
claim.
that
You made a claim, and I'd like to address what you said. You can address
Okay,
what I
but-
said after. You made the claim that it wasn't rape because the court determined that it wasn't rape.
Yeah, the court that you
Forcefully-
said determined
is-
was rape. Go ahead.
Yeah. I'll explain why right now. Is forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with your fingers, is that rape without her consent? Is that rape to you? Yes or no?
Then I'm going out of this understanding of consent. So
Is that rape? I need a yes or no, and I'll let you make whatever point you want to make.
Obviously, yeah.
Okay, so forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with your fingers without consent is rape. Just to clarify it, that is, you got to be in the app. I need a clear yes or no.
Yes. Without
Okay.
consent.
So then that's what the jury determined. The jury determined that Donald Trump forcefully penetrated E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers without her consent. So under my worldview and your worldview, he did rape her, and that's what the court determined, right? So when I say the court determined E. Jean Carroll to be raped by Donald Trump, all I'm referencing is the colloquial word of rape, right? Because the legal definition during this case was a male member forcefully penetrating a female member without consent, right? Obviously, that's absurd. If we uphold this definition, many rape victims wouldn't be considered rape victims. Since then, New York has changed its laws, and guess what? The judge clarified that what Donald Trump did was rape. Okay, so we determine what the laws are. Okay, we tell the laws what they are, right? So you disagreed that under my worldview and your worldview, he raped E. Jean Carroll because that's what the jury determined.
he also tried to countersue E. Jean Carroll for saying that he raped her, but he ended up losing because, again, like we said, the colloquial knowledge is that sticking your fingers inside of a woman without her consent is rape.
Address that.
Okay, give me
Yeah.
one. I know. Give me one.
Sure. Dun 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 dun. Dun 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 dun.
By the way, Jeremiah, while this guest is still doing something, my dog Ace wishes to tell you hi.
What's up? You said I'm scared. Why do you think I'm scared?
Because you're wrong.
I'm wrong? How am I wrong?
I want you to tell me how the E. Jean Carroll case got brought about.
Yeah, I'll tell you. I got brought about. E. Jean Carroll wrote a book calling Donald Trump a rapist. Donald Trump called her a liar. E. Jean Carroll sued for defamation. Judge said, okay, you need to prove that he actually raped you, that he actually forcefully penetrated her vagina with his fingers without her consent. And E. Jean Carroll said, okay, bet. She was able to do it in front of 18 of her peers in 2 different courts. And both courts determined that, yes, Donald Trump did forcefully penetrate E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers.
Also,
Trump
little
tried to
known
appeal,
fact.
and he got
No,
denied.
that's
those
a lie.
appeals.
Also,
Yeah,
little known
what
fact.
did I lie about?
New York changed a statute
Statute,
for
not
Shut
statuette.
up. Shut up.
Statute.
for 1 year. For 1 year to let people come forward with claims, correct?
Not 1 year. No, this is a full-on law change.
Nope. This is 1 year. This was
Nope,
1 year. It
it's a
already
full-on
expired. It
law
expired
change.
in 2023.
It's not expired.
Yes, it is. Do your facts.
What's your source that it expired?
Any search sites you want to do, any AI search you want.
I
you'll
don't want
see.
to do AI. I need a source, a title.
Well, use Grok then.
We
Grok
don't
is
use
not
AI
a
here.
title. Grok is AI. Can you tell me the title? Dun 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 dun.
Yeah, because the
dun.
Survivors Act, as far as I'm aware, is still an ongoing legislation.
Also, I'm glad
No,
that they
it
did.
allowed.
I'm glad.
It allowed
I'm
one.
glad.
It allowed 1 year.
I'm glad. What's your source that it expired?
SCOTUS blog.
SCOTUS?
dot
What's the
gov.
title? What's the title?
Oh my.
Oh my God! I'm asking for a source. No, whatever could you do?
We're looking up sources.
This is why you dudes lose
our
all the
phone,
time,
buddy.
man.
No. Oh no, I'm asking for what's the title?
So the day that the law changed, E. Jean filed her claim the
What's the
day
title?
that the law was changed.
What's the title that the law expired? Holy
Okay,
shit.
actually, I did just look it up. It is expired, but New York is looking at extending the legislation on it.
Sure. So Bumblebee did your homework for you.
Hey, Bumblebee,
so
can
good
you admit
job.
you were wrong?
I did. I just did.
They only did that to come after Trump.
But they are looking.
Hold on. Can I say
Yes,
something real
yes,
quick?
yes.
Can I say something real quick? So yes, Bumblebee did say that, and I wasn't denying or like saying that it didn't happen.
Why do you
literally was
think the
asking for a
majority of the
source.
country
Can I address
voted
what
for
you're
Trump,
saying
dude?
now? Can I address what you're saying? Okay, good for you. You don't have to do any research. Congratulations. Did your homework done for you. So now what I'm going to say here is this law was changed because it gave rape victims, thousands of rape victims, the option to civilly pursue charges civilly for their rapists.
Oh, you think that's why, huh?
Yes. Can you acknowledge that thousands of rape victims
Acknowledge how many other
pursue
cases were brought in that 1 year time period.
Yeah, thousands were brought. Thousands.
Negative.
That's literally true.
Look it up, dog.
Yeah, I'll actually provide you my source.
There's a reason why the majority of the country elected him, because they knew it was bullshit.
What's the reasonable doubt? Both of you, I'm asking both of you the question. What's the reasonable doubt?
And he wasn't found liable of rape. It was sexual abuse.
Colloquial rape, yes.
Very, very much different things.
Colloquially, can you agree that forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with her consent is rape? With your fingers, is that rape?
Did the jury find him liable of rape?
Yes, the jury found him liable.
No, negative. That's a lie. That's a lie.
That's why. Can you answer my question?
That's a lie.
That's why. Can you answer my question?
Sexual abuse.
Did a jury find him liable of forcibly penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina?
Sexual abuse. That's why they did use the word rape. Dude. There's
You need
two
to shut
very
up and
different
listen.
things.
You need to shut up and listen. You need to shut up and listen. Shut up and listen. You came up here saying that I'm scared. You're clearly not answering my question, and it's the same question the other guest is stumbling upon. Except this guest was able to answer it. He said that it was rape. So I'm asking you a simple question. Is forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with your fingers without her consent, is that rape? Yes or no? If you don't answer the question, I will kick you. It's that simple.
Why do you think they didn't find him liable of rape?
You have
Yes
5
or no?
seconds to answer it. 5.
No, that's not rape.
Okay, so it's not rape to forcefully penetrate a woman's vagina with your fingers without her
It's
consent.
not. That's why the jury agree with me
If
and
it's
said
not
no.
rape, why do almost?
I don't know. Why would a jury of your peers
37
agree with me?
37
Why-
states colloquially call that rape.
if it's not rape, why do 37 out of 50 states say that it is rape?
Why would New York City be different?
They changed their
They
laws in
changed
20.
it that it includes rape. They changed the law to include rape. That does include rape. Hold on, I just want to clarify. Under your worldview,
They changed.
under
What law
under
did
your
they-
worldview.
when did they change the
hold
law?
on,
What are you talking
under
about?
your worldview, you think it's not rape to
This isn't a
forcefully
worldview.
penetrate a woman's. I'm asking you for your opinion.
This was a
Is
money
it-
grab. That's
I'm
why
asking-
everybody.
Shut
That's
up,
why
shut
we.
up, shut 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 up, because you're a disgusting piece of shit. Shut up. You don't think it's rape to forcefully penetrate a woman's vagina with your fingers without her consent. You're disgusting. You're genuinely disgusting. I mean, this other guest literally said it
No,
was rape.
see, your
Hold on,
gotcha
shut up,
moments
shut
aren't
up,
going to
shut
work,
up.
dude.
Yeah, hey guest, I have a question.
Can I ask you something?
Hey guest, I have a question.
Yeah,
This
yeah,
is
but
how
look,
this is how the left
before
tries to
you
win
ask me that
arguments.
question, before you ask me that question,
What's your question?
Okay, so most states require you to be 18 for consent, right?
Yes.
So in the states that require you to be 16, are they raping that girl because the other states say you can?
It's within the state.
Okay,
So-
We also don't agree with that.
Yeah, we don't agree.
No,
I think-
but
I
he
think
just said it's law. He agrees with it.
We don't agree with that.
He literally
hold on,
just
hold on.
agreed with it.
Dude,
He said
dude,
it's
I-
law,
dude.
so
Doesn't mean
it's
that the law
okay.
should be correct.
Hold on.
But he
the
just
New York,
said
the New York law.
okay
No,
because
the
it's
New
the
York
law.
law.
He didn't say no.
Hold on,
He
hold
said
on,
it's
hold
the
on,
law.
hold on,
No.
hold on.
But I'm
Octavio?
answering her. Let me answer her
Hold on.
first.
Can I
Octavio?
ask you a question? Can I ask you a question before
You
we
can't
move on?
do that. You can't say in certain cases the law matters in certain states, and then when I just asked you the same thing, you said it's the
We are
law.
talking about an adult
it's okay.
woman.
And
This is
most
why they
states,
always
Jean Carroll
lose.
was not
It-
16. She was in
it-
her
Hold on,
20s.
pause.
And
There's so
most
many. Hold on,
states,
hold on,
16,
hold
but
on,
I'm
hold
asking
on,
you.
hold on. Hold on.
The way you're
hold
posing
on.
questions at us
Can you hold on?
is most states are
Hold
right.
on.
most
Hold on.
states
Hold
are
on.
wrong.
Hold on. There's a lot of points of dialogues here. You right there. You need to find the reasonable doubt within the case. You said you were going to do that. Okay. I'll answer your question. Under the legal definition, it is not rape. The point that you made. And under the legal definition, when Trump's case happened, it was not rape. But that doesn't mean that we cannot believe it's rape, right? Me and you, this guy right here, we think that forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with your fingers without her consent, we think that's rape. You agreed that's rape.
So what is your
Hold on,
argument
I'm
here?
not talking to you yet.
You're
I'm not
talking about
to you.
Trump, right?
I'm not talking to you yet. I'm not talking to you. Okay, me and this guest agreed that's rape. I have a question. How do you feel about the guest right above you saying that's not rape?
That's his opinion.
Do you think that's a disgusting opinion to uphold?
Well, it's his opinion on the law back then. It's the right opinion if that's his opinion on the law back
You
then.
think that it's a right opinion to hold that that's not rape? If it's the right opinion,
It's
why
the
don't
same
you
way
hold
with
that
you.
opinion?
It's the same way with you. The law is that way. 16-year-old.
No, I wasn't asking him about the law. I specifically and
what?
explicitly
We
asked him
changed
for his
the law.
opinion. I explicitly asked him for his opinion on whether he believes it's rape, and he said it's not rape
How
under
did we
his
get
own
here?
worldview. How did we get here? By you saying forcibly
No,
penetrating
you
a
want
woman's
to
vagina with your,
go
with
about
your
Trump.
fingers is
Let's
without
have a
consent.
debate against Trump. We're not
No,
talking
I was
about
actually
each
having a
other's
debate with
moralities.
this guest, and then you said I was running from you.
Yeah, because you want to talk about individual moralities. You not want to talk about the topic.
The topic is Donald Trump is a rapist.
And I just proved you wrong.
How did you
No.
prove me wrong?
Because legally he wasn't guilty of rape.
Legally, okay, sure. Do you think O.J. Simpson committed the crime? Yes or no?
Did a jury of his peers say he did?
Criminal court case, no.
There you go.
A civil court case, yes. Did he or did he not commit the crime?
Civilly is nothing compared to a jury of your peers.
So yes or no? Yes or no? Did O.J.
There's a
commit the
reason
crime?
Trump didn't get a jury trial.
Did O.J. commit the crime? Yes or no?
He did get a jury trial.
No, he didn't commit the crime.
Hold on. Did O.J. commit the crime? Yes or no?
No,
Just a simple
he
question.
didn't.
No?
No.
Okay, that's absurd. You
A
obviously
judge
you
found
obviously
Trump
haven't
liable,
read-
not a
you-
jury.
You obviously haven't heard anything. You obviously haven't read into any of these cases. A and B, yeah. So a criminal court case would be beyond a reasonable doubt. Okay.
I'm
So
not going to play
Octavian-
your false equivalency game, dude.
So Octavian, that's why I'm asking you, what is the reasonable doubt within the case? Okay.
That he was found not guilty. As soon
No,
as they
that's not
said
reasonable
that,
doubt.
he's not
I
guilty.
already told you how that's not reasonable doubt.
So you want me to go into OJ trial now, bro?
No, we're talking about
they
Trump.
already
We're
proved
talking
If
about
there
Trump.
was
We're talking about
reasonable
Trump.
doubt,
We're
dude,
talking about
it would
Trump.
have been a mistrial.
Hold on. Octavian, what is the reasonable doubt that he didn't rape her? What is the reasonable doubt?
It's not on me to prove he didn't. The law.
Yes,
the
it
law,
is.
hold up,
Yes,
the
it
law
is. It is on you.
criminally
He did
could
not bring
prove that he
charges,
did
nor
not
did
do
a
it.
jury of his
Okay,
peers say
I'm
that
dropping
he was.
you because you keep on talking when the other person is talking. Shut up. Go ahead.
Okay.
What is the reasonable doubt?
So in criminal law,
It's
the
beyond a
reasonable doubt, it has to be beyond a reasonable doubt. Am I
So
right?
then prove the reasonable doubt.
I don't have to prove. They proved that they couldn't prove it. Why do I have to
They
prove?
proved that they couldn't prove it. That's incoherent gibberish.
Okay, they literally proved it in court that they could not get enough evidence to convict him. Is that correct?
No, the reason why it wasn't a criminal court case is because of statutes of limitations. That's why. So false.
Okay,
That's why.
so they couldn't convict him. Okay,
Because of statutes of limitations, not because of the evidence, not because it wasn't beyond a reasonable doubt, right? So that's false. So can you tell me the reasonable doubt?
Which I find absolutely disgusting that they have a statute of limitations on grape. Like that's
Yeah,
that's
because
legitimately the
people
most
can
disgusting
lie.
thing.
Okay,
Because
tell me
people
the
can
reasonable
lie.
doubt. Tell me the reasonable doubt, please.
There has to be a statute of limitations. People can lie,
Can
but
you tell me the reasonable
No,
doubt?
that
Holy
protects
shit.
no, that protects the
You-
rapists.
no, it doesn't.
Yes, it does. As somebody who has been raped before, yes, it does.
It
Regret,
does.
bro.
We shouldn't have statute of limitations.
Okay,
honestly.
let's say I was raped. And let's say I was raped 15, 20 years ago. Okay,
You should be able to pursue criminal charges against your rapist.
Agreed.
Can you answer the question? What's the
People
reasonable doubt?
lie.
Can you answer the
okay.
question? What's the reasonable doubt?
That what? That he didn't do it?
Yes.
So that he didn't do it, or that he
Yes.
did do it?
That he did do it. What is the reasonable doubt he did do it? What is the reasonable doubt behind?
There is no
the
reasonable doubt that he
evidence?
did do it.
There is no reasonable doubt that he did do it.
Yeah, that's your
So,
point to make.
so
My
it's
reasonable
beyond
doubt
a
is that he
so
didn't
so
do
hold
it.
on. So it's beyond a reasonable doubt that he did do it, right?
No.
So then what's the reasonable doubt?
You're saying the reasonable doubt that he did do it.
Yes.
That's your question to answer. Mine's the reasonable doubt that he didn't do it.
What piece of evidence do you
I know,
dispute?
but listen to what you're saying again.
No,
No,
you're stupid.
reasonable
No,
doubt
no, hold
would
on.
be what piece of evidence do you dispute in the case against him that you do not find is reasonable?
No, this guy is just stupid.
No, you're wording the question wrong, bro. Hold up.
I'm not
before you
wording
say-
the question wrong. The claim that I'm making is he did this beyond a reasonable doubt.
I know, but you're
You are
asking me
making
what's the
the
reasonable
claim.
doubt that he did it. There's no
I mean,
reasonable doubt that he did it.
You want to know the
My
you want to know,
argument would be the
hold
reasonable
on,
doubt that
I
he
need a
didn't do
clarifying
it.
question. Are you asking what is beyond the reasonable doubt? Are you asking for the evidence?
Yeah, no. Okay.
Then I don't understand what you're asking.
What
What are you asking? What do you want me to prove?
Bro. You asked it wrong, bro.
No,
Listen,
I didn't.
You asked what's the reasonable doubt that he did do it.
Instead of you saying I asked something wrong, listen to what I'm saying. I'm making the claim he did something beyond a reasonable doubt. You are making the claim that there is reasonable doubt. So what is the reasonable doubt that he did do this?
Bro, he didn't do it.
What is
That's
the
not the
reasonable
doubt.
doubt? That is what we are trying to determine. What is the reasonable doubt that leads you to believe?
Is there evidence?
didn't do this.
Is there testimony? Was there witnesses? What evidence gives you your reasonable doubt to say that he did not do this?
That he wasn't convicted and he's never.
No,
That's not reasonable.
that's
we already
now
explained how that's
what
not reasonable doubt
piece
because
of
doubt.
evidence?
Because that's gonna be due to statutes of limitations. So physically could not have it. That's not reasonable. Okay, that's doubt, but that's not reasonable doubt. So what reasonable doubt?
Like, was there
What's the reasonable
DNA?
doubt?
What?
Are you guys? You guys are from America, right? You know
Yes,
it's innocent
I know how
until
corporacy-
proven guilty. You have to prove that he's guilty. I don't have to prove,
Octavian,
but I
how
don't
do
have
we
to
prove
that he's
someone's guilty of
innocent.
something? Is it with evidence?
Yeah, that's for you to bring
So
up.
what
evidence.
Octavian, you have one last chance before I kick you.
Bro, that's how
You have
every
one.
law works.
Shut
I
up.
don't have
Shut
to
up.
prove that he didn't do it.
Listen,
You have
I
to
will
tell me
give
why
you-
he did it. And then I have to prove
okay,
that
okay.
wrong.
We've made some progress. Okay, so you are asking me for evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, right?
Yeah, because I can't prove
then
that
why
he
did you
didn't
say no
do it.
before?
Because I can't prove that he did do it, that he didn't do it. You have to prove that he
No,
did.
we're not
and
trying
off
to.
your-
Yes,
and
hold
off
on,
your thing, I have to prove why that's wrong.
Hold on. Well, I can
You have to go
acknowledge-
first. It
I
doesn't
can
go for me
acknowledge.
first.
I can acknowledge. You can't prove a negative. I'm not asking you to prove a negative. I'm asking you to prove your reasonable doubt. Two completely different things. But sure, I'll give you the evidence. Okay, don't interrupt me. You can
Okay, go
respond,
ahead.
and we
I'll
won't
mute. Go
interrupt
ahead.
you. I tried this last time. You interrupted me the first time I spoke. Okay, so I'll go with the evidence over again. That leads me to believe it's beyond a reasonable doubt. The first point, Hollywood access tape. The second point, his DNA that he refused to give. An innocent man, a reasonable innocent man, would give his DNA.
Can you go one by
Don't
one?
interrupt
Can you
me.
go- wait,
Don't
can you
interrupt
go
me.
one by one and
I've
we go
already
one by
talked
one?
about
One
these
by
two.
one, Octavian.
I've already talked
Shush.
about these two. I've already talked about these two. We've talked about these two.
All
Why
right,
are
I'll
you
go answer
interrupting
all of
me?
them again.
I haven't even made a new point. Why are you interrupting me? Okay, we came to an agreement. I wouldn't interrupt you, and we wouldn't, and you wouldn't interrupt me.
I know, but you're stacking questions. It's hard to follow like every
We
single
are
one. I
trying
want
to
to go
give
one
you
by
the
one.
evidence.
I know it's easier to go one by one than to go five and then me answer
And
all
we
five.
already went through these first two, dumbass.
I know, and I proved you wrong on
Okay,
both.
so
of
then
them.
why are you interrupting me?
Because you're bringing it back up. If we already went through, why are you bringing it back up?
Reasonable doubt.
Okay.
The reason I believe it's beyond a reasonable doubt is because of the evidence presented in the case. The Hollywood access tapes. We went over this, right? We talked about consent for a little, and I was able to, you actually didn't push back on the claim about like contextual consent, right? So there's that. And then it's going to be the DNA. A reasonable innocent man would give his DNA, right? And it's not just this individual point, it's all of these. Okay, the third point, the inconsistencies within Donald Trump's testimony. He said he never met her. This was countered by him being presented a photo of them two together. He said he wouldn't rape her because it wasn't his type. Well, he confused her with Marla Maples, his ex-wife, right? So he was his type. And then we also have his testimony of Eugene Carroll, right? It's consistent every single time. We have testimonies of witnesses. That's also consistent with her testimony. We have therapist notes that are consistent with his with her testimony, and we have outside circumstantial evidence, like him admitting to sexual exploitation. Okay, we have the credible accusations in the Epstein files. All of these things prove beyond a reasonable doubt that he raped Eugene Carroll, and we can go point by point.
Okay, I think you need to stop saying rape.
Okay, then what is the reasonable doubt? What is the reasonable doubt? You agreed yourself. You yourself agreed that he did rape her. Okay, you agreed that forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with your fingers without her consent is rape, colloquially.
Okay. Do you think our opinions matter more than the court? Because you're,
Yes.
but I know.
Yes.
Okay, you think our opinions matter? Okay, I just needed to get that out of the way.
Because we influence the laws. Our morals influence the laws. Laws change.
I agree with you.
Our morals don't. Why did the law change from male member to female member? Why did it change to then including fingers? Why? Because of our morals. Okay, so now that we got out of the way, we agreed under both our perspectives he did rape her, right? In that the civil court determined. So prove the reasonable doubt. I named all the evidence. If you'd like me to repeat any one of them, feel free to say so. I'm not trying to point this all on you. So what is the reasonable doubt? Okay, because I was able to prove beyond a reasonable doubt, in my opinion. So prove me wrong. What is the reasonable doubt? What do you doubt?
First of all, it wasn't a conviction of rape. Okay, we have to. No, I'm saying no. You have to agree with that. Is that true or not true? Just because I get what you're saying, just because we think he did or it is, doesn't mean he's convicted of that.
Did I make the claim he was convicted?
But you're calling him that.
Yes, and you should too because you think he raped her.
But legally he didn't.
Okay.
I think
legally. So are you gonna say that legally no slave was raped? Are you gonna say that? Because then back then there weren't laws in regards to that. Are you saying that no slave was raped? No, that's ridiculous.
No, because that's a totally different thing.
But we're talking about legally here.
Yeah,
I'm
we are.
asking you a question. Do you believe that he raped her, or is there reasonable doubt that leads you to believe that he didn't? Do you or do you not believe that he raped her? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. Then what is the reasonable doubt in what I presented?
Stuff, clips from the Hollywood, whatever. What was it called? The Hollywood fakes?
Access tapes. That was the
Hollywood
first
Access.
one. Yeah.
Okay. So he's just because he said that, it means he did that to her. Was he
No.
specifically talking about her?
No, that's not the claim that I made. And this is
Wait, let me finish what I'm going to say before I get off. But you're bringing it up like it's a claim made about her. If I say I'm going to beat somebody up and then my neighbor gets beat up and they come to me and they're like, "Well, you said this yesterday that you want to beat somebody up. Does that prove me guilty?" No. It just means
evidence. Yeah. It would be evidence. They would use that against you.
But it wasn't. But it wasn't.
Let me make this clear. Let me make this clear.
Before.
Let me make this clear. I explicitly said it is not just one singular piece of evidence. It's all this circumstantial evidence that leads me to believe it's beyond a reasonable doubt. It's not just one. We can't take one in specific. That's why I didn't want to give you just one. It's all of these. It's the fact that he said that. It's the fact that he's admitted to sexual exploitation. It's the fact that he didn't give his DNA, refused to do so, right? It's the fact that he has credible accusations against him, 26 of them, and you'd have to say that you don't believe any of them, all right? It's the fact that his character, right? It's all of this circumstantial evidence all together, right? So what is the reasonable doubt? What reason do you have to doubt?
Okay, I just want to make one thing clear. You're not giving me reasonable doubt that he did it. You're just giving me speculation that he did it. So I'm going to do the same thing. Speculation is that there is a money grab in that. If you don't think there's a money grab in that, then you're also lying to yourself. Obviously, Donald Trump's a huge name. There's a money grab in it. Sure. So maybe there was something that happened, but You know, I mean, obviously, why would they not report it in the time? Obviously, it's because there's a money grab in it. Why did she not do it before?
Sure.
You know what I
Sure,
mean?
sure.
There's
Are you
stuff
done?
like
Are you
that.
done? Are you done? Are you done? Yes. Sir.
That's why I'm saying that there can't be a reasonable doubt. We both have stuff that doesn't prove that he did it nor did
I
it.
mean, I was able to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. But hold on, your reasonable doubt.
No, hold up. You just said that there wasn't. Did you not?
I don't think you. I think you're like you're miswording it. Okay.
No, you said that it was all contextual to
No,
why
I said
you think he did it.
circumstantial evidence, and circumstantial evidence can prove beyond a reasonable doubt. Yeah. It's just true. But let's just go back. It's not speculation. Let's just go back to what you said. You said the reasonable doubt was money grab, right? Sure. I can acknowledge that could be a reasonable doubt. So let's go through this. Let me clear the doubt for you so you have this doubt no longer, shall we?
Okay.
Okay. Can you agree, or I guess I would ask you a question. Do you think she lied within her story?
Some parts yes, some parts no, I would say.
Okay. Good. I'll start off with this point.
Because obviously she's not 100% a liar. She's obviously she's not 100% a liar. Obviously,
if it was a money grab, why was there lies in her story? Why wasn't it flawless? Obviously, if we expecting her to actually be raped, there would be some flaws within her story, right? So under your worldview, if it was for a money grab, it wouldn't make sense that she got raped or that she claimed she got raped in a dressing room, right? Where there could potentially be cameras. It would make sense if she said she got raped in a bedroom where there was no cameras, right? That would make sense if it was a money grab, right?
True. Okay, but since you're saying it that way, is there a potential that she has really good lawyers?
And I'll just make more points to so you agree that is a good reason. Maybe that doesn't clear your doubt. Here's another reason why you should not have that doubt. She was already a millionaire. Maybe that's not a good enough reason because she wanted more money. Sure. Well, let's actually take a look at why this happened. She wrote a book calling him a rapist. She never wanted to sue him, but because he defamed her, she did sue him. If it was for a money grab, why didn't she just sue him first? Why did she have to write the book?
Because she knew she would lose if she didn't have something to back up her story at first. What's more convincing?
The book wasn't used in the court case.
I know, but what's more? But in the public eye, what's more convincing?
But it wasn't about the public eye. It was about the jury.
That's why it never went to a jury. That's why it was.
It did go through two juries. Yes, a civil jury.
Yeah,
yes,
a civil jury. It
did go through juries.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. That's why it went through a civil jury, not a criminal jury.
But again, we already went over this. That's not reasonable doubt.
Because in a civil jury, it is not the civil jury, but the civil court. You do have a jury of your own peers, and so if somebody writes a book about something first before something happens, okay, it's more believable than somebody who just says this happened. Okay, so that could also be the truth.
The jury. Donald Trump chose the jurors. He could have sought them out based on political bias. In fact, according to Trump's own lawyers, there was no political bias within these jurors. I'm just quoting Trump. So this reasonable that it was a money grab. What's your evidence for it? So in order for it to be reasonable, right? Because you can have whatever doubt. So why do you think it was a money grab? What is the evidence for this, or what is the reason you think it's a money grab? Why?
Because she got paid $5 million.
Well, no, that's what the jury awarded her with. But what is the reason what is the evidence, or what leads you to believe that this is why the money is why she did this and she didn't get raped? What is the reason?
Because she got a ton of money from it.
Okay, some rape victims get money from it. Does that mean they did it for money?
I don't know every single story.
Precisely. So it varies from story to story. So why in this case do you? So her getting money is not reason for you to think it's a money grab,
because
right?
Not every person being accused is Donald Trump. Not every person has this big name and billions of dollars.
Do you believe the allegations against Eric Swalwell?
Case to answer that. I don't know enough about that case to answer that.
He's a Democrat was running for governor. You don't know who he was?
No, I don't know enough about that case so I can't argue about it. I don't know enough about that.
Again, you saying that she was awarded money isn't reasonable doubt to believe that it was for a money grab. So can you provide the reasonable doubt?
You're suing if you're going against if you're going against Donald Trump, you obviously know it's a big sum of money that's gonna come your way.
Well, why do you think what's the reason that she did this for money?
Who doesn't love money? Bro, you could be a billion. Why do you
That's
think
not
billionaires
reasonable
don't
doubt.
get money?
That's not reasonable doubt.
I
It's
know,
doubt, but it's not
circumstantial is not reasonable either.
Yes, circumstantial evidence are used in court cases all the time. What are we
But
doing?
it's not beyond. It's not. It can't prove somebody guilty.
Yes, it can.
No, it can't, bro. If it's just circumstantial, it does. You cannot be proven guilty just off of circumstantial. There has to be proof.
Yeah, you can be convicted of a crime based entirely on circumstantial evidence. Multiple law firms say this. Mitchell says this. Elsner says this. Those are 2 law firms. The law offices of Christopher St. John's. AMU, they all say this. So yes, you can be convicted based on solely circumstantial evidence. That's a lie. Right? You gotta be in the app for me to hear you.
No. Okay, I'm gonna read you what it says. Okay.
Yeah, where are you reading from? You can't read when you're out of the app. You can't read when you're out of the app.
They treat circumstantial evidence as references, not actual evidence. It's
But can you agree someone can be convicted based on circumstantial evidence?
that leads to proof. Yes.
No,
Not
just on circumstantial evidence.
Circumstantial evidence, you can't.
Yes, you can.
Just
I
the 3
provided
things.
you my sources.
I know, but just the 3 things you named. Do you think he could be proven guilty from that?
It wasn't just 3 things, and yes, obviously he was found. It was found beyond a preponderance of evidence, right? But the thing that we're talking about here is we're trying to determine whether or not he would be found guilty, right? You're trying to figure out the reasonable doubt, and you haven't found the reasonable doubt in the case, in the evidence that I presented. Okay, the Hollywood Access tape, we went over that. Okay.
Yeah, which is just the guy saying guy
then you
things.
said the reasonable doubt was a money grab. Well, you agreed to the first point that I made about like if she was an actual rape victim, we would expect there to be flaws within her story, right? We would expect.
I didn't agree to that.
You said that's a good point.
No, I said, don't you agree that it's because it's a bunch of money
No,
and
you
she
said-
has
you
good
said that's a good
lawyers
point.
and
Hold
a
on, you said
good.
that- we went over this. You said that's a good point. When I said,
I didn't.
hold on.
That's the first thing I said.
Then let's go over this again.
That she has no flaws.
I don't think this is reasonable, because you think that there are flaws within her story, right? Obviously, if it was a money grab, we would expect her story to be flawless. She would have practiced this over and over again, right? Instead of it being in a dressing room, we would expect it to be in a private bedroom, right? But it wasn't in a bedroom. It was in a dressing room where there could potentially be cameras, right?
But there wasn't no cameras, right? Potentially,
CC
potentially doesn't work. There wasn't. then.
CCTV footage wasn't popular back then. But the point
So-
is
but
here.
yeah, so there wasn't.
But the point is here. Anyone could have been around. There could have been cameras. Blah blah blah. Whatever.
Could have.
And
Don't forget
yes.
that could have.
Yes, but the point is here. That's the point, right? That could be reasonable doubt within the case. You're proving my point. That is the reasonable doubt that would lead us to believe that she's lying. If it was a money grab, why did she not say it was in a private dressing room where no one could enter unless they had a key and there were 0 cameras? Then no one could say, oh, well, there could have been someone around, right? No one could say any of that. There wouldn't be doubt in that. Then if she made the claim, hey, listen, it was in a bedroom, there was no one around, the doors were closed, some people could see that as reasonable doubt. And you're proving my point when you're saying could have. Yes, you're
Bro,
proving
if
my
you're
point.
smart enough to think of that, you don't think these rich lawyers who went to school for this can think of that? Bro, anybody can make up a
point is they
story and
didn't.
follow it to a T that makes sense. There's no, just because she says something doesn't mean it's right that it could have happened. If I say that, bro, Jeremiah's 8 just touched me inappropriately in this room right here. Anybody could have walked in, but he touched me in this room, and I stick to that story. Does that mean it's evidence against you now? There's nobody there to prove it.
Civil court. If you're able to prove in a civil court that someone did something to you, they should be held accountable.
Oh my gosh. You keep saying rapist when he's not.
So then he's a sexual abuser. Well, how's that better?
Because it's a way different thing.
What's the difference between sexual abuse and rape?
Stigma.
Stigma?
Yeah.
Social stigmatization?
Yeah, bro. You have to agree. There's a big difference between the two.
Sure. But you agreed that forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with your fingers without consent is rape. Right, so under my worldview and yours, he is a rapist.
Bless you. Socially, yeah, but in a
So
court.
socially, he's a rapist. Why do you support a rapist? You think
No,
he's a rapist, by the way. You think he's a rapist.
I don't think he is.
But you said that, yes, forcefully penetrating a woman's vagina with your fingers without her consent is rape. You said
But
that.
nobody proved that he did it 100%.
A court
bro.
did do it. A court proved it too. 18 peers of hers proved it. So that's bullshit. What about his admission of guilt to like sexually exploiting women? What about that? Would you support him if he did that?
What? Like all the pageants do, all Team
Yeah.
USA does?
Yeah. Would
Do you support that? Do you support Team USA?
Can you answer my question? Would you support Trump if he sexually exploited women?
In what way?
Sexual exploitation is going to be any actual or attempted abuse of position of power, vulnerability, or trust for sexual gratification. Would you support if he did that? Yes or no?
How do you prove that?
Let's just say hypothetically, you knew this.
I know, but what would be the point? So any woman, he has power over any woman.
Let's just say like he admitted to like sexually exploiting women. Would you support him?
Oh, why? Because he said that they want it.
No. Let's just say like he admitted to doing this. Would you support him?
Admitted to doing what?
To using his position of power for his sexual gratification.
All right, give me the context and I'll agree with you. Yes or no?
It's just a yes or no.
No, it's a gotcha question.
If it's a gotcha question, that's kind of worse on your part.
No, because if I say, "Oh, is it okay to kill somebody?" and you're like, "No, it's not okay." Okay, is it okay to? If it was self-defense, if the dude was coming in to kill your family, is it okay to defend yourself? It's two different things. It's murder, but it's self-defense. You got to let me know the situation, and then I'll tell you if it's okay or not.
Sure. To answer your question, murder is always wrong. Killing could sometimes be justified. Right?
Okay.
So now to answer my question, would you support Trump if he admitted to abusing his position of power, for his sexual gratification? Would you?
In what
support him if he did that?
context?
It doesn't matter. Does the context matter?
Yeah. It 100% matters.
So you're saying in some context, sexual exploitation is okay?
In your world, what you consider sexual exploitation might not be considered sexual exploitation in my world.
Can
He
you
has
agree
more
that
money and power than most women.
Can you agree? Can you agree that sexual exploitation is any actual or attempted abuse of position of vulnerability or trust, or for sexual gratification? Can you agree?
Give me a sec. So,
can you agree to that definition?
It's situational, bro. There's no.
No, it's not. We're talking about definitions. Is the definition of sexual exploitation any actual or attempted abuse of position of vulnerability, power, or trust for sexual gratification? Do you agree with that definition of sexual exploitation?
Yes, I'll agree with that.
Okay. So
Go
if
ahead.
he did do this, would you still support him?
In what context?
In the
Because context
of him,
matters.
In the context of him abusing his position of power for sexual gratification, would you still support him?
And what I know, but what you're saying is it could be screwed into many ways.
Is sexual exploitation always wrong? Hold on. Is sexual exploitation always wrong?
I'll say we have a different view of that.
You agree to my view, which is going to be any actual or
you
attempted
probably
abuse.
think, like, let's say
We're talking about the Hold on. We're talking about the definition that I provided. Under the definition.
now I want a context.
Well, hold on. Under the definition that I provided, is that always wrong? Yes or no? Is abusing your position of power, vulnerability, or trust for sexual
Bumblebee has a
gratification?
good point. At the strip
Is
joint,
that
no,
always
it's not.
is that always
No, it's
wrong?
not.
Is that always wrong?
No.
So it's sometimes okay to sexually
Yes.
exploit people.
What do you think strip clubs are for, bro?
That's not sexual exploitation. They consent to that.
You think those women want to do it? You think that's their dream job? Come on, bro. You're smarter than that. Nobody grows up wanting to be a stripper.
Sure. So
They're
if you
not in
want
a
to
position
if
of
you want to
power to
make the
take
claim
on
that
their
this
job.
industry is like harmful, you can make that claim, but that's a whole nother point that we're going to talk about. Right now, we're determining whether or not in abusing your position of power or trust for sexual gratification. Example, like if an owner of a strip club, a man owner of a strip club, entered the private dressing rooms of women, that would be sexual exploitation, right?
Isn't it his job?
No, it's not. So can you answer the question? Is it always wrong to sexually exploit?
No, it's not always wrong.
In what context is it okay to sexually exploit?
Managing OnlyFans women. I would say strip clubs.
That's not sex. So it's okay for a man, a owner, to walk into a woman's only dressing room.
Women's only dressing room. He's the owner, right?
Yeah, can he do that?
I mean, I feel like he would be able to go back there. I mean, he's
Okay.
the owner. Obviously, not do anything.
Do you have a do you have a partner?
Yeah.
Okay. Man or woman?
Man.
Man. Okay. Let's say an owner of Kohl's walked into your partner, and he was getting changed, right, in a dressing room. Right? Let's say that this owner walked into your partner getting changed, right, and then he looked at your partner, getting naked and dressed and changed. You would say that's justified, because the owner of Kohl's owns the Kohl's and therefore owns the dressing rooms, and therefore is allowed to do that, right? So the owner of Kohl's is allowed to watch your partner get naked and undressed. Yes.
Yeah, it's a different atmosphere there.
Is that a yes? He's allowed to do that.
Yeah, it's a different atmosphere at those. Everybody knows what it is. Bro, you're selling your body for money. Obviously, you know what it is.
It's Kohl's.
Oh, I thought that was like your local like strip club or something, bro. I thought that was your
store.
I don't have Kohl's where I'm at.
Okay. Walmart. Do you know what that is?
Yeah, I know what Walmart is.
Okay. Do Walmarts have dressing rooms?
Yeah.
Okay. Would it be wrong for the owner of Walmart to go into owner of Walmart to go into a women's only dressing room and look at them while they're naked? Is that wrong?
Yeah.
But he owns the Walmart.
Yeah, but it's different than a strip club, bro. You think Walmart and a strip club are the same thing?
What's the difference between a dressing room and a strip club, a women's only dressing room and a strip club, and a women's only dressing room at Walmart? What is the difference between the two dressing rooms? What is the difference besides location? Because that would be a plea to location. So what is the difference between the dressing rooms in both scenarios?
Okay, I'll let you know. One, people walk out and their job is to be naked and please other men for money.
Yeah.
And the other
That's
one,
not the dressing room. We're talking about the dressing room.
if
What
you're
is the
walking
difference
out
between the two
naked,
dressing
buddy,
rooms?
if you're already walking out naked, buddy,
Yes,
if that's
those
your
women,
job,
those women and men consent to being seen naked once they arrive on stage or once they arrive to their post, or wherever they're gonna do, or the room wherever they're gonna do whatever they're gonna do, right? But they don't consent for men to walk in to a woman's only dressing room. Do you think it's okay for men to walk into women's only dressing room?
context matters, but if they say no, then no.
Okay, can you agree that socially it is the case that men do not have consent to enter in women's dressing rooms? A man cannot enter a woman's dressing rooms. That's known, right?
Not really known. I would say
Are
that
men allowed in women's dressing rooms? Yes or no?
I mean, they're allowed in other bathrooms. Why would they not be allowed in dressing rooms?
So men are allowed in women's bathrooms?
Yeah. That's a big point of the left, bro. What are you talking about?
Trans women are women. That's a pivot, though.
No, it's not. Not everybody sees it the same way as you, bro. That's privileged.
Okay.
That's privileged of you to see it that way.
Why do you think trans women aren't women?
Why do I think? No, I think they could be women. I don't care.
Okay,
Do whatever they
so
want
when
to
I'm
do.
referencing men are allowed in women's bathrooms?
Yeah, it shouldn't be allowed.
Okay. It shouldn't be allowed. So under your worldview, men shouldn't be allowed in women's bathrooms.
Yeah, because it's different, bro. There could be little kids in
Okay.
there.
Okay. So under your worldview, should men be allowed in women's dressing rooms?
No, it depends.
What is one instance where a man under your worldview should be allowed to enter a women's dressing rooms?
Let's say a security guard. He has to go and check and make sure that everything's okay. That's one rule.
No, not necessarily. If it's a woman's only dressing room, they would probably get a woman to go into the
Okay,
woman's
so
only
if
dressing
something's
room.
happening, the man's not allowed to go in there. Let's say the girls start fighting. The security guard should not be
Besides,
allowed in there.
besides a life saving,
It's not life-threatening. They're fighting.
Oh no, they're fighting. Yeah, I mean that could be potentially life.
If you ever been to a strip club, bro, you know they fight more than they fight pretty much every night. If you ever been to one, and that's factual. But what I'm saying is context matters, bro. Whatever you say, there's context for sure matters. You should know that. That's what I'm saying. Tell me what
Okay,
Donald
let me get
Trump
your
did.
reaction to this clip then.
Yeah, tell me what Donald Trump did, and I'll tell you. Context matters. You know that.
You want to have that. You're a guy who likes to have everything, right?
Well, could that be construed, however, as
Conflict?
yes?
I don't see it as a conflict.
It could be a conflict of interest, but it's the kind of thing you worry about later.
Oh, I see.
You tend to think about the conflict a little bit later
The
on.
question is, how can it not be construed? No, I mean, some of these foreign girls, Mr. Trump, in my country, we say hello with vagina. And
Well, you could also say, as the
Hold
owner
up.
of the
Is this from
pageant,
the
it's your
Howard Stern
obligation.
show? Yes, it's from the Howard. Bro, if you take anything from that's said on the Howard Stern show seriously,
to do
they
that.
literally
So you have done that.
nothing.
Well, I'll
from
tell you, the
Howard-
funniest is
it's
that I'll go
a-
backstage before a show,
Yes.
and everyone's getting dressed and ready and everything else, and no men are anywhere. And I'm allowed to go in because I'm the owner of the pageant, and therefore I'm inspecting it. I'm inspecting. I want to make sure that
You're like a
everything
doctor.
is good.
You're there.
You have to dress. Is everyone okay? They're standing there with no clothes. Is everybody okay? And you see these incredible looking women, and so I sort of get away with things like that.
Okay, you made a claim. If you believe anything from the Howard Stern show, you're crazy. If Biden went on the Howard Stern show and said he raped 50 children, should we believe Biden?
That's not the same context, bro. That's
I'm
way
just asking
different.
you.
That's way different. In the
Should we
context of
believe
little
Biden?
things like that,
Okay. I'm gonna give you like a 10-minute timer
do you know?
just to
Do
go
you,
over
okay,
this
do you
point.
know who Howard Stern is? Do you know who Howard Stern is?
He's a
Do you know how
disgusting piece
popular
of
he was
shit,
back
yeah.
then? Yeah, he is. Why do you
Okay,
think people
but
love
Howard
to
Stern is
listen
not
to his
Trump.
radio show?
Howard Stern is not Trump. But Howard Stern didn't force Trump to admit to this. Trump said he abuses his position of ownership to do an inspection to watch women naked. No men were around. It was a woman's only space, and he said he gets away with things like that, meaning it wasn't his job to do that inspection. Okay, by definition, the definition you agreed to, it is sexual exploitation. So why do you still support Trump if he's a sexual exploiter?
Let's see. I would say it's kind of over exaggerated what he said on the Howard Stern show for sure.
How is it over exaggerated? I quoted him. He said he's the owner of the pageant.
Because you
Doing
know
an
he's
inspection.
playing it up, bro.
Okay, if he's playing it out,
Well,
why
and-
was it corroborated by victims?
Can you name me the
corroborated
victims?
this. Maria Belgado, Tasha Dixon, even people who supported him. Guess what? The people who supported him said, yes, he did do this, but he would warn people. Right? So all these victims say, yes, it happened in a women's only dressing room where no men are allowed. So that's true. And even people who supported him acknowledged that it was poor timing and some girls could have been dressed. Maria Belgado, Tasha Dixon, a bunch of different other victims. So yes, victims, if it was just a joke, why did victims come out and say that this did actually happen?
Okay, let's say it did actually happen. Okay, that's wrong.
So
Okay,
why do you still support someone who sexually exploits women?
because literally Biden does the same thing, bro. Everybody does.
Okay,
the same
let's say I granted you Biden's a sexual exploiter, even though that's not true. Let's say I granted you it was Harris and Trump. If you could go back in time, would you vote for Harris, Trump, or not vote? Now knowing that Donald Trump is sexually exploiting, who would you vote?
I would have voted for Kamala Harris because she's a hypocrite.
How? Okay, would you vote for Trump or not vote?
Would I vote for Trump or not vote? Probably Trump because it outweighs his bads outweigh or his
What
goods
is what
outweigh
has
bad.
Harris done that's worse than sexually exploiting people?
I don't know, maybe locking up people for tens and tens of years for minor drug possession.
true.
Yes, it is.
Prove
She
it.
literally no, it is true.
Prove
Go,
it.
I'll find you the quote right now from her.
Cool.
And how many people she locked up, and then her going on a TV talk show saying that she smoked.
Prove it. Go ahead. Wow. Wow. I've spent a lot of time on this guy. Dun, dun,
She was literally the DA, bro.
Okay, that doesn't mean anything. You gotta prove it. Prove she did this. Do 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 do.
Her office oversaw 1,956 convictions.
One more time.
Her office oversaw 1,956 convictions. Felony convictions related to marijuana.
Ah, you can't say that.
From Colorado.
All that just to end it there. Bet.com. No, Harris did not lock up thousands of people. The first thing that it says no. This is misinformation on override. I'll read through this. With just weeks until the election day, as Vice President Harris runs for president, misinformation has ramped up. Blah blah blah. In this article, we'll debunk some of them. One of the most persistent claims about Harris is the false narrative that while serving as San Francisco district attorney, she incarcerated thousands of black men for the M drug possession. This accusation has been heavily promoted by Donald Trump, who once alleged that Harris put thousands and thousands of people behind bars for that. However, this portrayal distorts the truth. Critics often cite a figure of over 1,500 convictions of that drug under her leadership. According to Mercury News, an investigation report revealed that from 2004 to 2010, Harris's office saw 1956 that drug conviction, both misdemeanors and felonies. Despite this, only 45 individuals were ultimately sentenced to state prison, with no information available about their racial identity. While it's uncertain how many people may have served in county jail, Harris's administration aimed to avoid jail time for those convicted in simple possession. In 2019, Paul Henderson, who led prosecutions under Harris, made it clear: our policy that was no one with that drug conviction for mere possession could do any jail time at all. The false notion that VP locked up so many black men relies on the racist notion of black criminality and the stereotype of men shiftlifts, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, so that's just wrong. That's wrong. Yes, but this source cites, and the reason why I kicked you is because you said that drug name. This source says only 45 individuals were ultimately sentenced. Only 45. Okay, so it wasn't thousands of thousands. She didn't.
Need better internet? Cox Internet has the fast, reliable speeds you're looking for. Perfect for seamless streaming, gaming, and working from home.
Transgender woman before they would 19.
Well,
I don't support him. 2007, January.
What do you want to talk about?
I was gonna say, the people who do support him, it drives me crazy because every single time I bring up the fact, if I'm a woman with 24 felony convictions against me, would you say I should be president? And every single time they say no. And I'm like, bro, so what the I'm like, bro, look, I'm not even trying to be rude, but like, I feel like they would genuinely elect a black transgender woman before they would elect any type of woman. And that's not saying the transgender women aren't women, but I'm saying they would elect any different type of woman before they'd elect a woman with a uterus. That's truly what I believe. I don't think I'm gonna see a woman president in my lifetime. I don't think genuinely.
I don't think they'd elect a trans woman.
Yeah, I would push
especially
back
not
on
a black trans
No,
woman.
I don't think they would, but they'd elect it before. A
No.
woman will not be president. I'm sorry to say it. I hate to say it because I want a woman to be president.
A black trans woman would be less likely to be elected.
A black
than
man has already became president. A black trans woman will become president before a white woman will. That's my point.
No.
No, I do fully believe that.
Black trans women are really
because at the end of the day, they would
extremely oppressed.
They
you do know
would
this.
take
They're
they're
victims
with you.
of extreme violent crimes,
but they
or
would
that
take
they're not
away
going
that
to get
woman's
elected.
identity and they would turn her into a man. Is my point. They would take away her real identity and they would say, "Oh, she's just masking as this to do whatever." I'm saying.
I don't think like the right whatever vote for like a trans individual, especially like
I
like
think
a person
that
of color.
a black trans woman will become president before a woman, period, does. I don't think that the country of America
that would
will
be
ever accept a woman with a uterus with periods as their president in my lifetime, at least.
Again,
no,
like,
they are way more.
No,
So
y'all
they're
can
way
disagree.
more.
Y'all can disagree. That's fine. But you
They're
can't say,
way more likely.
Okay, no.
So I'm going to explain. So they're way more likely to elect a cis woman, not a trans woman.
But it's not going to happen. Is my point.
Okay, you can say that it's not going to happen, but saying that they're more likely
they
to
are.
elect a black trans woman than a cis woman.
Yeah.
No.
Fully.
You saying that they would
more
take away her
likely-
identity, that's a reason why they wouldn't vote for her. Her being trans.
I'm not saying that she would even be elected. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying that she'd be elected before any woman with a uterus. I'm not saying she'd be elected in my lifetime. I'm not saying that she'd be elected, I'm just saying in general, she'd be elected before a woman with a uterus.
Especially when it comes to the right, it's like demonizing minorities. I mean, take a look at Obama.
But
like,
yet,
hold on.
was elected as president.
Yeah, but if you take a look at Obama, they looked at Obama as like Devil 2.0, right? And as soon as a white man,
But he
Donald
was
Trump got
elected, is the point.
But the point is, as soon as Donald Trump got into office, a white man dismantled everything Obama did, or attempted to dismantle what he did, the JCPOA, Obamacare,
I completely
et cetera,
agree.
et cetera, right? So the point is here that like when it comes to the right, especially now in this political climate, right? There's a difference between like Republicans post pre 2016 and then post 2016, where you have like MAGA Republicans, and then after January 6th as well, like pre January 6th and then post January 6th. There's a difference. I don't think like MAGA Republicans are never they're never going to elect a minority.
I do just want to bring up. I know that you're saying pre-2016, post-2016, the abortion right didn't get overturned until 2022 for a reason. That's because Supreme Court, and I don't know if you know how this works, it's fine if you don't. Supreme Court is not based on the president. It's based on whatever Republic parties get won for that type of vote. So, for example, Ruth Bader Ginsburg, before her, it was 90% were agreeing, yes, this person should be Supreme Court justice. After her, it started turning into 50-50. Why do you think that was? Because it was black people, because it was people of other cultures. But even we could put the black man who was elected before Ruth Bader Ginsburg, he got a 90% vote. All I'm saying is America has turned more red than ever. All right? There's a reason why Roe v. Wade wasn't overturned in 2016. It's because the Supreme Court still had a hold of itself.
Sure, you can make an argument. Hold on. I'm not disagreeing like with your argument that
you're
you're
going to say hold on, but you're kind of interrupting me.
Because you're just making an argument that I'm not arguing about. You're saying like it's like I guess how I would frame it is like post.
No, I'm explaining why
6th,
a black
like,
trans
America
woman
has
would be
turned,
president before any other person. I'm explaining
you
that,
just
but
said
you're not
that
letting
America
me
has
finish.
turned more red, and that's like I'm not arguing that.
Yes,
Like,
that's my point. Is I'm saying that they would Okay, Right America does not think trans women is women. They don't think that trans women are women, is my point. They think that trans women are men. So they would elect. Unfortunately, they think that. I don't
No,
agree
they
with
think they're
it.
pedophiles.
They
They
no,
demonize
that's
them.
not,
They
Don't.
demonize
If y'all
them. They
talk to
demonize them and
anybody
call
in
them
Red America,
pedophiles.
they think that trans women are men. They say that they're just cosplaying.
Yes,
they
they think
would
trans
they
women.
don't.
elect
Yes, they
a
think
trans
women are.
black
They
woman
hold on.
before a white woman.
They think trans women are men, but they also call them pedophiles.
and mentally ill and all this other shit. They
That's
demonize
fine.
the
They
fuck
call,
out
yes,
of trans.
that's what I'm saying. That's
They-
even worse that they call them all those things and they would still elect them over
You have
women
no
with
evidence
uterus.
for that. You have no evidence for that claim. What you're saying here is absolutely absurd.
I don't. This is my opinion. This is what I'm saying. I don't support Trump. This is my opinion. I don't have a. I've never claimed it. This is my opinion.
Okay, that's an absurd opinion to think that like the
You
right
can
is
think
good to let.
that, but I've debated with many other people who can let me finish my point. Like, I'm not trying to be rude, bro, but you've interrupted me at every single argument that I've tried to bring up. When they let me finish my point, they get it. So I'm going to dip out because you obviously cannot understand an intellectual, but you have a good night.
Sure, I mean, if you...
By the prompt and everything, and listening to what Max said down below there about people switching back and forth, you know, not being so, like, hard-pressed to just vote, say, for the left or vote for the right, no matter who they are, no matter what. I mean, honestly, I was not a big Trump supporter a few years back. I thought it was like a celebrity going for the office and everything like that because he was not a politician. And, you know, let's put it this way. He's a businessman, right? And I think no matter what, it doesn't matter who he has to be. Right. Yeah, he's been bankrupt quite a few times. I understand that. But I like his brazen attitude. I like the way that he doesn't take crap from people. And in the last election, this last election that we had, his opponent with Kamala, I mean, I going and watching debates and listening to people interview her and listening to her dance around questions that were hard questions. Donald Trump wasn't afraid to answer the question and say, hey, guess what? I don't care if it's unpopular. This is what's going to happen. Kamala Harris, she would just laugh and
he is
cackle
literally
and-
known for like not answering questions directly. I can actually provide you like so many instances. Like I
hate to say it. I mean, but Kamala Harris is just. I mean, I just didn't think she was anything impressive. I thought she was just
okay. And
just
you
the
said
way.
you like
I mean,
his
if you look at
attitude,
the
so
interviews,
you
look
said
at
you
her
like
interviews.
Okay. You want to talk about interviews? How about we like talk about like Donald Trump's interviews? How about we talk about like Donald Trump answering?
I'm
questions
listening. I'm
when it
listening.
comes to the press.
Also, the thing is, attitude shouldn't be the only thing you're basing your vote on. You should also base your vote on their policies.
So we can talk about his attitude now because that's an insane point to bring up. But here's this.
Dana Marie McNichol, Fox
Are we
News
listening
Channel.
to
Mr.
something, or-
President, is there an expected time frame that detainees will spend here days, weeks, months? And does that have anything to do with the immigration judges you just spoke about being trained and staffed here?
When you say, what was the first part of your question? Who?
Is there a specific time frame you expect the detainees to spend here? Days, weeks, months?
In Florida?
Yes, here
I'm
at
gonna
Alligator
spend- I'm going to
Alcatraz.
spend a lot. Look, this is my home state. I love it. I love your government. I love all the people around. These are all friends of mine. They know them very well. I mean, I'm not surprised that they do so well. They're great people. Ron has been a friend of mine for a long time. I feel very comfortable in the state. I'll spend a lot of time here. I went to, for 4 years. I got to be in Washington, and I'm okay with it because I love the White House. I even fix up the little Oval Office. I make it. It's like a diamond. It's beautiful. It's so beautiful. It wasn't maintained properly. I will tell you that. But even when it wasn't, it was still the Oval Office, so it meant a lot. But I'll spend as much time as I can here. You know, my vacation is generally here because it's convenient. I live in Palm Beach. It's my home, and I have a very nice little place, nice little cottage to stay at. Right. But we have a lot of fun, and I'm a big contributor to Florida. You know, pay a lot of tax, and a lot of people move from New York, and I don't know what New York is going to do. A lot of people move to Florida from New York, and it was for a lot of reasons, but one of them was taxes. The taxes are so high in New York, they're leaving. I don't know what New York's going to do about that because some of the biggest, wealthiest people and some of the people that pay the most taxes, of any people anywhere in the world for that matter, they're moving to Florida and other places. So we're going to have to help some of these states out, I think. But thank you very much. I'll be here as much as I can. Very nice.
Yeah, what was
Yeah,
the
that's
original
one
question
incident
that
where he
he
didn't answer the question directly.
He didn't
That's like
answer the
one
question at all. What was
incident
the
where he
question?
didn't answer directly.
What was the question that he asked? What was the question that she asked? Sorry, the reporter. What was the question that the reporter asked? How much time?
He was asked about like how long. He was asked about like how long detainees were going to be in custody or something like that. And I was
He
like,
didn't mention
then he started talking
detainees
about
once.
Florida and New York and everything. See, that's what's great about
So
non.
he didn't even indirectly.
Yeah, he didn't even
answer the
mention
question.
it.
He didn't
I
answer
know.
it at all.
I hear you. That's one. Yeah, that's one thing. But we could
It's
all
just
we
not
could all
it's
go
not
on
just
YouTube and
one.
we could find
It
stuff
is
like that. It's
so
not a big
many.
deal. But
You can go to any point
I
in
know,
the
I know,
debate. In
but
the
we need to have a
2020
little
in the
more.
2024 debate, you can go at
I
any
can
point
tell.
in that debate. And Harris absolutely cooked Donald Trump
Yeah.
at any point in that debate.
Concepts of a plan.
See now that's where
Concepts of a
we can
plan?
agree to disagree on that. I think
Okay,
Kamala Harris was
concepts
an
of a plan,
absolute
you
shrewd
think-
individual who could not answer a question.
You think concepts of a plan is an answer
I
to
don't
the
know.
question?
I mean, I think that I just don't believe after hearing both of these people, Trump
Sure.
and Kamala.
How about we both?
I can't believe that there's actually.
How about we
Can
go
I
to any
finish
point?
that sentence?
How about we go to any point? Any point.
I'm going to go to this point. I can't believe that people are actually on board with Kamala when you've listened to her speak and how she talks to people and how she is. Like, not even how she talks to people, because we know how Trump talks to people. But that's why I like about not being so crazy about politics is that I can just see it for what it is. And
Hey, how about we
I
listen to this?
I listened to her speak and she had no answers for anybody.
Yeah, how about
she
we put
cackled and laughed and she never answered anything.
Choose a time frame between a minute and an hour and 49 minutes. Choose any minute you want between that. Any minute, and I'll choose. It can go up to an hour and
Of
49.
what?
Any point in the
What are you
2024
What are you
debate.
on right now? What are you talking about?
I'm on the 2024 debate, Trump versus Harris. It's an hour and 49 minutes long. You can choose which time frame.
I don't
you
want to
me
listen to
put.
that crap again.
Which
No, I
which
lived
time
through
frame
it
you want
once.
me
I don't
to
need to. I don't need to go through it. I'm not going to go through it.
Okay,
I'm just
well,
telling you.
I'll just play like
when
2
Trump
minutes.
told
40
everybody
42
that he
minutes
was
in.
going to bomb the hell out of
we'll just do-
Iran,
We'll just do
we did
42
it.
minutes in the 2024 debate. We'll just do
listen.
42
Can I
minutes,
say this
and-
real quick? Can I say this
Sure.
real quick? I know
Go for
43 people are here. Hold on. Please don't shut me out. Hold on. When Trump said he was going to bomb the hell out of Iran because they could not have a nuclear weapon, everybody on that other side, no matter who they are, the hardcore leftists, they hate it, right? But listen, when Obama said the same thing, when Sleepy Joe said it, when President Clinton said it, when George Bush said it, everybody agreed with those guys. Everybody was all on board with it. When Reagan said it, everybody's on board with it. Trump says it, everybody's got their own personal hatred towards this guy.
We shouldn't be in endless wars in
because
the Middle East.
it's personal. That's all it is.
We shouldn't be
First
in
of all,
endless wars
not
in the
true.
Middle East.
First
But,
of all,
like,
it's not true. People disagreed with a lot of Obama's policies. People disagreed with Biden's policies all the time.
Literally.
I'm
People
not talking about
dislike
policies.
Reagan.
I'm talking about the Iran incident.
Yes,
I'm
that's
talking about
a,
Iran.
This is a
What
policy.
did
This
Biden
is a
do
war
about Iran?
policy.
What did
It's a
Biden
war
do about
policy.
Iran?
The sound. Here's the thing about Iran that he said.
No.
Specifically,
What
this
did,
word.
what? Don't run away. What did Biden
I'm
do
not
about
running.
Iran?
What did Biden say about Iran? He said that they could not have a nuclear weapon. They can't
Is that
attain
saying
one.
you're going to bomb the shit out of them? And,
Did
like,
he
do
bomb
genocide?
them?
No, he didn't bomb them. Jesus Christ,
Okay,
he was on.
okay,
He was on freaking
okay.
cruise control the entire
All
time he
right,
was in
all
the
right, all right.
presidency.
Okay, did Obama bomb Iran?
No, I don't think he
Oh,
did.
Obama secured the
okay,
JCPOA.
okay.
The difference between Donald
No.
Trump, Obama, and Biden.
I don't know what you're
is
trying to
two-
do. That's no
is-
checkmate.
Hold on. The
He didn't have the
difference.
balls to
hold
do
on.
it.
Sure. You wanted to move to this point, and then we'll go back to to whether who will like answer questions. But
I see where you guys are going. So.
The difference between Obama, Biden, and Donald Trump is Obama and Biden try to work diplomatically, and Obama did. B, Donald Trump is a warmonger, and he wants to pursue these wars, which is why he took us out of the JCPOA in 2018. Right? There are two completely different things. One threatens genocide, the other two don't. Let's go back to my point. We'll do 42 minutes and 40 seconds in the debate, and we'll see.
Hold on a second here.
Who
You
is
just
answering
loaded that
questions
up.
better.
Hold on a second.
Okay, go
So
ahead.
Obama was negotiating peace, yet while they were pulling the wool over America's eyes, because that's what they were doing over there in Iran.
How
They were
so?
building facilities, and they were enriching uranium. They were trying to enrich
Give me
uranium.
proof.
Give me. I don't have any proof. Do you have any proof? You got no
Yes,
proof.
we have.
So,
In fact,
first-
Donald Trump is the one
but
who
we didn't
signed
bomb
it
a
off.
facility that just
Hold on,
popped
hold
up
on,
because
hold
we
on,
just
hold on.
wanted it
In
built in one day.
In 2017, Donald Trump signed off that Iran had not violated the JCPOA via the IAEA. He signed it off just as Obama did multiple times, multiple years. Right. So all these both presidents signed off that Iran had not violated the JCPOA. We had unprecedented levels of like security over their facilities as well, and there's no evidence at all that they violated the JCPOA in any way, shape, or form. So that point is wrong.
Okay, buddy. All I said was, why do I support Trump? Because he's got a set of brass balls, and he tells you how it is.
Yeah, you said he
That's
answers
why I
questions.
like
Let's go
him.
back to this
Mikey,
point. Let's go back to this point.
Yes,
Go ahead.
ma'am. Mad Max,
Mikey.
what's up?
You support him based off of vibes. That's who you support people. Like you support
Nah,
political.
I don't even.
No, you
Please don't
support
say
politicians.
vibes. You just showed
support
your age.
politicians based off of vibes. That's literally all you have. You have nothing to support your claims. Anytime we've brought something to you, you said, "Oh, Iran violated it. They were pulling one on America." Blah blah blah. We asked you for proof. You said you have. You
don't
I
have any
no
proof either. You're not showing me anything. You're
we
bringing up
told you.
sound
We told you.
clips
Trump signed off
off
that
of
they
YouTube.
didn't violate the JCPOA. We had surveillance over the JCPOA. They were allowed to enrich uranium to about 3%. Okay, that is not enough for any sort of nuclear.
Yeah, and then over the years they have done more.
Hold on. That is not enough for any sort of weapon. Okay, the minimum for a quote unquote dirty bomb is about 60% enriched uranium. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, great.
Thanks for informing me. They were going to keep going,
now,
by
hold
the
on,
way.
hold on.
They were going to keep going, by the way. And they would have. No, hold on. And you believe that they would not have held the world.
Okay. Then when Trump pulled out of the JCPOA in 2018, that meant they are no longer held to those restrictions. They can now enrich uranium to whatever point they wish. And we have no place to say otherwise. We have no place to say otherwise because we have no agreement with them. They are a sovereign nation who can do what they wish.
That's great, Hunt.
We have no place
But
to say
if
otherwise.
you're supporting
we
that,
had an
that's
agreement.
you're insane.
We had
You
an
guys are
agreement
insane.
where
Hold on.
we had an agreement where they had restrictions and there would be consequences if they did violate those restrictions.
Right.
And then
there
Trump
should
pulled
be.
us out, and now they had no restrictions. They could enrich uranium to whatever % they wanted to.
Exactly. And
you're
that
saying
would
there
have been the
should be.
biggest mistake of all time.
So
you
Trump
don't understand.
Trump did the biggest mistake of all time?
No, the biggest mistake would have let Iran get an atomic bomb. That would have been the biggest mistake of all time.
And Donald Trump greenlit them pursuing their nuclear ambitions via getting us out of the JCPOA because once again, he even
Let me tell
signed
you
off on the
something.
fact. Hold on.
He went
even
after
signed off on
them.
the fact
He
that they were
bombed
not
their facilities
producing
over there to make sure they didn't have it.
One more time.
Those people are insane over there in the Middle East. You don't understand.
It would still be like it is the case that like if Iran had like the ability to like produce nuclear bombs and had nuclear bombs, they would never like attack any like American ally or America. Because they know that would be like a suicide mission, right? They know that like we would strike them back with nuclear bombs as well. I mean,
and I'm going to deviate,
example,
right?
Like North Korea. Do I agree with countries having nuclear bombs? Absolutely not. I don't think anyone should.
No,
right?
Absolutely
but,
not.
Like America is a bully. It's either you have nuclear bombs and we don't touch you, or you don't have nuclear bombs and we bomb the fuck out of you. Right?
It really comes up like that. I know, but you know what?
It is one of those.
Sometimes.
So can we go back to the original point you made real quick?
Mikey,
hold on. I was going to jump on this.
You're only going back to the start of Trump's presidency this time. You're not going back to the start of this. Iran and America have had a history for like a century almost. Okay.
Half century. Yeah. 47
No, it's
years.
been over half a century.
Well, I thought it was since 1979 when we had the problem with,
No, it's been since 1953. Even prior to that, if you take a look
Even
at like,
better.
the actual
Even
like
another
history
reason,
of
because
the
we
history
know-
of the Middle East.
I'm
with,
going
like,
to say
American
that
oil
those people
companies
over
going
there,
to Saudi Arabia,
they put their
and then, like, the
religions and
Kingdom of
stuff
Saudi
over
Arabia, and
common
then, like,
sense, right?
these
No,
proxies being
actually,
fed
that's
via
not
the
what
oil.
happened.
They
No,
do.
that's
They
actually-
put the religions over common
Mikey,
sense. And
Mikey.
no, listen to me when I
No,
tell you this.
you don't know the history. You didn't know it went back to 1954.
If they had obtained a nuclear bomb, they think they're all going to be rewarded in heaven with 40 fucking virgins. They're crazy
Mikey,
people.
do you know what?
They
Do you
think
know
they're-
what?
they think
Do you know what
this.
happened in 1954?
Oh, geez, I don't know. Tell me.
Okay, in
Inform me.
1954, they had democratically elected an official who prioritized his citizens over what the UK and the US wanted. You know what that was? Oil. They decided, hey, we're going to stop being exploited by you. We're going to keep the oil, majority of the oil, for our citizens so we can use it for our citizens. We're going to stop selling it cheap to you guys because you guys have been exploiting us for years. And you know what the US did? And the UK did? They went into the country and helped coup the government and put in a new guy. Then the people hated that guy and they overthrew him in the 1970s.
Right.
And that's where we are now.
Okay, good. Okay.
So it's the US's fault that we are even in this spot now because we fucked with their democratically elected officials.
So
This
we're
is
gonna
literally-
blame
this is
Dwight
documented.
Eisenhower in
Hold on, one more point.
1954 for this.
One more point. One more point. This is like
100%.
documented. This is like well
Fine.
documented. And
The man's dead. We can do that.
Sure,
Fine.
sure. Hold on. This is like well documented, like via the CIA, and like this coup that happened in like August of 1953. So like this is well documented, right? If you know any history at all about the Middle East, you know it's American intervention is what the fuck, I can't speak. You know that it's America intervening within these countries, doing coups. Right,
do.
for whatever reason,
Yes.
for America's benefit, quote unquote, whether it be oil, whether it be war money, etc., etc. We don't care. Well, we, as in like the American government, the CIA doesn't care about the citizens of that nation. Doesn't care if it destabilizes that region. And it's the same thing in this aspects too. We don't care about like 174 Iranian schoolgirls dying. We don't care about like any of their citizens, right? Like if we cared about the 30,000+ citizens that were like killed by protesting from their government, right? We wouldn't be bombing a school full of children, right? So that's
See,
just,
now
like,
I don't even
insane
believe
for you to
that. I
bring up.
don't even believe that was us that did that.
It was. It literally was. It was one of our Tomahawk missiles. It's already been. There's been investigations. It was us. Now they're saying that it was for whatever reason, but it was us.
The school was hosting, not hosting, but there were what is it? The opposition was inside the school.
No,
That's basically what it,
no.
They didn't
It was
target
ba-
the
it was
school
based
to
on, like,
kill
bad,
kids.
It was based on bad intel. I think like 50 something miles or something. Like away was like a military site or something like that. I'm not sure in
Right.
specific, but it was a school, right? It was
So
based on
it,
bad
but
intel.
it was
is what this
was
term is
bad
arguing.
intel. Right.
Sure,
It was
but
bad
that,
intel.
that still
it
proves
was not
that
intelligent.
it still proves that we do not care, or the government, the CIA, they do not care about these citizens, right? They only care about quote unquote benefiting America, even though this doesn't benefit America in any way, shape, or form. Now, can we please go back? You made a claim that Harris didn't answer questions, but Donald Trump did. Can I play you a clip in the 2024 debate? It's going to be a
I
random
actually
point
want
in
to go
time.
right now. I want to go work out a little bit here, and it's
You
not
don't have
for
like
anything
4
other
minutes.
than me.
You don't have 4 minutes.
I literally just got to the gym when I was getting into this with you because I was trying to tell you why I supported Trump. That's all I was trying to do. I didn't want to go down the rabbit hole.
This is why you support Trump. So give me 4 minutes of your time.
This
and
is
let me
not
prove
why
you
I
wrong.
support Trump all the
Well,
way.
hold on.
I just told you
Right
how
now
it
we're
is.
arguing, so
Hold on
I'll just
yourself.
play the clip. I'll just play the clip, and if you leave, then you leave, and if you don't leave, then you'll leave. It's like 4
Well, I
minutes
was going to
long.
leave anyway, so
Sure,
I
then-
don't want
then
to
if
hear
you
the,
leave
the
while it's playing, then sure,
2024
go for it.
election.
But I still think that this chat deserves to know that your point is proven wrong. So here's this. If you want to,
No, there's no point when I tell you that my opinion about Donald Trump.
President Trump, thank you. I'll let you respond, Vice President Harris. Well, I think this is so
There's
rich.
no opinion.
Coming from
There's
someone
no
who has been
opinion. My opinion's not wrong. It's an opinion.
And all over the world, crime is down. All over the world, they allow terrorists. They allow.
This guy doesn't want to listen.
You know they're going to see your age.
It's literally
I
just
just
Trump
feel like
yapping.
you guys are pushing your left agenda again. You're trying to make it like Kamala was way better when she wasn't. That's all you're
Which
trying
was
to do.
clear in this election.
Just killed, viciously and violently killed. And I got to know the parents and the family. They didn't fire. They should have fired all those generals, all those top people,
Nobody
because that was one of the most incompetently handled situations anybody has ever seen. So when somebody does a bad job, I fire him. And you take a guy like Esper. He was no good. I fired him. So he writes a book. Another one writes a book. Because with me, they can write books. With nobody else can they? But they have done such a poor job. And they never fire anybody. Look at the economy. Look at the inflation. They didn't fire any of their economists. They have the same people. That's a good way not to have books written about you. But just to finish, I got more votes than any Republican in history by far. In fact, I got more votes than any sitting president in history by far.
Let me continue on immigration. It was what you wanted to talk about earlier. So let's get back to your deportation proposal that the vice president are. You say if things get out of control, you'd have undocumented.
It is much higher because of them. They allowed criminals, many millions of criminals. They allowed terrorists. They allowed common street criminals. They allowed people to come in, drug dealers to come into our country. And then now in the United States and by their countries like Venezuela, don't ever come back or we're going to kill you. Do you know that crime in Venezuela and crime in countries all over the world is way down? You know why? Because they've taken their criminals off the street and they've given them to her to put into our country. And this will be one of the greatest mistakes in history for them to allow. And I think they probably did it because they think they're going to get votes, but it's not worth it because they're destroying the fabric of our country by what they've done. There's never been anything done like this at all. They've destroyed the fabric of our country. Millions of people let in, and all over the world, crime is down all over the world except here. Crime here is up and through the roof. Despite their fraudulent statements that they made, crime in this country is through the roof. And we have a new form of crime. It's called migrant crime. And it's happening at levels that nobody thought possible.
President Trump, as you know, the FBI says overall,
Totally agree with
crime is actually
that.
coming down in this country. But Vice
Excuse me,
President
the
Harris, I'll
FBI
give you-
they were defrauding statements. They didn't include the worst cities. They didn't include the cities
Trump
with the
is
worst
not
crime.
wrong.
It was
He's
a
not
fraud.
wrong, buddy.
Just like their number of
Get this
818,000
guy
jobs that they
Soldier
said they
Boy
created
up
turned
there,
out to be a
number
fraud.
3. Get him up there.
Well, I think this is so rich coming from someone who has been prosecuted for
national security crimes, economic crimes, election interference, has been found liable for sexual assault, and his next
Yeah,
big
let's not get on
court
top
appearance is in
that
November and his own
bullshit
criminal
story.
sentencing. And let's be
Let's
clear
not get on that.
where each person stands on the issue of what is important about respect for the rule
That
of law
E. Jean
and respect
Carroll
for law
fraud.
enforcement. The
That
former
was
vice president called for defunding federal law enforcement, 45,000 agents, get this, on the day after he was arraigned on 34 felony counts. So let's talk
Which
about
was really
what is
2,
important
wasn't
in this
34,
race. It is
but that's
important that we move forward, that we turn the page on this same old tired rhetoric and address the needs of the American people, address what we need to do about the housing shortage, which I have a plan for, address what we must do to support our small businesses, address bringing down the price of groceries. But frankly, the American people are exhausted with the same old tired playbook.
Jeremiah, get Soldier
So
Boy
the
up
point,
here.
the point with me playing this here, Donald Trump was attacking Harris with insane false statements. Even the host had to like correct him. Crime has been down since 2022. Crime has been down in every major city, including DC. So when Donald Trump went into office and said DC is this horrible, horrible place, it's the murder capital of the world. False. Crime has been down since 2022. A, B, undocumented immigrants are multiple times less likely to commit any sort of violent crime or bad crime, so that's false, right? And C, she actually talked about the American people and the average American citizen, right? And actually proved how a criminal wouldn't be good for a crime, and we're seeing that right now. He has pardoned violent domestic terrorists, he has pardoned foreign domestic terrorists, and he is like considering pardoning like Ghislaine Maxwell. He said that like a couple months ago, and all these like insane other things, corruption with like foreign governments as well, Saudi Arabia, Egypt, Russia, with the Trump family, with Saudi Arabia and all these different foreign countries. Like,
I
the
really hope you
corruption
weren't
and the
bringing up the
crimes is
January
insane.
6th people that he pardoned. I really hope you're not talking about that when those people took in their own hands and did whatever they wanted to do. He had nothing to do with that BS. Give me a break.
Yeah, if he didn't have anything to do with it, if he wasn't okay with a crime, why did he pardon them? If he
Because
was
they got
not okay
jailed
with
for
a crime,
stupid-ass
why did he
reasons because
pardon
they
them?
went in the Capitol.
They pled guilty to assaulting police officers. They
Yeah,
pled
that's
guilty
on them.
to all of them.
They were put in jail because people thought that
Because
Trump
there was video
created
evidence of DJ
It was not an
Rodriguez driving a stun
insurrection.
gun
It
into
was
an
nothing
officer's
like
neck.
that. They took it upon themselves to do
Okay,
that with their
but
own
if he
shit.
wasn't okay with a crime, why did he pardon the criminals?
You know why? Because they got what did they get? 10 friggin' years? And
Yeah,
you know what
I think
assault
someone
is,
who
brother?
assaults a police officer should
know
be
what
put in
assault
prison.
is?
Yes.
You know what
I think
assault is?
someone
Yes.
who attempts
Yes.
an insurrection or a coup
Nowadays,
should be
when you
held
throw a
accountable for
bottle
their
of water
actions.
on somebody, that's assault. So it's a little harsh to give somebody 10 years for something minuscule.
Someone like grabbing a stun gun of an officer and driving it to his neck, giving them a heart attack. Yeah, they should be put in prison for that. They should be held accountable for that. Absolutely.
But not all of these guys that were pardoned were so crazy like that and did
Why did he
extreme
pardon
things.
why did he pardon the ones that were crazy? The ones who
I don't think he did pardon the ones that were crazy. You have a list of every offense that each one did.
He pardoned DJ Rodriguez. Yes, that is a well-known fact. DJ Rodriguez was pardoned by Donald Trump. They were blanket pardons given to January 6th. In fact, he's now trying to do a slush fund of $1.8 billion of my money, your money, and everyone else's money that lives in America and that pays taxes to give to these violent criminals. He is trying to give them our money after attempting an insurrection, a coup, attempting to assassinate the vice president by threatening to hang Mike Pence, right? Threatening to unalive police officers. And now he pardons them, and now he wants to give them money.
To think that somebody's
Right?
words,
For
to think that his
weaponization of the
words
government.
actually had
The
that
only
effect on
person-
people is crazy. It was not an insurrection.
Dude,
His words were taken out of context.
Jeremiah
People are
never
crazy.
mentioned his words, Mikey. Jeremiah never once mentioned his words in whatever.
That's why the insurrection happened, because he said something about storming the
So
Capitol.
you're saying
blah,
the
blah, blah.
insurrection did
It was
happen.
just a crazy talk that he was saying. It was something
Mikey,
stupid.
Mikey,
Max.
Jeremiah is not putting any sort of fault on Trump for anything why they went to the Capitol. He is saying Trump is okay with the crime because he pardoned them and he is trying to give them money, tax money from citizens.
Yeah, okay. We'll see
After
that happen. That
pardoning
will not
them.
happen, probably.
Yeah. Guess what?
Don't
It
worry
won't
about it.
happen because it got blocked by a judge. But guess what? Donald Trump really wants this to happen. He really wants to give his allies and the people that were domestic terrorists that stormed the Capitol on January 6th, he really wants to give them money. But guess what? Because law and order is still upheld to an extent, a judge blocked it. And guess what? He on Truth Social this morning, after the announcement that it was blocked, he crashed the fuck out going after these judges. because that's the person he is. You want to talk about his attitude, him threatening, or him calling for the execution of 6 sitting Democrats, one of them being my senators, right? Him literally using his DOJ to go after the woman he raped, right? A DOJ opened an investigation into E. Jean Carroll.
Yeah,
right?
he didn't rape
when
that
he was
lady.
Able
We
to,
know that.
When
We
in
know
the
that.
in the West, you can agree innocent until proven guilty. Donald Trump was found guilty of sexual abuse. He was found guilty of forcefully penetrating E. Jean Carroll's vagina with his fingers, right? And 3 of his appeals got denied. So whatever the DOJ, it's baseless, and we know that it's innocent until proven guilty. So E. Jean Carroll is innocent until otherwise proven guilty.
The criminal trial,
that bullshit.
It was a civil suit because there was no evidence that criminally
it was a
linked him to her.
civil suit. It was a civil court case.
He's
because
found
of
civil
statute of
liable
limitations.
because it was defamation of character because he said something bad about
Because
her
he called her
after
a
she
liar.
made that
Yes,
false
no,
allegation.
defamation. Yes. So E. Jean Carroll
Max,
said
you're
that Donald
wrong.
Trump,
Stop.
E. Jean
No,
Carroll said Donald Trump raped her.
No,
Hold on.
it was
E. Jean Carroll said
two-
Donald Trump raped her, and then
it
he
was
called her a
two
liar, and then
civil
E.
court
Jean Carroll
cases.
defamed. And then E. Jean Carroll said Donald Trump defamed her, right? And then she was able to prove in a civil court case that A, yes, he did defame her, and B, yes, he did sexually abuse her via forcibly penetrating her vagina without her consent with his fingers, which is colloquially known as rape. So colloquially, he was found guilty of rape in a civil court.
Yeah, there was 2 civil cases, okay? 2 civil cases. One was for defamation and one was for sexual assault. The reason it was in civil was not because of lack of evidence, it was because of statute of limitations. Okay? You're wrong. He was found liable in both cases.
Make sure. Get out of here. Moving on to the next. You guys.
19.
What?